Plato's Lysis has always occupied a particularly prominent position among those dialogues which are quite properly considered to belong to the early period, since they stay close to the historical figure of Socrates and to his style of leading a discussion. To be sure, Socrates is depicted here as well in the familiar pose of the dialectician who educates his interlocutors by confounding them, but there are preliminary indications in this dialogue of a ground in being and idea which looms up behind all dialectical one disputation. This fact, together with proximity of this dialogue to the great dialogues on love written in the period of Plato's maturity, give the Lysis a special character. For that reason an analysis of this dialogue, which presents its own particular difficulties, could be of great value in shedding light on Plato's thought. To be specific, this discussion makes the point of Socrates' dialectical elenchos astonishingly clear and displays the reciprocal relationship between the line of his argument on the one hand and the level of insight of his partners in the discussion on the other. Ironic though it might be, it is not merely a capricious jest when Socrates speaks of the Doric harmony of logos and ergon, word and deed, in the Laches. That harmony, a harmony which no one could be said to have achieved more fully than the Platonic Socrates himself, is posited here as something for which we must continually strive. Socrates says to Laches, who is courageous indeed, that their discussion could be found wanting in this harmony because Laches does not know and cannot say_why what courage is, Laches 193 de. To be sure, his inability to say what it is a common incapacity of which one becomes conscious only when Socrates demands that one account for what one is saying, a6 Yov FOMVM. For that is a demand which cannot easily be shunted aside. Must one not know what courage actually is when everyone is constantly speaking of it as the quintessence of virtue, arete? It was, however, not some dispute stemming from a deficiency in knowledge but an opposite deficiency in actual deed which occasioned the Athenians' appeal to the taciturn and indefatigable Spartans and their Doric harmony. Thus in a joking and ironic manner, Socrates invents the saying which Laches, quite in accordance with the Spartan ideal, had just cited. Laches means his Spartan principle sincerely, 188 CE. The latest mode of speech-making and arguing which had captivated the spirited and oratorically gifted youth of Athens at the beginning of the 5th century BC seemed wanting in precisely that Doric harmony of logos and ergon. When the students of the new art enter into conversation with Socrates and submit to his examination, they are at first full of tidy new answers to the question of what courage, justice, temperance, sophros_in, and piety, eusbia, are. And when their claim to know is confounded, the advocates of the new knowledge are refuted not only in a battle of words, but indeed, in their existence proper. Their presumed but ultimately useless knowledge lacks the weight of the ergon point too. Thus it comes to pass that in Plato's ingenious fictional dialogues a good and truly Socratic answer which someone gives in response to Socrates is nevertheless overturned by the latter with the most questionable means of sophistic dialectic, for instance in the Chanloques, where Critias himself advances Socratic self-knowledge as an answer to the question posed. Of course Critias was known to every reader in Attica at that time as one of the 30 tyrants, who formed a government at the end of the war and whose arbitrary rule made earlier times seem idyllic to Plato in comparison. That this very same Critias advocates sophrosine and self-knowledge starkly illuminates how sharp the conflict was between logos and ergon in Plato's Athens. But as a matter of fact this conflict is not only characteristic of the Athens of that time. It is present in all philosophical knowing. It is not just at a particular hour in the history of Athens that the shadow of sophism accompanies philosophy, but always. In this fact, it seems to me, lies the most important reason that the Platonic dialogue, as opposed to every other philosophical text in our tradition, possesses and will always possess a relevance to the present. We should remember how Plato was led to the art of these written discussions. In his 7th letter Plato himself relates how fateful the encounter with Socrates became for him and what it meant to him that this man, whom he so deeply revered and sought to emulate, was condemned to death for corrupting the youth with the then fashionable arts of sophistry. Plato's magnificent writings are dedicated in their entirety to showing that the Socrates who had to drink the cup of poison was no sophist. But Plato also seeks to make clear why nevertheless Socrates, because of his singular art of dialectic, i.e., of guiding a person in thoughtful discussion, would of necessity look like a sophist to the Attic court, provoked as it was by these latest fashionable practices. It is his own experience with this man and the latter's fate which inspired Plato's life work and his writing. In Socrates he encountered in living reality how a person could steadfastly hold to what he viewed as right unerringly, unconditionally, and in self-reliant independence from all external influences. Plato's Crito provides perhaps the most impressive monument to this fact. On the eve of his execution Socrates refuses the escape which had been readied for him, an escape which might well have been greeted with relief by the broad circle of the Attic public. And he refuses it solely because it seemed right to him, after having acknowledged the laws of the polis for so long and 4. Having enjoyed the protection of his rights which they afforded him, to submit to even an unjust verdict. Plato must have asked himself how a Socrates was possible in a polis whose political sense was as corrupted as the political sense of the Athens of that time. What power could have enabled someone, quite in contrast to the usual way of doing things, to hold to what is just, as though it were something real beyond all question and all dispute? Must not the just have been as tangibly evident and inescapably real for him as the tangible facts of our existence are for the rest of us? Plato's answer to this question was the doctrine of ideas. What is just is not something valid by a convention whose bindingness could be disputed, rather it is something so overwhelmingly real that its existence transcends all behavior established by the social convention and all of a society's beliefs, Dasein. We know that the doctrine of ideas formulates the conditions of all genuine knowledge in elaborating on precisely that fact. Even the grand discussion of the state which occupies the central position in Plato's dialogues, the Republic, must be read as an answer to this same question. Here the answer to the question of how Socrates was possible is presented starting from the other end, so to speak. Ultimately the state which Plato has Socrates construct, the state in which philosophy would govern, is meant to answer the question of how a state would have to look in which Socrates would not be the exception who succumbs to a tragic fate but the accepted rule. It would be a state in which justice, i.e., the complete unity of the individual and the universal, would be the reality everywhere and whose politics would depend on men all of whom were like Socrates. In this state idiapragine, doing one's own work, would have to be the principle of all citizens, and in all circumstances and in all classes a knowledge and sense of the common good would prevail. When it is said that in this state the class of guardians is to watch over the common concerns of all and to assign appropriate tasks to each of the other classes, it is only to be understood as a mythical exposition of the components of the human being, the animal who forms states. 5. But all the smaller dialogues as well are aimed at keeping alive the question of what knowledge gives human action and behavior the unerring certainty which Socrates displayed in his life. In conforming to this aim Plato confronts Socrates with the famous chieftains of sophism so that his difference from them might emerge clearly. Without doubt, sophist was a word of derision in the eyes of the conservative citizenry and it took the audacity and self-confidence of a Protagoras to accept such a characterization nevertheless. But it also took all of Plato's genius and philosophical intuition to expose and refute the claim of such a hybrid artistry in knowledge. Now the difference between Socrates and the sophists is in no way an obvious one, rather it is a difference evident only to someone who has not only the logos in view but also the ergon. Socrates often avails himself of the sophistic arts of argument, but whatever the reason might be, that he does cannot in any way be attributed to some deficiency in the logic of that time. To be sure, Aristotle was the first to clarify the essential theoretical foundations of drawing correct conclusions, and in so doing he also explained the deceptive appearance of false arguments. But no one could seriously contend that the ability to think correctly is acquired only by a detour through logical theory. If we find in Plato's dialogues and in Socrates' arguments all manner of violations of logic, false inferences, the omission of necessary steps, equivocations, the interchanging of one concept with another. The reasonable hermeneutic assumption on which to proceed is that we are dealing with a discussion. And we ourselves do not conduct our discussions morgi metrico. Instead we move within the live play of risking assertions, of taking back what we have said, of assuming and rejecting, all the while proceeding on our way to reaching an understanding. Thus it does not seem at too reasonable to me to study Plato primarily with an eye toward logical consistency, although that approach can of course be of auxiliary importance in pointing out where conclusions have been drawn too quickly. The real task can only be to activate for ourselves holes of meaning, contexts within which a discussion moves even where its logic offends us. Aristotle himself, the creator of the first valid logic, was well 6. aware of how things stand here. In a famous passage in the Metaphysics, 1004b, 22b, he declares that the difference between dialectic and sophism consists only in the Rvap 11mc, Rnupayu, the choice or commitment in life, i.e., only in that the dialectician takes seriously those things which the sophist uses solely as the material for his game of winning arguments and proving himself right. Let us, then, follow the evolving discussion of the Lysis and let us seek to uncover the correspondence between logos and ergon in the line of its argument. And let us forego reconstructing the logic of that line of argument in a critical, metadiscursive logical analysis. The usual approach to the line of thought in Socratic argument in the Lysis has the most trouble precisely in regard to the discussion here, for it fails to take the principle of the Doric harmony between logos and ergon as its guide. As a consequence it discovers only a muddled zigzagging from one point to another and can find no logic at all in the discussion which Socrates conducts. But what occurs here is in fact quite clear. The youths who dare to answer Socrates' questions on the basis of their understanding of life find that Socrates has no ear for the apparent reasonableness of their answers. Mercilessly, Socrates hammers their answers to pieces with the tools of sophism. Each time the discussion seems to be drawing near the crux of the matter, a new dialectical hurdle is put in the way and the interlocutors are diverted from the goal. Thus the young people are left behind, perplexed and disconcerted, and at the end they no longer know what friendship is. That seems to be the whole of it. But if one follows the evolution of the discussion in regard to the reciprocal relationship between logos and ergon, things take on a meaningful, sequential order. One suddenly recognizes that any discussion which Socrates conducts about friendship with two young boys must end in an aporia, for children do not underscore yet know what friendship is and how complex a relationship an enduring friendship creates between the friends. The confusion in which these half-children are left is not to be viewed as negative per se, rather it is an indication of the incipient maturation in their own existence as human beings. The theater for this discussion is the Palaestra, one of those 7. meeting places where boys and youths of the best social circles in Athens used to come together for sports and instruction of all sorts. Here Socrates draws a pair of friends, two boys, Lysis and Menikenos, into a conversation. Although the discussion appears harmless enough, it provides a hint of things to come. Socrates asks the two which of them is older. They answer that they are arguing about that. Then he asks which is more beautiful, whereupon both laugh, somewhat embarrassed. And then, which is richest? At that point, however, Socrates himself interrupts the conversation and suggests that one cannot ask such questions, for friends are equal in everything and have everything in common. And with that we have the catchword for the remainder of the dialogue. What do friends have in common? Socrates acknowledges that he was about to ask which of the two was more just, dikaios, and which more temperate, sophron. Both words are difficult to translate. Dikaios implies not only what we call just, it also has overtones of honesty, propriety, fairness, and so on. And as the Charmides shows, for example, the original sense of sophron was having good manners and the word corresponded to what we call well-behaved. But its semantic vibrations pass from this range of meaning to the sphere of a higher morality of mind and spirit. In the Lysis the question of what these are receives no answer. One of the two boys is called away and the discussion is broken off. Let us ask ourselves what Plato wishes to indicate with this prelude. Surely one may already surmise that the discussion will be about friendship. But one can surmise a lot more than that, and one has a presentiment of what a logical way it will be from this childish form of so-called friendship to insight into what friendship really is. What does friendship mean to these boys? Obviously Socrates is addressing the two on the level of children, which they in fact are. Friendship for them is that naive comradeship of boasting and outdoing one another in which children warm up to each other. Still, this kind of friendship which develops in competitive comparisons that each makes of himself with the other, contains a first, unquestioned common ground, which provides an indication of the ultimate truth of the matter even here. To be specific, one hears, if one listens closely. 8. Enough, that with the question of justice and temperance Socrates' inquiry is moving into a realm where one can no longer make these naive comparisons meaningfully, since now what is truly shared and binding for each alike comes into view, i.e., that which perhaps makes real friendship possible in the first place. That an external event, the one boy's being called away, breaks the thread of the discussion is undoubtedly a sort of intimation of what is to come. In his way Plato is clear enough. One suspects that ultimately friendship belongs to the realm of virtues, to the socio-political world, and one knows, of course, that not only in the Greece of that time was having friends a prerequisite for being effective politically. For the time being the discussion is with the boys who, given their background and education, will undoubtedly engage in politics eventually but who are not yet mature enough to do so now. That they are not is specifically indicated at the end, when the dialogue terminates in confusion and Socrates says that he wants to look about for older three interlocutors with whom to continue the discussion only to have the gathering break up. This ending too is one of those interruptions which requires one to think beyond what has been said expressly. What friendship is can indeed be asked only of those who are older. And we have the echo of Plato's Lysis in his doctrine of love, Symposium, Phaedrus, and his theory of the state, Republic, and, beyond that, in the three marvelous books of Aristotle's Ethics which treat friendship, taking it to be a central element of ethics in antiquity. It is self-evident that the ethics of antiquity was political ethics insofar as it always viewed the individual, his actions and his existence, within the framework of the political community. For we must not forget then that ultimately the question of friendship is aimed at uncovering what the just community is. At this point, however, we are a long way from that goal. One need only think of the beginning of the above discussion, where Socrates instructs one of the young men, Hippothales, who, as was the custom then, is wooing the boy he loves. Socrates demonstrates to him how one is to proceed in such matters successfully. In a typically Socratic fashion, Socrates makes the boy admit that only he will be esteemed who knows how to do something and that he will be esteemed only to the extent that he knows how to do it. In this way Lysis is humbled Lysis, an ambitious boy spoiled by his lover and to whom Plato applies the expression, iapobv, which means to be haughty but also to think big. The vectors of meaning waver here as always, for the Platonic dialogue is played out in the field of such wavering. Lysis' haughtiness is turned to humility by the insight that he is still too young and still knows how to do so little. But although made insecure, he is at the same time made certain of the desire to learn that is awakened within him and he thereby acquires a new and more genuinely substantiated self-image. Now Greek pedagogy being what it was natural that the concluding of a bond of love between a youth and a boy would simultaneously lead the boy into a higher community and put him on the way of what is called friendship. In the meantime Menikenos returns and Socrates begins the discussion with him. In jest Plato portrays Menikenos as particularly contentious. This portrayal is not meant as an allusion to the sophistic style of arguing, rather it is intended to make clear that the boy enjoys contradicting and disputing. But although it is not meant seriously when Socrates is cautioned that Menikenos argues so sharply, we are nevertheless given an indication of the character of the ensuing discussion, i.e., that it will have an element in it of that heuristic dialectic which only confounds and does not instruct. Socrates begins in a characteristic way. He suggests that these two boys have already found what he has been seeking all his life, one namely, real friendship. The reader who knows Plato's irony knows what that really means. You two still have no idea at all what real friendship is. And as we have seen, the friendship of these two boys is in fact friendship only at the stage of innocent, childlike, ingenuous accord. In order to understand the development of the discussion here, it is necessary above all to keep the objection in mind which was made against Socrates' demand that a definition always be 10. Given of the subject under discussion. It was argued against Socrates that the true reality of a thing was not contained in knowledge of what it is by definition. Even Aristotle himself says that the important thing is not to know what a virtue is, but what brings it about. Still, no other Socratic theme is perhaps as well suited as that of friendship to illustrate why knowledge of what something is crucial after all. When we have been disappointed by another and must say of him that he has no idea what friendship is, we are speaking of no mere logical deficiency in his ability to define something, to be sure, but of a deficiency in knowledge nonetheless. He who does not know what friendship is obviously lacks both a constant supportive relationship to himself as well as the capacity to be constant and supportive in his relationship to others. This imperturbable, reliable supportiveness, which can be neither jeopardized nor confused, is not without a kind of knowledge, i.e., a conscious perseverance against whatever might jeopardize or confuse it. In extolling the friendship of these boys, who quite unproblematically display the greatest accord, the comparison which Socrates brings to mind is obviously with the possibility of a higher, more conscious and dutiful unanimity. Still, these boys are indeed of one heart and one soul, albeit in an all too simple way. Plato shows that so nicely by having Lysis, who has been humbled by what has just transpired, request that Socrates nevertheless repeat it all for the friend who was not present at the time. Thus the discussion with Menikenos reflects something real, although no success is had in thinking that reality through and comprehending it conceptually. The questions which Socrates raises are picky indeed. Who in fact becomes the friend of another, the lover of a beloved, or the beloved of a lover? When Plato catches Menikenos in an aporia here, he certainly wants us to sense that in actual friendship it is impossible to distinguish the lover from the beloved in this way and to say who is the lover and who the beloved. Friendship obviously exists where the question of which is which no longer arises, just as love is obviously no longer there when one asks the other if he still loves him. Plainly, the attempt to get at friendship from outside the relationship itself, i.e., starting from the particular existence of the individual friends. 11. Must fail. Nevertheless, here too, as the success of the Socratic discussion at this point demonstrates, it is meaningful to ask what the self-understanding of each friend is, for self-understanding is precisely what is required in real human, moral life. Knowledge is the important thing. But he who knows cannot be confused in his knowledge by another. And with that we have arrived at the claim which Plato makes for his dialectic. As opposed to sophism, his dialectic cultivates the ability to hold unerringly to that which one sees before one's eyes as true. Socrates sets the example here to the extent that he knows how to lead the way through confusion to unshakable knowledge, to use the former as a means to attain the latter. Here the confusion stems from the two meanings of philos, i.e., both loving and dear. 5. Language is wise enough to ensure that the word does not refer one-sidedly to the subjective condition of a single individual apart from the relationship. Socrates' questioning, which destroys the youth's understanding of friendship, plays upon a genuine experience in life, an experience which he can obviously assume is known to all. It was the experience in Greek life often had by the lover who attempts to gain the affections of a boy who is still a child. When someone loves and thinks that he can demand friendship in return even if his love is not reciprocated, the other's rejection of him can become so vehement that the other begins to hate him. Precisely this has come to pass between Lysis and his lover, Hippothales. Thus there is a great deal more to be heard in the background of the logical disjunctions between lover and beloved with which Socrates plunges this sharp-wit boy into confusion. The point, however, is obviously that these logical disjunctions are not being tested against a real knowledge of friendship. Plato makes that point manifest in a marvelous way. When Socrates notes that they have taken hold of the subject matter in the wrong way, Lysis, this reserved and well-bred boy, suddenly shouts out, "Yes, God knows, we have indeed," and turns red. In having the boy express himself with such agitation, Plato shows how much Lysis is engaged in the discussion. But even more is implied than this. Not only does his own childish understanding of friendship, which is based upon the sameness of friends, resist these sophistic distinctions which Socrates has been making. It seems that as a consequence of his having been so disquieted by these sophistries, something of a premonition comes to him that real friendship might be an entirely different, tension-laden thing. Accordingly, Socrates turns to him at once and makes a new proposal based on the boy's own understanding of life, while at the same time drawing upon the wisdom of the poets. In so doing he casts aside the misdirected question why someone becomes a friend. Plato turns to the poets, who express what everyone thinks, to uncover what friendship really is, i.e., what this force in life is, over which the god has control. Like, we are told, seeks out like. This view is supported by a quotation from Homer and an allusion to Empedocles. The way in which Socrates treats this testimony of the ancient wise men is characterized by an irony typical of Plato, an irony similar to that which is found, for example, in the famous passage in the Sophist on the first philosophers to have considered what being is. The deep, yet simple truth which these poetic sources express, i.e., that friendship seeks what is like, has, to be sure, something immediately illuminating about it, which Socrates states specifically. Only those who are good are capable of friendship, and only those who are one with themselves, which is to say, are like themselves, can be like someone else and be a friend. But this deep and ultimate insight of Plato's presupposes an understanding of like and friend very different from that which Lysis has. Thus it is quite easy for Socrates to obscure the beautiful Platonic truth that friendship is possible only between those who are good. What like means to Lysis, and that on which H.E. and his friend agree, corresponds to a conception of good which has nothing to do with Plato's deeper insight. And for that reason Lysis cannot hold his ground against the bewildering questions which Socrates puts to him. Two who are like logos aud ergon in Plato's Lysis 13 ach other can obviously expect nothing useful or advantageous role each other, can they? And anyone who is good is self-sufficient and has no need of someone like himself. Indeed, this argument makes the opposite possibility seem more plausible. Again Socrates calls upon the poets, this time Hesiod. Envy, jealousy, and hate occur precisely between those who are in the same situation. On the other hand, oftentimes those who are in dissimilar circumstances are dear to each other, viz. the rich to the poor, the strong to the weak, the doctor to the infirm, the wise to the ignorant. Thus it seems far truer that opposites attract one another, a fact which a mere glance at the early Ionian science of nature confirms. But now it is demonstrated that this truth, illuminating though it certainly is based upon just as meager an understanding of what friendship is as was the thesis on likeness. And in a curiously sophistic way it too is refuted. The greatest opposition which can be thought of is the one between friend and enemy, and therefore they would of necessity attract each other and be friends. He who accepts such an argument obviously has no real knowledge of what friendship is, for the argument takes the opposition between friend and enemy to be like the opposition in nature between hot and cold. Here the mere force of attraction is reckoned to be friendship. So Socrates proposes the third and remaining logical possibility, which brings us very near Platonic or, better said, human secrets. The reason for something's being dear to a person is that a person himself is neither like nor unlike, neither dear nor despised, neither good nor bad. Taken logically, what we have here is a familiar conceptual distinction in Plato which is known to us especially from Speusippus and which constitutes one of the first pieces of logical knowledge to be acquired in Plato's school. Besides the two alternatives in a conceptual opposition, there always remains the third possibility of neither/nor. This THIRD possibility really does seem to be the case with friendship. He who feels friendship for someone sees in the other something which he himself is not, but the thing which he sees, which he is, is more like something which has not yet been achieved in himself, something more like a potential in himself, which leads 14. Him to look for a model in another. All beginning friendships which have left the level of boyhood friendship behind are in a way such a choosing of a model, and all subsequent enduring friendships preserve something of this element in them, although in a reciprocal relationship which establishes the friendship on a new basis. Socrates deduces an important consequence from this possibility. If someone is neither good nor bad, it means that something must be present in him, present as a lack, as something which he needs. Here Socrates calls that which is missing in a person, this lacking of something, the parousia of something bad. Parousia is the mode of being of the bad here. We know this expression, parousia, to be one of the most important, basic ontological concepts in Plato. Here it obviously has a quite simple, harmless meaning, but even so, the concept implies a subtle distinction which begins to charge this harmless word with tension. Socrates chooses a truly grotesque example to illustrate the driving force implied here in friendship or love. When a young man disguises himself and colors his hair gray, the color of his hair is gray, to be sure, but the gray is not there in the way it is when I am gray. On the contrary, we have here the mere presence of something bad, the appearance of a deficiency, as it were, which does not mean that something therefore is bad. Obviously, in the case of the feeling of deficiency which provides the basis for friendship, we are dealing with just such a presence. In a certain sense, it is a false presence, which is to say that it points back to something concealed behind it which underlies it and is the truth of the matter. This makes good sense generally from a human point of view, even if we give it a specifically Platonic interpretation. If one who is neither good nor bad is capable of loving the good, it means in the first place that despite the presence of a deficiency, the presence, that is, of something bad, he himself is not bad. But taken positively, it means further that he transcends himself insofar as he longs for something not there. Longing has the structure of such self-transcendence. On the basis of this argument, some of the most fundamental conclusions in Plato are now drawn, e.g., that the sophos or wise man, like the god, does not philosophize, nor does he who is simply ignorant, but only 15. He who knows that he does not know. One can see why the answer which Socrates has arrived at, 218c, is greeted triumphantly. Friendship has its basis in a neither/nor which longs for the positive, longs for the good. This passage is striking. One understands what is happening in the exchange only if one does not seize solely upon the inevitable thwarting of this apparently felicitous result when it is pressed by logical counterargument. One must look beyond its logical insufficiencies, which are ultimately to be taken as insufficiencies in the conception of friendship which has prevailed up to this point. For if it is experienced positively, what we now have is the germination of a deeper insight into what friendship means. If one clings to the sense of like and dear within which the understanding of things has moved up to now, it will seem right away as though the friend were nothing more than a means, as though he were there only to rid me of my deficiencies. There is no denying that there is a profound human truth here. An infinite number of human involvements do have their origin precisely in the fact that a person can stand himself no longer and throws himself into the arms of one nearby. Even so, we would be reluctant to say that the essence of true friendship consists in one person's being the means of remedying the deficiencies of another. We know, as a matter of fact, that he who understands friendship in this way and who would thus reduce his significance to that of being there solely for the other, destroys the communal basis of the relationship. However, if friendship, being what it is and constituted as it is, never permits one person to be the means for another's needs, then we can say that what is really dear no longer serves any purpose at all. Generally speaking, it may be the case that I would hold something dear because I, of a specific need, for example, of a drink of wine when I feel weak. Point 6 But true friendship cannot be like this. In friendship one cannot be dear merely according to the sense of the word, remati, i.e., insofar as he is useful. Rather he must be dear in reality, toi anti, cf above on the laches. Only then is he truly dear. Thus the way of friendship in the Lysis leads to a first result and serves as a prelude to the famous way of love upon which Diotima leads Socrates in the Symposium. The interpreters are mistaken when they find this train of thought unfounded or arbitrary and hasty in its logic. On the contrary, it is quite logically thought out. Real friendship can exist only where what or who is dear to me does not depend upon any conditions which make it dear. For conditions, as we know, can always change. Friendship and love are fundamentally defined by the fact that something or someone is never dear to me because of this or that pleasure or advantage which the other thing or person provides for me. On the contrary, where friendship and love exist, there is something primary and fundamental, an unconditional being dear of something which is dear in itself and which lies outside the whole chain of things which are held dear as means to an end. Prima facie Socrates' argument juxtaposing what is really dear with what is only conditionally and mediately dear does indeed seem logically unsatisfactory. It appears that he conflates two distinct things, means and purpose. A thing is dear because of its usefulness as a means, but it is dear in this sense only because of the purpose it serves. Socrates gives an example which is irreproachably lucid. One loves the doctor and medical treatment because one is sick and for the sake of health. The goal is health, the doctor, or the medicine, the means. The reason that one needs the latter is the presence of something bad which has befallen one. Here the cause as the because of, diati, and the purpose as the for the sake of, Hermeneutical, are clearly distinguished. But Socrates can nevertheless still interchange diati and Hermeneutical just as in German one interchanges wegen and willen. Thus we can say, for instance, that the wine is dear on account of one's feeling weak in the sense of the German willen, meaning on account of, German, wegen, the strength which it gives us. The actual for the sake of, willen, is the state of health and not the sickness. But language is never unknowing, and thus it is quite convincing here when it speaks in this way. Means do present themselves as purposes, they are 17. Encountered in a context of getting to a goal. Thus we are not dealing here with a logical mistake, i.e., the confusion of a causal determination with a final determination, but with the intertwining of both determinations in human experience. This intertwining is obvious in friendship. What appears to be the highest purpose to Plato, to be primary love, is strictu sensu not uppermost and highest in a hierarchy ascending to the ever higher. Calling it primary is Plato's way of expressing what will later be more precisely elaborated in the unified context of the doctrine of ideas. What is meant is a different mode of reality or being and not an elevation in the same reality. At the basis of friendship is something which is dear in a very different sense from that of being useful to me. What emerges when one ascends to higher and higher means is not greater and greater utility but another mode of being altogether, that which is good eo ipso. Our own experience of friendship and love illustrates this convincingly. What is dear in itself is not dear in the same sense as that which is conditionally dear, dear for the sake of something else. In explaining to oneself the fundamental difference between these two senses of dear and in experiencing their difference, one transcends everything conditional and rises to what is truly real, to ontus on. Concepts like good and right and dear do not take on their full and satisfactory meaning when one thinks of them as a pharmakon or remedy, as a means to something else. If all longing were really possible only because of the lack of something, if I could long for something only because I lack it, then the being dear to me of anything would presuppose this lack. Thus, someone is dear to me only so long as he helps me in remedying my deficiencies or is of some use or other, and I in fact would understand dear to mean only that which is useful and advantageous. That cannot be what makes love what it is. Since what is useful to me always varies, I would never be capable of what really constitutes love or friendship. But is all longing really of such a nature that it depends upon a deficiency, upon what I lack? If such were the case, that which is longed for would cease to be good once my need were fulfilled. And is there not something dear which remains when the bad thing, the privation, is gone? 22:1c. Is all longing a need? 18. Which has passed when it is satisfied, in the way that thirst is quenched when one has drunk something? Is it really sufficient to say that one values something to drink only when one is thirsty? Or is it not much more the case that one enjoys something in the drink which is good in itself, e.g., in the good wine which is not to be washed down with water, and the goodness of which does not depend on my being thirsty and having nothing else around to drink? This trivial example can easily be carried over into the realm of friendship. Does the proper attraction which brings and holds friends together consist in a person's being for another what the other lacks? And does it last only as long as he lacks this thing? Or is there a mode of attraction which is not governed by the law of self-termination, but which of itself nourishes and augments itself, as it were, so that we can say of friends that they are always becoming more for each other? This does not mean at all that one absorbs the other, or that they must eventually get on each other's nerves. On the contrary, does not friendship between human beings consist in the fact that a person finds his self-awareness, his self-confidence through the other, and not that he merely wishes to forget himself and his needs in the other? As a matter of fact, Socrates finds a word to express the character of this tension-laden relationship in which need and fulfillment coexist. It is the Greek word oikion, i.e., that which pertains to the household, to the oidokos. It is an ordinary expression for relatives and house friends, i.e., for all who belong to the household. Oikos, household, thus has the broad sense of an economic unit such as the Greek household characteristically was. But oikion is just as much an expression for that place where one feels at home, where one belongs, and where everything is familiar. We too have usages similar to the usage of the Greek oikion which display this double aspect in the conceptual field of household. In German, hoi oikioi is rendered as die enge and igen, and in abstraction from this normal usage we have come to speak of das Angehörige, meaning everything which pertains to the household and not only those people who belong to it. In las Angehörige, however, there are always overtones of 19. Das Zugehörige too, i.e., of that which is proper to the household, that which belongs to it. Das Zugehörige is that which answers to Rne, and that to which I answer 7 because it pertains to me. Socrates uses oikion and its semantic field to say that there is a need in me of das Zugehörige, a need of that which pertains to Rne. And that is a need which does not cease when it is met, and that in which the need finds fulfillment does not cease to be dear to me. That which pertains to me and to which I belong, is as reliable and constant for me as everything in my household. Socrates concludes that when someone loves another as a friend, his longing is directed to the other person in such a way that the former fulfills himself in his longing. Ultimately what he seeks is that quality in the other which pertains to him and which gives his longing legitimacy. At this point the discussion, which Socrates has thus guided to the edge of Plato's doctrine of the true being of the idea, suddenly becomes a live dramatic scene. The human, real-life implications of what has been said become obvious when the lover, who has been unlucky in his love until now, concurs passionately in this legitimization of his passionate longing, while Lysis, on the other hand, who has no eye at all for the lover who pursues him so persistently, and who in fact does not see him at all because Hippothales has carefully hidden himself behind the others, falls silent and only unwillingly admits that the boy for his part should love the true lover too. Obviously the result is not to his liking. Like Socrates' irony and like his complicity in aiding Hippothales woo his beloved, Lysis' shyness and his unwillingness to accept the result are intended by Plato to show indirectly how the discussion now touches upon its actual subject matter, the word, upon the deed. And in fact the boy backs away from the possibility of friend slow ip just as he backs away from the lover who is pursuing him. The Logos here has not yet revealed something indeed, ergoi, to this boy, whose experience still lags behind what Socrates has been saying. Socrates plays a singularly reserved role here. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that he makes every effort to obscure the truth to which the discussion leads. The reader might notice that the answer, to oikion, contains the deeper meaning of what was meant by the same at an earlier stage in the discussion, and very likely it will not be lost on him that what is called oikion and the same can also be called good. But Socrates confuses his young friend by falsely making it seem that a distinction must be maintained among oikion, the same, and good. This distinction leads again into the cul-de-sac into which the discussion had gotten earlier. The conclusion now becomes inevitable that neither the lovers nor those loved, neither being the same nor being different, neither being good nor pertaining to each other, can be said to constitute friendship. One must know oneself what friendship is if one is to grasp once and for all that in its sameness and difference, longing and fulfillment, growing intimacy with others and with oneself, are all one and the same thing. And precisely this the boys do not yet know. The discussion which Socrates has conducted with the boys and which he would have liked to continue with someone older ultimately points beyond itself to a growth of actual friendship and to a knowledge of what being a friend is. The way is paved for the Doric harmony of logos and ergon which Plato's philosophical utopia will subsequently construct, although again only in words. In many respects Plato's Phaedo dialogue must be considered one of the most marvelous and significant writings in all Greek philosophy. Certainly not the least reason for this is that it is the Phaedo where Plato has his teacher, Socrates, speak of the expectations one may have concerning death and the beyond this on the last day of his life in a final discussion with his friends. No doubt, too, it is this theme of the afterlife and the way in which it is treated which have given credence to the idea that the Phaedo is to be understood as a kind of counterpart to T.B. Christian's overcoming of death. Precisely Socrates' proofs of immortality, so it seems, might be taken as the pagan prefiguration of the overcoming of death in Christianity. This, of course, is a misconception, as will soon be made plain here, but nonetheless it has been a productive misconception for the 18th century in particular. The comparison of Socrates to Jesus is inappropriate. In arguing against it, I would like to show that Plato's dialogue raises the very different question of what may be saved of the ancient religious tradition in an age in which scientific explanation and understanding of nature are in the ascendant and have supplanted the mythological picture of the world, and in an age, as well, in which logic begins to come into its own and assert itself. Plato raises the question of what account one can give of death in this situation where conscious, rational accounting of things is the order of the day. To be sure, we must not overlook the mimetic character of Plato's dialogues. We are dealing here with a poetic presentation, which should never be measured against a one-sided criterion of logical consistency. Rather, the presentation recounts a human discussion which must be understood as discussion. The proofs of the immortality of the soul which follow one another in this discussion all have something deeply dissatisfying about them. That, it seems to me, must be presupposed in any examination and analysis of this dialogue. The arguments themselves are unconvincing, however much the human presence of Socrates is convincing. The presence of the Socrates, that is, who on the last day of his life quite cheerfully leads and dominates this conversation with his friends, driven on as he is by an unconditional dedication to the subject matter itself, and who at the end of the day drinks the cup of poison with complete composure and peace of mind and takes leave of his friends without yielding to the slightest fear of death. As Nietzsche has so aptly put it, this figure of the dying Socrates became the new ideal to which the noblest of the Greek youth now dedicated themselves instead of to that older heroic ideal, Achilles. Thus the Phaedo's poetic power to convince is stronger than its argument's logical power to prove. But Plato cannot be faulted for that, since in saying this we are merely following Plato himself. He has Socrates and the latter's friends ponder the mysteriousness of death and brings them to admit that despite all proofs of immortality, however convincing, the child in us does not cease to be afraid of death. Thus it seems appropriate to me to first examine Plato's mode of demonstration to see if it indicates whether Plato was fully aware of the insufficiency of these proofs, and, if we find that he was, to ask then what the actual intent of his demonstration is. It seems clear that despite the inadequacy of all these proofs they have a sort of logical order to them and display increasing cogency, but it is just as clear that ultimately these arguments must be thought of only as expositions of an assumption and not as conclusive demonstrations. As a point of departure for our questioning, let us first consider the fictional setting itself which Plato selects as the scene for the discussion in the Phaedo. The discussion proper take place between Socrates and two Pythagorean friends. Point 1. I find this significant, for these two Pythagorean friends, Simii. Of course just about anyone is called a Pythagorean in the tradition, but that exactly the point. Not only those contemporary with Plato are the so-called Pythagoreal, Architas etal. And as precisely the Phaedo teaches us, it was one-sided of frank think that they were. T23 and DCBs, in no way represent a religious group of the sort established by the forefather of the Pythagorean sects. Instead they stand for that particular sort of mathematical investigation, theory of music, and cosmological knowledge which has, as not the least of its sources, Pythagorean teachings. And beyond this, as we shall see, they are quite at home in the natural science, biology, and medicine of their day. Now one should keep in mind that in the Apology Plato represents Socrates, not as an expert in modern science at all but, on the contrary, as one who himself repeatedly asserts his own ignorance of science and who restricts himself to the moral problems of mankind and to self-knowledge. When Plato has Socrates, in the hour of death, enter into conversation with Pythagorean representatives of contemporary science, that is obviously meant to show that Plato saw it as his own task to unite the moral introspection for which Socrates stood with the scientific knowledge represented by the Pythagoreans, and perhaps it will prove to be the case indeed that Pythagorean science is not without importance for the great human questions which Socrates would have us pause to consider. If we depart from this hypothesis in undertaking our analysis, we see right away that the actual exchange is ignited by a specific religious problem. Plato knows how to make important TNGs clear by emphasis. After an extended introductory discussion, the conversation turns to suicide, i.e., that form of self-annihilation expressly forbidden in Pythagoreanism. It is at the moment when this question is posed that Socrates raises himself and begins to lead the whole discussion from his sitting position. It is striking here that he asks the Pythagoreans what they know of their teachers, Philolaus, prohibition of suicide, and they admit that they know nothing definite about it and that Philolaus hardly ever spoke of it. Their ignorance gives us a clear indication that they are no longer interested in the religious content of the Pythagorean teachings and that they therefore genuinely represent the modern scientific enlightenment. It is Socrates who must remind them of the religious background of this Pythagorean doctrine. Point 2. One small thing in particular makes SP2. The other teachings of Philolaus which parallel the Philebus so remarkably play. 24. Clearly evident how far removed these Pythagoreans are from the religious tradition of Pythagoreanism. When Socrates questions how such an inflexible prohibition could be established when in many cases it would obviously be better to die than to live on in an unendurable fashion, Cebes states his agreement in a remarkable way. He falls back into his Boeotian dialect. 62a. Plainly Plato wants to show where the heart of the man is and how to tally the ideal of rationality and reasonableness dominates these Pythagorean friends. Their attitude is confirmed directly thereafter in the argument which Cebes advances. Although the ancient Pythagorean prohibition of suicide was clearly intended to reinforce the religious ties of the human being and the doctrine of transmigration, to stress the salvation of the soul, Cebes converts the argument against suicide into a criticism of Socrates' readiness to die. He shows that this readiness is incompatible with Socrates' own admission that he presently lives under the auspices of benevolent gods. The truth of the religious tradition has paled to such an extent for Cebes that the fate of the soul in the beyond is no longer of any concern to him. And in quite the same manner, Simmias simply laughs when Socrates declares dying to be the crux of all philosophy. 64a. All this stands very much in contrast to the emphasis with which Socrates' activity was characterized at the beginning of the discussion as some sort of divine work and Socrates himself as a successor to Apollo, a device which is facetiously carried to the extreme of portraying Socrates as a composer of verses. Although Socrates most certainly does justify his readiness to die in availing himself of the idea of the purification of the soul at death, it is clear nonetheless that in Socrates the older Pythagorean conception of purity has given way to a new one. Purity for him is no longer to be identified with prescribed cultic rites of purification, to which the members of an order ding as their symbol without the least bit of self-understanding. On the contrary, for Socrates purity means the new awareness of oneself, no role here. Thus the authenticity of what is said here hangs precarious-ly in the balance, but one would certainly be well advised not to set Philolaus, who seems to come in the third generation after Pythagoras, too far apart from those pursuing mathematical cosmology. The theme of suicide was evidently no longer central even for him. Found in the life of the philosopher who concentrates upon thinking. Again, it is significant that this recasting of the ancient tradition, 60-60, is readily and heartily accepted by the Pythagoreans. For pure thinking is indeed what characterizes science, i.e., the mathematics, which was central for the Pythagoreans of this generation. To be sure, an adequate understanding of what mathematical purity is first made possible by Plato's doctrine of ideas, which, as the course of the discussion will show, these Pythagoreans cannot yet really comprehend. Thus it is quite in keeping with this worldly attitude of these men that they trumpet a crude materialism which, in opposition to the accepted Homeric religion, thinks of death as the total dissolution of the human soul, 70a. These modern doubts about the beyond and immortality give the discussion its actual theme. It must provide proofs of the immortality of the soul in opposition to such skepticism. The discussion is neatly divided into two parts. It starts with a series of 3 proofs, to the last of which Socrates appends an impressive moral exhortation which is described as profoundly affecting his listeners. Then, as is clearly marked by a fresh set of objections, the discussion enters a new and deeper dimension. Thus in a certain way the first 3 proofs are closely tied to one another. The first proof, which is based upon the universal cycles of nature and the balance prevailing in it, obviously relies upon the same ancient Ionic doctrine of opposites which had served as a schema in Pythagorean philosophy of nature. What is striking about the proof is that it is obviously unsuited to prove the point which it is supposed to prove. The fear of any thinking person that, like the last breath, the soul might escape with the final exhalation from the body and dissipate, is a widespread and natural uncertainty, one which the Pythagoreans here do not invent but only articulate. And the inappropriateness of any recourse to the universal cycles of nature to deal with this uncertainty is palpable. It almost seems, in fact, as if Plato specifically wanted to confront the reader with this obvious inappropriateness. In any case, all the manuscripts which we have, without exception, would have it that from this proof one can deduce not only that the souls of the dead exist but also that existence after death. 26. Makes things better for good souls and worse for bad ones. This conclusion makes so little sense that, in accord with Stahlbaum's proposal, it has been deleted in the modern editions, 72e, on the grounds that the similar but not identical turn of speech at 63c6 might indicate that that is its proper locus. Logically Stahlbaum is right. The argument does not follow here at all. But is it not the case, perhaps, that the reader is supposed to notice that it does not follow? Is it not ultimately the very deficiency of this proof which prompts Cebes to introduce what is properly speaking not his idea but Socrates, i.e., anamnesis? And to do so with a direct reference to the argument known to us from the Meno? But neither can this anamnesis prove, the intent of which is ultimately to display the acquaintanceship in a previous life with true essences, ideas, an acquaintanceship which precedes all experience on earth and is independent of it, suffice to counter uncertainty about life after we die, even though it is a masterful example of Plato's ability to simultaneously analyze and elucidate. Its insufficiency becomes quite obvious at the conclusion of the argument, when this proof is treated by the Pythagoreans as only half a proof, which leaves the question of the afterlife of the soul open, 77 AC. Their response speaks volumes, and Socrates' proposal to combine the first two proofs only underscores the position of the Pythagoreans. As if these two proofs could actually complement each other. For certainly it cannot be overlooked that soul in the one means something quite different from soul in the other. The Pythagoreans do not think at all in terms of the Socratic soul which knows itself. Although they have often heard of Socrates' doctrine of anamnesis, they have trouble remembering it, and they stay within their perspective, which is defined not by the self-understanding of the psyche but by their investigation of nature and living things in nature. The limitations of their point of view are exposed indirectly when Socrates intimates that the two of them might still have the fear which every child has, namely, that the soul might simply blow away at death. 77d. But even so he appeals to these Pythagoreans as especially qualified to follow his argument. When the complaint is voiced by both of them that after Socrates dies, no one will be able any longer to use thought to allay the fears of the child in us, Socrates not only points to the fact that there already are others in Greece who are able to allay such fears in the way he does, he appeals in particular to these two themselves. It might well be that you yourselves are the easiest to find and the best suited of those who are able to do that. 78a. This seems to NTE to be an indication that mathematicians and those knowledgeable in mathematical science have a requisite capability of which they need only be made aware with sufficient clarity, namely, that of pure thinking which applies to an order of reality different from that given in sense experience. In his anamnesis proof, Socrates had clearly emphasized the appropriateness of mathematical knowing for grasping the concepts of true being and the soul, and in first departing from that basis he had proceeded to draw moral conclusions. Ou yap niptoui vavom vok, 4a.a.6 vnfl chi nipiotou kaya.ou kiotou rnu 6 ya 8 ou kiot kiu, for our argument was concerned with the equal but just as much with the beautiful in itself, the good in itself, and the just. 75c. Furthermore, this repeated allusion to mathematics had earned him Simmias' enthusiastic agreement on the anamnesis proof. 77a. The third proof, which Socrates is now ready to present, very specifically brings into the foreground an ontological distinction known to mathematicians, the distinction between invisible and visible reality. Socrates is plain enough. After the proof based upon his elaboration of anamnesis has been termed half a proof, he does not spare his partners. For one thing, he proffers the synthesis of the first two proofs as a completion of the demonstration in a way which patently falls short of what is logically required. But worse than that, he returns his two partners in the discussion to the level of the dogma of the common man, which holds death low be the escaping of one's life breath and hence something to be feared as the dissolution of oneself. This devolution of the discussion indicates nothing less than that the two friends with whom he is speaking have not yet really grasped the meaning of psyche as that concept is worked out in the doctrine of recollection. The third proof, which follows the other two after the important intermezzo, therefore attempts to break down the ontological foundation upon which the popular misconception of the soul is based. After several runs at it, Socrates finally makes it plausible that the soul has a different mode of being from the body. The soul belongs to the realm of true being. Of primary importance here is the conceptual correlation of being dissolved and being composed of parts. Neither of these can be said of the soul and its knowledge of true being. And when one starts with this fundamental distinction between visible and invisible reality, it can be deduced that in death the soul of the philosopher, who seeks to detach himself from the senses and thereby to free himself for knowledge of the true reality, attains just that knowledge, which is to say, happiness. Thus the specific purpose of this proof within the whole of the discussion is to found the immortality of the soul in concepts of genuine invisibility and permanence as opposed to, and beyond, the relative permanence given in the sense world, example that of mummies. Now this purpose accords with pre-Socratic thought certainly, but it by no means assures that the proper concept of the psyche which Socrates desires to inculcate has been grasped and that the appropriate understanding of oneself, which alone would provide a moral foundation for philosophia, has been achieved. Indeed, the inadequacies of this third proof in fact generate the ensuing discussion. Still it should be noted how readily the Pythagoreans acknowledge the superiority of the soul which strives for wisdom, and that they are quick to accept this reinterpretation of the ancient and traditional doctrine of the transmigration of souls, a reinterpretation which borders on the comic. To be sure, the humor and irony of the exposition here, 81c 82d, are camouflaged, and the moral exhortation to pursue asceticism outweighs them. Nevertheless, we are meant to see that this is a joke which rational thought is playing with traditional religious dogmas, for that is Plato's way of indirectly emphasizing the continuing inadequacy of the demonstration up to this point. This might also be the place to remark that it is precisely this third proof which was expanded upon in Moses Mendelssohn's 18th century reworking of the Phaedo. 3 Mendelssohn, of course, stresses the concept of alteration rather than the simple concepts of being dissolved and being composed of parts, for he wishes to show the impossibility of something suddenly ceasing to be. The continuity of natural processes guarantees for him the impossibility of a sudden cessation and annihilation. Thus his is a very different proof, one built upon the lex continui. In general, it can be said that Mendelssohn reproduces more the poetic motif of Plato's dialogue than the logical content of its arguments. But the third proof of Phaedo and Mendelssohn's proof do have one thing in common: both would prove the immortality of the soul on the basis of a particular understanding of nature. In Plato, the concept of the non-composite, invisible, and permanent provides the foundation of the argument, while Mendelssohn, in going beyond that foundation, extrapolates from the concepts of alteration and continuity in time, to the being of the soul. But Plato's dialogical mode of presentation, of course, has nothing in it of the deductive logic which Mendelssohn claims for his demonstration, the dogmatic character of which was exposed in Kant's famous Critique. On the contrary, it should never be forgotten that in the case of Plato's demonstration of immortality we are dealing with a mere stage in a dialogical exposition, whose deeper concern is not immortality at all, but rather that which constitutes the actual being of the soul, not in regard to its possible mortality or immortality, but to its ever-vigilant understanding of itself and of reality. Thus, after the point of dramatic equilibrium of the whole, marked by the stunned silence of all and the hushed whispering of the two Pythagoreans, the discussion resumes with the objections of these two friends, objections introduced with the qualification that in regard to matters as uncertain as the question here, one may at best seek the answer least likely to be refuted, 85c. In short, Socrates does not promise an adequate proof but only a defense against objections which result from a deficient understanding of what he means by soul. To this extent the objections may be said to follow consistently. If one thinks of the soul as a harmony, this harmony is certainly invisible but dependent upon the existence of the body nevertheless. And if one thinks of the soul as the perpetually self-renewing power of life which animates the body and holds it together, the soul is indeed more enduring than the parts of the body which come and go, but by no means can it be concluded that its power is never exhausted and that it itself is not eventually destroyed. Both of these are serious arguments, and we should be aware of their scientific basis. They are metaphorical formulations of genuine scientific questions. Simmias' argument obviously uses a Pythagorean theme drawn from a mathematics which takes itself to be a science of nature, and Seebe's argument appears to be taken from a biology which conceptualizes the life-giving power of the soul, its capacity to integrate organically, in terms derived from contemporary physics and medicine. The response of the assembled friends to the introduction of these new elements into the discussion makes the background completely clear which determines the whole discussion, namely, the scientific enlightenment and the resultant collapse of the heretofore unquestioned validity of the religious tradition. Plato underscores this in a special way. The doubts which surface here, doubts which fill these Pythagoreans and which cut so sharply to the roots of the religious beliefs and mythical accounts of the soul, are so grave that their undermining effect spreads from the situation of the earlier discussion of these matters to the situation of those recounting that discussion, Phaedo and Eschcrates. At this point Plato disrupts the framework adhered to up to now in the dialogue. If we are properly informed, Eschcrates, who was himself a Pythagorean, considered the harmonic structure of the soul to be an established fact, and he is dismayed here by Simmias' skeptical treatment of this doctrine. It is self-evident that the latter's materialistic interpretation of the soul is not actually Pythagorean but a materialistic conclusion constructed in opposition to Plato's idealism. And it is certainly in keeping with the way things stand at this point that Socrates finds this the occasion to say something about the danger of skepticism and, specifically, of the misology which tends to develop when the struggle for clear insight repeatedly miscarries. That is a danger which Plato obviously sees in the sophist's art of confounding and confusing, and not without historical justification. Point 4. As we shall see momentarily, it is precisely this danger which gives the doctrine of hypothesizing the eidos its real significance. If we examine the counterarguments on which Socrates now falls back, we notice first that the two Pythagoreans wholeheartedly endorse the concept of anamnesis, and evidently not so much because of its role in the Pythagorean doctrine of salvation as because of its importance in founding science, cf. the Meno. But Socrates has an easy time making them aware of the incompatibility of that doctrine with the Pythagorean teaching. 011 Harmony, 92 ff. The indestructible and unalterably precise numerical determinacy of harmony which underlies the Pythagorean number theory also provides the basis for the Pythagorean beliefs on the soul and its transmigration. Simmias, in contrast, is obviously arguing on the basis of a theory of the balance of opposites, a theory which derives from contemporary medicine. And Seebe's objection makes definitively clear that this way of thinking is not really Pythagorean at all. In his version, the religious doctrine of the transmigration of souls is expressly and emphatically reinterpreted in physiological terms. The many bodies in which the soul is incarnated do not imply different lives but rather a single life, the vital power of which repeatedly changes its material stuff. At 87d it is said that any one soul would use up many bodies, especially if it should live for many years, not lives, and the body would fade away while the human being goes on living 5. Here the transmigration of the soul with its repeated incarnations is, as it were, only the result of surplus power, lock up 6vn, which the soul has already displayed in this life, 88a7, cf 91d7. The argument that Socrates uses to refute Simmias' skepticism goes to the core of Pythagorean mathematics. It turns on the distinction between ting harmony and ham. Harmony. The soul which is a harmony, I.e., the soul conceived of in terms of number theory and which is said to participate in the indestructible harmony of the world, is vulnerable to the scientific objection that it is dependent upon a material substrate. Consequently, number theory cannot succeed in justifying the religious dimension of the soul. On the contrary, soul must be thought of as Socrates thinks of it, by departing from our human self-understanding. From that perspective it can be seen that the soul can have a harmony and lose it, for it is characteristic of the human soul that it must endeavor to maintain its own order. Thus at this point human moral understanding and the Pythagorean concept of harmony converge. When they do, a distinction becomes necessary which is of quite a different sort from the Pythagorean distinction between visible perceptible being, and the numerical, harmonic ground of the latter, which in Pythagoreanism emerges as the true being of things behind the fluctuating facade of appearance. Although mathematical science necessary one distinguishes between mathematical being and perceptible being, it is evident that prior to Plato a clear ontological conception of this difference in being was lacking. As is well known, traces of the Pythagoreans' insufficient understanding of what they themselves were doing were to be found even in the mathematics of Plato's time, cf. my study of Plato's 7th letter below, on the squaring of the circle. It is Plato's interpretation of Socrates' concern for the soul which first provides the Pythagoreans with an appropriate understanding of their own mathematics. The world does not consist of numbers, even though it is true that the rhythms in the processes of nature obey numerical determinations, if only in the mere approximations of which perceptible being is capable. The being of the soul, however, which understands itself and its own being, 6 is not the numerical being of nature or a being harmonious. To consider it as such is a naturalistic fallacy. Indubitably the high point of the whole dialogue is the refutation of Seebe's objection. And that it is underscored once again with characteristic dramatic means. Socrates remains silent for some time, completely withdrawn into himself, and only then does he enter upon the famous account of his way to philosophic thought. He describes his dissatisfaction with natural philosophy, his hopes and disappointment in regard to Anaxagoras, and finally he expatiates on that second best way, the way through the logoi, i.e., the procedure of hypothesizing the eidos. Though he is still underway, this hypothetical procedure promises to return him from the perplexity, into which science had plunged him, to a clear understanding of himself and his pursuit. This is not the place to explicate the procedure of hypothesizing and to establish its far-reaching consequences for Plato's dialectic. But since for Neo-Kantians this first exposition of Plato's doctrine of ideas was taken to be the most important evidence in support of their linking of Platonic and Kantian idealism, it is necessary that we correct some current misconceptions and point out that the function of this doctrine within the whole of the discussion of this dialogue is quite different from that implied in the modern methodological concept of hypothesis, with its scientific overtones. As a matter of fact, Socrates says quite clearly how this procedure of hypothesizing the eidos would free him from a perplexity into which he had been led not so much by the science of his time as by the sophistic application and distortion of that science. Far from being a modification of scientific procedure, the hypothesis is introduced here as a dialectical tool with a purpose relative to the task at hand, combating sophism. The new element in the procedure does not consist in the invalidation of a previous hypothesis and replacement of it with another when it is found to contradict the facts that is taken for granted. The new requirement which Socrates establishes is in fact the converse. In contrast to the modern procedure of verifying a hypothesis, the hypothesis of the eidos is not to be tested against an experience which would validate or invalidate it. Such a procedure would be totally absurd in respect to a postulated eidos. That which constitutes being a horse could never be proved or disproved by a particular horse. Instead, the test which is to be applied in respect to the eidos is a test of the immanent, internal coherence of all that is intrinsic to it. One should go no further until one is first clear about what the assumption of the eidos means and what it does not mean. It should be noted that consequently the hypothesis is not to be tested against presumed empirical consequences, but conversely the empirical consequences are to be tested against the hypothesis, i.e., that from the start everything empirical or accidental which the eidos does not rein and imply is to be excluded from consideration. This means above all that the particular which participates in an eidos is of importance in an argument only in regard to that in which it may be said to participate, i.e., only in regard to its eidetic content. All logical confusion is a consequence of failing to distinguish and separate the eidos from what merely participates in it. Where one fails to make the distinction, one is easily caught in apparent sophistic contradictions, such as saying that the number 2 can be generated by addition on the one hand but also by division on the other, cf. Phaedo 101 bff. A proper testing of the eidos hypothesized here would exclude as extrinsic and sophistic everything which the concept generates introduces. Thus only once the hypothesis, which is to say the communicative agreement implied by it, has been secured, is one in a position to test its validity and to proceed to further hypothesis. We see, accordingly, that hypothesis is designed to fend off the dialectical tricks with which the new sophistic paideia had armed itself and in reaction to which Plato's Socrates risks that second best journey, the journey, namely, into the logoi themselves, into this new and perplexing element in which he seeks and finds firm ground. It strikes me as highly significant that Cebes, who has shown himself so well informed about the science of his time and who certainly must be well acquainted with the mathematical concept of hypothesis spoken of in the Meno, has a special difficulty in understanding the first exposition of the hypothetical procedure here, 108, significant, it seems to me, for all those who do not recognize the difference in principle between the function of the hypothesis in science and the function described by Socrates which it has in dialectic, but significant and definitive too for the mathematician, who wants no part of the sophists. Derisive comments, Theaetetus 165a. Certainly both the Pythagoreans and Socrates need to fend off such talk, and Plato reinforces this common growl.lld between them in the strongest possible way with the dramatic means which the dialogue form makes available to him. The hypothesis of the eidos is the defense against the newly developed art of blind heuristic argument. In that, both friends emphatically concur. They speak with one tongue, so to speak, a. And to heighten the emphasis, Plato again interrupts the recounting of the discussion. For Eschcrates and Phaedo too fully agree that this latest fashion of sophistic double talk must be exorcised. But it is obvious that even here the Pythagoreans still do not see the real implications of the doctrine of ideas. As the discussion unfolds, Plato indicates that fact to the reader, who should be thinking these matters through on his own. Once again his way of indicating their ignorance is most ingenious. Socrates bases the rest of his demonstration upon the established fact that opposites exclude each other and that consequently death and soul and death and life may not be combined. At this point an unknown person joins in, 103a. Now why does the narrator no longer remember who it was? Could it be because no one present, except Socrates, could possibly raise his objection? In any event, the unknown person, in calling attention to the beginning of the discussion, demurs, have we not already admitted the contrary, namely, that opposite always comes from opposite, larger from smaller, smaller from larger, and indeed, that all becoming is from opposite to opposite? And now it would appear that that cannot be. The passage here is clearly accented. Someone unnamed speaks up, this alone underscores the point, and then comes Socrates' answer, which plainly blames Cebes for the confusion expressed in this argument, 107c. Even though Cebes does not want to admit it, one must allow that he himself does not clearly see the decisive difference between idea and what becomes, between opposites themselves and that which has opposite qualities. And precisely therein lies the limitation of the Pythagorean explanation of number and world. Pythagoreans take numbers and numerical relationships for existence itself and are unable to think of the noetic order of existence by itself. Obviously the crucial point in refuting Cebes' objection is that the discussion of the cause of all coming into being and passing away, 95e, led to the ontological distinction between the idea and what becomes, between ousia and genesis. It is the world of ideas from which Psi 36 is derived and which alone makes science possible. But there could hardly have ever been an interpreter of Plato who could not see that this proof of the ontological relationship of idea, life, and soul, as marvelous as it might be, is incapable of demonstrating anything more than the character of the universal idea, life, and soul, and that it most certainly cannot allay the fears which the specific individual soul has of being destroyed, fears which pervade its self-understanding. The thesis which I am seeking to establish here is that actually Plato himself did not expect this fact would escape anyone, and that he by no means overestimated the power of this proof. In essence, that can be seen in the way in which the result is formulated, 107a. Cebes says that he is convinced, but Simmias, from whom a response is also expected, is much more cautious. To be sure, he can find no reason to be incredulous, at least not on the basis of what has been said. But given the importance of the matter and given our human frailty, he finds it necessary to remain skeptical nevertheless about what was stated, 107b. And Socrates emphatically agrees with that. As convincing as the discussion might have been, the conclusion is drawn that the proofs are not sufficient and that one must continue to test their premises insofar as is humanly possible. Evidently in questions of this sort one cannot expect greater certainty. Thus all that remains of these demonstrations is their application in the moral realm. If the soul is immortal, it is right and necessary to show proper concern about it now in this life. For that will be of critical import L.nce for its entire being. The same moral application is repeated after the colorful portrayal of that other world below and the same conclusion expressly drawn at 114d. One must, as it were, keep singing these future prospects to oneself, use 1vn. This brings us back to the splendid metaphor of the child in us, whose fears of death are never quite to be allayed by rational arguments, however convincing. It seems to me that in this metaphor and in the return to it here the question regarding the point of the whole demonstration is answered. The fear of death which is never quite to be put to rest is in fact correlative to our having to think beyond the surrounding world given to us in sense experience and beyond our own finite existence. Plato certainly does not want to say that he has proved the same immortality of the soul which is basic to the religious tradition. But what he does want to say is that the spreading skepticism resulting from the scientific enlightenment does not at all affect the sphere of our human life and our understanding of it. The growing scientific insight into the causes of coming into being and passing away, into the course of natural processes, does not obviate the need for thinking beyond the reality of this world, and it has no authority to contest religious convictions. Thus the point of the demonstrations, it seems to me, is that they refute doubts and not that they justify belief. And how indeed should the phenomenon of death in all its immensity ever become comprehensible for human reason and insight, and yet how even so does it continue to demand from human beings a response to its imponderability. Evidence of this fact is provided above all by that silent yet eloquent ancestor worship and tomb art which projects human feeling and imagination beyond the inner certainty of one's own being alive to those departed in death and which preserves the dead one as a member of the family. It seems that Plato has in mind especially this answer of the religious tradition when he says that the task of giving ourselves courage, singing to ourselves, and allaying our fear of death is never completed. In particular the solemnity with which he says that after his death there will be men enough who can indeed reassure us points to the gamut of questions concerning man's existence and thoughts about death. Great is Greece and many excellent men there are in her. Numerous too are the foreign peoples among all of whom one must seek those who can reassure us. No expense and effort are to be spared, for there is nothing toward which one could better apply one's life and possessions. 78a. When it is said that the search for the right reassurance should go beyond the community of those who speak the same language, is that not an indication that the question being asked transcends the community of any language and what can be conceived of in it? We see today that it was the role of the Greeks in world history to have made science with its special capacity for clear insight the foundation of human culture. But even science cannot let this question drop, and 38. It cannot evade the task of finding an answer to it, the task which our human existence and our urge to think beyond the perceptible and proximate world assign to us. This fact is expressed in the linking of psyche and eidos in Plato's thought. To be sure, Kant displayed the fallacy of the rational demonstration which Mendelssohn developed in his rethinking of the Phaedo. But Kant's own philosophical insight comes very close to that of Plato's dialogue. Kant's critique proved human freedom just as little as Plato proved immortality. But it did prove that the a priori validity of causality underlying all natural science could not disprove our human sense of being free. For Kant freedom was the only rational fact. Plato called that same fact something else, idea. 3. Plato and the poets. Difficult though it might be to detect it, a certain polemical thread runs through any philosophical writing. He who philosophizes is not at one with the previous and contemporary world's ways of thinking of things. Thus Plato's discussions are often not only directed to something but also directed against it. Goethe. In his Republic, a work which develops an ideal order for the state and for its program of education, Plato condemned Homer and the great Attic dramatists to permanent exile from the state. 1 Probably nowhere else has a philosopher denied the value of art so completely and so sharply contested its claim which seems so self-evident to us to reveal the deepest and most inaccessible truths. Perhaps the most difficult task to confront the German mind in its efforts to assimilate the mind of the ancient world, and perhaps the most unpalatable too given the self-image of the former, has been that of justifying Plato's critique of the poets and grasping its meaning. For it is precisely the art and poetry of the ancients which the aesthetic humanism of the German classical and romantic periods took to be the epitome of classical antiquity and which Thy made an obligatory paradigm for themselves. And Plato himself, the hostile critic of this art of classical antiquity, was felt by the Romantics to be one of the most splendid embodiments of the poetic genius of the Greeks and was admired and loved from their time on just as much as Homer, the tragic poets, Pindar, and Aristophanes. Moreover, the scholarly research which resulted from this revitalization of the classical ideal in Germany justified this response to Plato in its own way. It inquired into the particular law of form governing Plato's dialogical compositions and discovered in Plato's work the wonderfully artful synthesis of all the elements of form which had defined the development of literature from Homer through Attic tragedy and comedy. Indeed, Plato himself proved to be the only one who meets the requirement which is established in the S_Impisum in the night-long discussion of Socrates with the tragedion Agathon and the comic poet Aristophanes, namely, that the true tragedion must be the true comic poet. Furthermore, this situating of Plato in the history of developing poetic forms is supported by the ancient tradition, which tells us expressly that as a youth Plato himself composed tragedies. But this same tradition also tells us that Plato burned these youthful attempts after he became a disciple of Socrates. He who understands this account understands Plato's critique of the poets. For certainly we cannot take it to mean, as the ancient authorities would suggest, that Plato, having been awakened by Socrates, abandoned the misguided ways of his youth. We cannot interpret it, in other words, as we would ordinarily interpret such a biographical account of a creative individual, i.e., as a report of his discovery of his own true talent. If this story is actually true and not in fact some fictitious formulation of Plato's later critique of the poets, the truth of it is not that Plato recognized that he did not have the ability to be a great poet, but that he recognized that he did not have the desire. For the encounter with Socrates as a very epiphany of philosophy had brought home to him that being a poet was no longer worthwhile. Obviously there must be a measure of the value of poetry besides the one with which we are familiar and which Plato uses to oppose the classical poets so sharply. In Book 10 of the Republic we learn the reasons for Plato's rejection of the beloved Homer. Plato and the poets 41 Homer, it said, had not founded a better state than Charondus or Solon. Nor did he have any ingenious discoveries to show for himself like those of Thales or Anacharsis. Nor was he influential in the private sphere, unlike Pythagoras, who established a Pythagorean way of life for the few. Homer created no Homeric life as the leader of a circle of followers. Nor could he even compare to the great sophists in being an effective and successful educator, but instead he found himself living an unstable rhapsodic existence. Now when we read this and hear what the standard is by which Homer's poetry is to be evaluated and rejected, how could we be won over to the philosophers and turned against the poets? For we, certainly, would no longer presume to apply this standard to either poets or philosophers or, in fact, to apply it at all as a measure of intellectual significance. We must attempt, therefore, to reach a new understanding of Plato's standard if we intend to assess his decision against poetry and his criticism of the poets. It cannot be our purpose to dispose of Plato's decision by saying that it is merely the function of some particular distant and irrelevant moment in history. On the contrary, we wish to make it possible for this decision of Plato's to mean something to us too. When Plato burns his tragedies, he does not settle an eternal dispute about the priority of philosophy over art or vice versa, by establishing which provides the deeper interpretation of life. Rather he recognizes that in the hour of his decision Socratic philosophy is not to be circumvented. And the poets fail just as much as anyone else to face up to this necessity. I would call to mind here Socrates' remarks in the Apology, in which he relates how he had tested the saying of the oracle that no one is wiser than he. He examined statesmen, poets, and craftsmen and found them all to be ignorant. The interrogation of the poets, however, elicits something which distinguishes them from all the others. Although the poets themselves can give no answer to Socrates' question about what true virtue is, their works might contain a valid answer. The poets confirm the Delphic utterance only to the extent that they take themselves to be great knowers, although they, like seers and interpreters of the oracles, say what they do only from divine inspiration. Though their poetry might always be prophetic, Socrates' examination reveals that they themselves are less qualified to interpret it than any of their listeners. The poet, when he sits on the tripod of the Muses, is no longer in his right mind. Like a fountain, he willingly lets whatever enters him stream forth. And since his art is only imitation, he is forced to create characters which oppose each other and thus always to speak against himself, to contradict himself, and he does not know if the one thing or the other of that which he has said is true. Law 7:19c. The poets say what they say, not from their own wisdom, but in being filled by the god and possessed. They create their poems like bacchantes creating honey and milk out of rivers, Ion 534a. And they tell us, that they harvest the honey of their songs from streaming well springs in the gardens and meadows of the Muses and bring it to us like bees, they themselves being in flight. And they are right, the poet is something buoyant, winged, and holy, and he cannot create until he is filled by the god and without consciousness and until there is no more reason in him, Ion 534 bff. This acknowledgement of the poet's enthusiasmos too is fraught with the most dangerous ambiguity. Despite the glowing description of the poet, a basic tone of irony and criticism predominates. Although poetry might be divine madness and possession, it is in any case not knowing. It is no skill, technique, which could account for and justify itself and its truth. The pictures of life which the poet most powerfully evokes remain equivocal enigmas like life itself, and Socrates cannot learn the true art of living which he seeks from them. Thus it sounds like undisguised irony when Socrates advances the poets as fathers of wisdom and leaders, and in fact he most sharply contests that Homer educated all of Greece. Nevertheless, this is not all that lies in Plato's treatment of poetic enthusiasmos. Socrates really has no intention of settling whether the divine men say the truth or not, and whether in times which were nearer to the gods the truth of their poetry might in fact have been understood, although it is no longer understood today. He knows only his own lack of knowledge and the lack of knowledge of those whom he can question. Thus the yes and no of the irony here in respect to the poets demands that we inquire philosophically into what might justify his critique of Homer. Exactly why does Plato reprove Homer? First, for his picture of the gods, i.e., the human appearance, so well known to us, which he gives the gods who in the heights of their Olympian existence quarrel and transgress, plot and scheme in much the same way that men are forever doing. And second, he resists Homer's image of Hades, which must necessarily arouse the fear of death. He objects to the excessive bewailing of the dead, the excessive scorn and ridicule, and the wanton passions and desires in Homer's gods and heroes. All this seems to be more a critique of myth such as it exists in Homer than a critique of poetry per se. And Plato is not alone in his criticism of myth. His predecessors here include philosophers such as Xenophanes, Heraclitus, Pythagoras, and Anaxagoras, all of whom had similar criticisms of Homer's theology. But above all it is the later poets, Pindar and the tragedians, who are in agreement with Plato. It is they who purified and exalted the imagery of the gods and heroes by building upon the old myths while expressly rejecting the traditional form of the legend. And they built upon the old myths and extracted new truths from them, new moral and political significances, not in opportunistically conforming to the fancies and expectations of their audiences but in following an intrinsic necessity in their poetic production, to which all their skills had to be subordinated. Poetry is finding the right myth, and as Aristotle says, myth is the soul of tragedy. Is Plato, then, the last in this line of philosophical critics and poets who recast the old myths? Is he the most radical of those who purify the great tradition of myth and translate the ancient myths into a new ethos? One might think so in view of his criticism of the Homeric gods and heroes. That criticism seems to be in the same vein as Xenophanes' attack on the crude anthropomorphic picture of the gods in Homer and as Heraclitus' assertion that Homer deserved to be banned from the competitions and flayed with sticks. But Plato also seems to be basically of one mind with the poets of the post-Homeric period insofar as they reject the traditional accounts of the misdeeds and vices of the gods as minstrels' lies, and thus it seems that Plato went beyond the poets only in the rigor of his adherence to a requirement which they themselves acknowledged. In fact, even his motive for purifying the traditional myth seems to have been the same as theirs. Both Plato and the poets reject what is false, not just because it is false, but for pedagogical reasons. The poets themselves know that their greatest effect is on the youth. As Aristophanes puts it, anyone who tells little children some story can be their teacher. But the teachers of young men are the poets. Thus they may say to them only what is right. But Plato's criticism goes infinitely further. Drama too falls before his critique, for he is as unrestrained in applying his immoderate critical standard to the form of poetry as he is in applying it to the form of myth. Poetry presents its content in narration, in direct imitation, or in a mixture of both forms as dithyramb, as drama, as epic. And now we are told that all imitative presentation, insofar as anything but an exemplary ethos is displayed in it, is to be discarded. Consequently, next to nothing remains of Homer's poetry. In regard to Homer, in fact, Plato deliberately heightens the provocative element in his attack by changing the direct speech, at its first appearance in the classical beginning of the Iliad, to indirect speech. Homer, a 33 ff, he having said this, Chryses was afraid and did what he was told. In silence he passed along the shore of the murmuring sea, Plato and the poets, and as he wandered on, now alone, the old man implored Apollo, the son of long-locked Letho, fervently. Hear me, O God, who with silver bow dost best ride Chrysa and holy Scylla, thou who art the mighty lord of Tyndas. Smintheus. If ever I have built a lovely temple for you, if ever I have burned for thee choice shanks of bulls or of goats, then grant me this, my desire, may the Achaeans pay for my tears under thy shafts. Plato, Republic 394a. 45. And the old man on hearing this was frightened and departed in silence, and having gone apart from the camp he prayed at length to Apollo, invoking the appellations of the god, and reminding him of, and asking requital for, any of his gifts that had found favor whether in the building of temples or the sacrifice of victims. In return for these things he prayed that the Achaeans should suffer for his tears by the god's shafts. Of course this conversion is only meant to illustrate the difference between narration and imitation, but it is an intentionally malevolent example. For if the norm it establishes is strictly adhered to, the opening of the Iliad would have to be purified of all direct speech. Neither the imitation of Agamemnon's outbreak of rage nor the imitation of the priest's prayer for revenge could be allowed. Thus it is no longer in any way remarkable that Plato proceeds to reject Attic drama as a whole, and that he just as ruthlessly censors the specifically musical elements of Greek music, melody, harmony, and rhythm, so that in the end nothing remains save dithyrambic songs in praise of the gods, heroes, and virtues, i.e., representation of the right ethos in a simple, strict musical form. And as if this censure of the poets were not enough, at the end of the Republic, the beginning of Book 10, Plato specifically returns to the theme of driving the poets out of the state and repeats in an even sharper form his demand that they be exiled. To be sure, the grounds which he gives seem serious and compelling, but nonetheless they serve only to heighten, not diminish, the provocativeness of his argument. With great hesitancy, which Plato underscores, Socrates begins again to settle his accounts with Homer, inhibited as he is by a love for Homer which has been with him since childhood, and by the awe and respect which he feels toward the poet, and enchanted as he still is by him. But this hesitancy only makes all the more clear the enormity and violence of this settling of accounts. The poet is classed among the hand-workers. He is said to be a sophist and magician who produces only deceptive appearances of things. And what is worse, he ruins the soul by stirring up in it the whole range of its passions. Hence it proves necessary to exile all the sweet muses from the state, however poetic they might be. That in this is Plato's position. It is clear that the reason for this shocking attack on Homer and the poets is more than the sense of pedagogical responsibility which had prompted previous philosophers and poets to purify the traditional myths. Plato's criticism is no longer poetic criticism of myth, For unlike the poets, he does not preserve ancient poetry in a form purified by criticism. He destroys it. To that extent his criticism becomes an attack on the foundations of Greek culture and on the inheritance bequeathed to us by Greek history. We might perhaps expect something of this sort from an unmusical rationalist, but not from a man whose work itself is nourished from poetic sources and who cast a poetic spell which has enthralled mankind for thousands of years. Although Plato assures us to the contrary, is not his inability to do justice to the poets and to the art of poetry nevertheless an expression of the age-old rivalry between poets and philosophers? It is mistaken to try to minimize the provocative and paradoxical nature of Plato's critique in any way. Of course Plato himself alludes here to this age-old conflict between philosophers and poets, and precisely in order to assure us that this long-standing enmity is not reflected in his criticism. And it is true too that his critique of Homer's myth is not without its equally radical predecessors. Furthermore, there can be no doubt that Plato's arguments against the art of poetry are much more likely to sound strange to the reader of today, who is no longer familiar with the role of the poets in Greek education. It was the practice then to justify the whole of one's knowledge in any area by recourse to Homer, just as Christian writers justified their knowledge by recourse to the Bible. In addition, listening to poetry had often completely given way to fantastic allegorization and hair-splitting exegesis, and, given the dominance of the spoken word in the Greek world, a poetic formulation taken out of context as creed or maxim went from the ear to the soul without the poet's overall intention defining and limiting its application. But all these considerations in no way diminish the extraordinary strangeness of Plato's criticism. Also mistaken is the defense of Plato which would argue that his critique is not of poetry as such but only of a degenerate contemporary form of it which contented itself with mere imitations of scenes from real life. For it is precisely Homer and the great tragedians who enthrall Socrates and his friends but who are criticized nonetheless. It is also of no help in understanding the matter if one presupposes Plato as the metaphysician of the doctrine of ideas and then demonstrates that his critique of the poets follows logically from his basic ontological assumptions. On the contrary, Plato's attitude toward the poets is not a consequence of a system of thought which prevented him from more fairly evaluating poetic truth. Rather, his position is the quite conscious expression of a decision made as a result of having been taken with Socrates and P1, philosophy, made in opposition to the entire political and intellectual culture of his time, and made in the conviction that philosophy alone has the capacity to save the state. There is good reason that Plato places his critique of the poets in two prominent places in his Republic and explicitly elaborates it there. For the pedagogical significance of Plato's new and different philosophy becomes evident precisely insofar as that philosophy breaks with the poetic foundations of Attic edu 48 Plato and the poet's Catian and asserts itself against the whole of the tradition. Any interpretation of Plato's thinking here depends upon the context in which the expulsion of the poets from the sacred temple of Greek life occurs. Consequently, any interpretation is wrong from the start which neglects this context and seeks to pass judgment on isolated statements which Plato makes. To do so would be to assume that Plato's position on art is explicitly articulated in these statements and that he means his argument as some sort of apology which would ultimately permit us to love the poets just as much as their adversaries. But the actual truth of the matter is that the meaning and intent of this critique of the poets can be established only by departing from the place where it occurs. It is found in Plato's work on the state within a program of education for the guardians of that state, a state which is erected before our eyes in words alone from the building blocks which alone suffice for it. The critique of the poets can be understood only within the setting of this total refounding of a new state in words of philosophy, only understood as a radical turning away from the existing state. Only then does the quite simple purpose of it become plain. Plato himself relates in his seventh letter, the famous autobiographical manifesto addressed to his political friends in Sicily, how he came to abstain from political action and how, after a long wait for the right moment to act, he realized that a rebirth of the state could be brought about only by philosophy. For not only his father's city but all existent states were poorly constituted and well nigh incurable. Plato's Republic is the expression of this insight. It stipulates that philosophers must become the rulers of the state, since the affairs of the state are to be put in order only by philosophy. Everything said in the Republic about the order of the state is subordinated to this requirement and serves as a justification for it. One misses the full seriousness and importance of that requirement, however, if one takes the projected educational program and the ordering of the state literally. This state is a state in thought, not any state on earth. That is to say, its purpose is to bring something to light and not to provide an actual design for an improved order in real political life. Plato's state is a paradigm in heaven for someone who wants to order himself and his own inner constitution. Its sole raison d'etre is to make it possible for a person to recognize himself in the paradigm. Of course, the point is precisely that he who recognizes himself therein does not recognize himself as an isolated individual without a state. He recognizes in himself the basis upon which the reality of the state is built, and he is able to recognize that basis in himself, however deformed and degenerate the actual state in which he lives may be. The proposed curriculum of education, which completely overturns the existing order of education, is actually only meant to remove the question of man's political nature, the question of the true essence of justice from any particular, relative form which the ordering of one's life might take, and to transfer it to that ground in the soul of the individual which is the basis of the state insofar as it still exists and the basis of whatever state could come into being in the future. Thus Plato's purification of traditional poetry can be understood only in relationship to the purpose of the whole of this paradigmatic constitution in the Republic. And the proposed purification of poetry, like the Constitution, is not to be taken literally, i.e., as a set of instructions for reconstructing traditional education, a purification of the curriculum according to new standards. The very requirement with which it starts is seen to be totally unrealistic and immoderate when measured against the claims which one normally makes for the pedagogical importance of poetry. Any instruction in the ancient poetry was taken then and is to be taken now like any real instruction, i.e., as something auxiliary. In this case, the heritage of the poetic tradition is applied in educating youth. What is of primary importance in education, however, occurs by itself. The most significant pedagogical results are never to be attributed to the specific means of instruction but to the laws of the state, and above all to its unwritten laws, the ethos prevailing in the society which, though concealed, secretly molds human beings. Thus the secret pedagogical efficacy of poetry is due to the fact that in it something is expressed which reflects the ethical spirit prevailing in the community. Homer's effect on Greek youth was the same as that which he has on the youth of any individual today. He provides magnificent paragons of heroic virtue, courage, honor, willingness to die, magnanimity, endurance, intelligence, and he does this without allowing the dissension among the gods, their deceit, base scheming, or cowardly weakness to influence us as negative models of behavior. Given this fact, Plato's censorship of poetry seems to betray the moralistic bias of an intellectual purist. For here poetry is given a burden which it cannot carry and does not need to carry. Its content is to be purified so that it might attain an educational effect on its own. Through play, it is supposed to inculcate the genuine ethos in young souls, and to do this by itself with no existing ethos in the communal life of young and old, to guide and define the effect of the poetic word. That task amounts to an overburdening of the pedagogical function of poetry, an overburdening which is to be accounted for only by the critical motive behind what Plato says. Plato's Socratic insight was that a binding political ethos, which would assure the proper application and interpretation of poetry, no longer existed once sophism had come to define the spirit of education. To be sure, justice and the virtue of the political man were precisely what the sophists' education sought to inculcate too. But Socrates had uncovered the real content and dogma of their new ethos. For the sophists, justice is only the conventions of the weak which protect the interests of the latter. For the sophists, ethical principles are no longer valid in themselves but only as a form of our mutual keeping an eye on one another. The just is that by means of which one person can assert himself against another with help from everyone else, and, as such, it is adhered to only out of mutual distrust and fear. It is not the justice intrinsic and internal to me myself. All the many variations of the sophists' theory of justice are alike in providing a foundation for justice. And whether the sophists conceive of themselves as conservative or revolutionary, indeed even when the sophists think that they are giving a foundation to the authority of civil law, in principle they have already perverted the sense of justice. As judges of justice they fail to acknowledge it even if they acquit it. Thus Calicle's and Thrasymachus' declaration that might makes right only serves to disclose the mentality which prevails in all sophism: no one does what is right voluntarily. When such a truth has suffused the spirit of a state, the positive pedagogical effect of poetry converts into its opposite. To the person with Thrasymachus and the other sophists' teachings ringing in his ears, the world of poetry, which for generations had provided the models of higher humanity for youth, now is made to attest to the perverted spirit itself. Thus in the speech of Adiamantos at the beginning of Book 2 the poets themselves are held accountable for the weakening of the proper sense of justice. They urge justice upon children not for its own sake but for the advantages and rewards which it brings. And all traditional poetry is guilty of this same thing. Beginning with the heroes and continuing to the present, injustice is never faulted on its own account and justice never praised for its own sake. But Adiamantos hints that this is not his own view on the truth of ancient poetry when he ends by saying that Thrasymachus or anyone else is able to state such a theory of justice and injustice only once he has brashly converted the real meaning of these concepts into its opposite. Therefore it falls to Socrates to sing the true praises of the just and right. He must accomplish what no one else, especially the poets, can. Plato's state must now propound the true praise of a justice which will remain victorious evermore over the sophists' perversion of its meaning. What is just and right is not the right that someone has in opposition to another. Rather it is being just, each is just by himself and all are just together. Justice does not exist when each person watches the other and guards against him but when each watches himself and guards the right and just being of his inner constitution. Thus in the ideal state which Socrates now develops, the poetic tradition is purified to the point of totally eliminating the ancient heritage, for there must be no more witnesses in support of the sophists' perversions of the truth. The very excessiveness of this purification, which exceeds 1,000-fold the boldest dreams of power ever entertained by any moralist pedagogue, should teach us the point of a reordering of education such as Plato has in mind. It is not intended to display why how poetry would have to look in an actual state. Rather it is intended to disclose and awaken the powers themselves which foamy the state and from which the state as a whole derives. For that reason Socrates erects a state in words, the possibility of which is given only in philosoph_y. This state appears to be one which rests entirely upon the power of its educational system, i.e., to be a new beginning ex nihilo with no history which results solely from a rehabituation of man. But actually it is a picture, justice writ large, in which the soul can recognize what justice is. However, the soul on its way to knowledge must not be guided by traditional poetry and the traditional world of ethical custom. Indeed, even this state of new habituation must be left behind as the soul, in proceeding through mathematics, learns to distinguish between appearance and truth. The road back to real political action is open only to him who in philosophizing has transcended the shadow world of reality. And only the philosopher is called upon to travel it. Thus the exposition of this ideal state in the Republic serves in educating the political human being, but the Republic is not meant as a manual on educational methods and materials, and it does not point out the goal of the educational process to the educator. In the background of this work on the state is a real educational state, the community of Plato's academy. The Republic exemplifies the purpose of that academy. This community of students applying themselves rigorously to mathematics and dialectic is no apolitical society of scholars. Instead, the work done here is intended to lead to the result which remained unattainable for the current sophistic paideia, with its encyclopedic instruction and arbitrary moralistic reformulations of the educational content of ancient poetry. It is intended to lead to a new discovery of justice in one's own soul and thus to the shaping of the political human being. This education, however, the actual education to participation in the state, is anything but a total manipulation of the soul, a rigorous leading of it to a predetermined goal. Instead, precisely in extending its questioning behind the supposedly valid traditional moral ideas, it is in itself the new experience of justice. Thus this education is not authoritative instruction based on an ideal organization at all, rather it lives from questioning alone. Point 3. Plato's critique of the poets is thus to be interpreted in terms of the two faces which the Republic presents, on the one hand, the strict utopian constitution of the state and, on the other, a satirical criticism of existing states. The very immoderation of this critique of the poets gives us tangible evidence of the purpose which Plato has in mind. It is his aim to bring about the possible, i.e., the actual, education of the political human being by providing a picture of the impossible, i.e., an organized paideia whose unlimited capability derives entirely from itself and in no way from a given ethos. This paideia must be understood as the antithesis of what the Greeks of that time had taken paideia to be and of what we today, as heirs of Greek humanism, conceive of under the headings of education and culture, namely, the cultivation of what is specifically and purely human in all spheres of life, the development of the harmonious human being. For, to be sure, when Plato, at the beginning of his critique of the poets, reviews the forms of paideia, he declares that one could not find better forms than those which the past has made available, music for the soul, gymnastics for the body. But this pious adherence to the long tradition of Greek education actually carries concealed within itself that impious and inflexible censorship of the grand Greek tradition of poetry which has been the object of our investigation up to this point. And now, when we ask what could justify this inflexibility, we come to see clearly what an unbridgeable chasm separates Plato's paideia from all other existing education, be it through the mores and customs of the forefathers, the wisdom of the poets, or the instruction of the sophists. Paideia for Plato is not the traditional cultivation of musical facility and physical agility in the child. Nor is it the heightening of enthusiasm and spmtm the young by the use of hero models from myth and poetry, nor the cultivation of political and practical wisdom by the use of such a reflection of human life as myth and poetry provide. Rather it is the shaping of an inner harmony in the soul of a person, a harmony of the sharp and the mild in him, of the willful and the philosophical. Such a description seems reminiscent of the humanist ideal of the harmonious personality which is to be formed by developing the whole range of one's human potential, an aesthetic ideal to be achieved by a proposed aesthetic education of the human race. But for Plato harmony means the tuning of a dissonance which is inherent in man. Republic 375 c. Point 5 Education is the unification of the irreconcilable, the schism of the bestial and the peaceful in the human being. The guardians of the state, whose education alone is the concern, are not by nature just, so that one need only develop their potential. Paideia is essential in order to fit together in a unified ethos what, according to their potential, has necessarily split in two. And as a matter of fact, the class of the guardians is, properly speaking, the class of all human beings. Point 6 The city of pigs, that idol of a healthy vegetative state which Plato describes with an inimitable mixture of nostalgia and satire, and in which peace and pacifism are automatically present because each in doing what is right and necessary for all does what is just. This state, tightly organized as it is for the provision of needs, could never exist in human history and is thus no genuine ideal for mankind. For since it is without history, it is without human truth. Point 7 Unlike socially organized animals, ants, for instance, whose social drives could be satisfied with purposive order providing only the necessities of life, man is not merely a natural creature. Man is a profligate being who desires to progress beyond his present circumstances. Thus quite by itself his state transcends itself as his needs increase. And as the ultimate consequence of this wild growth, the class of warriors emerges and within it the new, specifically human phenomenon, political existence. For the warrior's work is the only work not aimed at the production of something which one needs and which does not consist in merely performing a skill. On the contrary, it is demanded of the warrior that he be free and detached from his work. He must be able to distinguish between friend and foe. In essence then, his skill is knowledge, i.e., knowledge of when and where and against whom he should or should not apply his craft. His being, therefore, is that of a guard. The warrior is also a guardian. Now guarding is both guarding for someone and guarding against someone. Guarding for someone, however, means having power over him and using this power and one's strength for him and not against him. Thus being a guardian is something different from practicing handwork. Guarding requires reliability and self-restraint in addition to carrying out the work of the warrior. But this constancy implies still more, namely, loving the friend just because he is a friend, and not because, or to the extent that, he does good things for you but even when he does something bad, and conversely, hating the enemy even when he does something good, just because he is the enemy. Plato characterizes the new element which now emerges alongside the force of the warrior's will as man's philosophical nature, and he depicts the unity of these opposite natures in the metaphor of the loyal watchdog. In that the dog is friendly to the house guest simply because the guest is known to the household, the dog is a friend of what is known, which is to say, of knowledge. He is quite literally a philosopher. Thus the guardian, which is to say man, must cultivate the philosophical nature in himself while at the same time reconciling this nature with the violent drives in himself of self-preservation and the will to power. It is the goal of paideia to bring about this unification which keeps the human being from becoming either a tame herd animal, a slave, or a rapacious wolf, a tyrant. For the potential of the human being to be a human being among other human beings, in short, to be a political being, depends upon this unification of the philosophical and martial natures in him. But this potential for political existence is not given to man by nature, for even if both these elements in him are natural and necessary, man becomes a political being only insofar as he resists the temptations of power which arise from flattery, cf. Alcibiades, Republic 492 ff. This means, however, that he must learn to distinguish the true friend from the false one and what is truly just from. 57. Flattering appearances. It is philosophy which makes such distinguishing possible, for philosophy is loving the true and resisting the false. Thus philosophy is what makes man as a political being possible. Paideia, consequently, is not the cultivation of some skill, rather it produces this unity of power and the love of knowledge. It only calms the inner strife which, though dangerous, is nonetheless essential to man. For although that strife will always prevent his pacification, it provides the energy proper to each man individually and common to all. Only a life with this dynamic tension is a human life. Thus Plato's idea of paideia incorporates within itself the insights of the sophist enlightenment into the dangerousness of man, insights into his tyrannical will to independence. But Plato demonstrates as well that the philosophical potential of man is just as fundamental. 8. Thus in Plato justice of the state is not founded negatively on the weakness of individuals whose prudence leads them into a contract. Instead the human being is political in a positive sense because he is capable of rising above his insistence on himself, capable of being for others. Indeed, the yardstick against which the guardians are measured proves to be whether they hold to and guard this principle, that not their own well-being is to be preserved but the well-being of the state. The guardian is the guardian of justice only when he guards himself. Thus in Plato the conflicting elements in man are to be reconciled and unified without robbing him of his power, and the poets evaluated, and their lies, for they only tell lies adjudged beautiful or not, on the basis of whether they bring this reconciliation about or hinder it. Hence they should no longer be allowed to sing Homer's and Hesiod's tales of how the gods quarrel and deceive both one another and man. And they should not sing either of anything discouraging or immoderate in heroes or in men, lest someone, taking these tales as his examate, Gleichsprenglich. The word is one which Heidegger often uses to indicate the essential and inevitable concomitance of being and not being, example in being authentic and being inauthentic, being in truth and being in error, guilt. Gadamer finds acknowledgement of this same insurmountable duality in Plato's Anthropology. For Plato man is always already, J.E. Sean, both philosophical and tyrannical. Thus the task of paideia cannot be to eradicate the tyrannical but to harmonize it with the philosophical. Please, might become tolerant of his own just actions. The true poetic singing of human life must always proclaim the truth that the just man alone is happy. All imitation of an unjust ethos therefore, be excluded. For to the degree that imitation is anything other than play which preforms one's own character, it always loosens the precarious tuning of the harmonious soul and dissipates the soul in the all-absorbent medium of appearance, in which it is lost to itself. And when communal property, communal living, communal women and children are made the rule for the guardians and for all education, musical and gymnastic, and when finally even the begetting of proper new generations is to be determined by a number calculated in some profound and mystic way, and when the decay of the state is said to begin with a mistake in the calculation of the calendar of wedlocks, all this is supposed to make one aware that this educational state is not meant as a proposal for some actual new ordering of man or the state. Instead it teaches us about human existence itself and the basic impulses in the latter which make it possible to establish a state. The state is possible only when the difficult and delicate tuning, the aforementioned harmonization of the schism in man, succeeds. Plato's paideia is thus meant as a counterweight to the centrifugal pull of those forces of the sophist enlightenment being exerted upon the state. His critique of poetry develops this counterweight in the form of an explicit critique of existing paideia and of its trust in and reliance upon human nature and faith in the power of purely rational instruction. In opposition to the sophist paideia, Plato advances an arbitrarily and radically purified poetry, which is no longer a reflection of human life but the language of an intentionally beautified lie. This new poetry is meant to express the ethos which prevails in the purified state in a way which is pedagogically efficacious. *****. In Book I-0 Plato repeats his critique of poetry and justifies banning all imitative poetry from the state. The critique of poetry here is simultaneously an ultimate justification for Plato's writings. Prima facie it seems that this last critique is directed at 59. The very idea of poetry, and it uses arguments which are even more foreign to modern consciousness than the moralism of the preceding strict pedagogical purification of poetry. For modern consciousness holds that in the symbolic presentation of art one finds the deepest revelation of a truth which no concept can grasp. Thus, however compelling the train of thought of Plato's critique might be, its presupposition is bound to put one off. He sees art as essentially nothing but imitation. The distinguishing feature of this critique is that Socrates develops his argument throughout in departing from the painter, and he even places the poet together with painter under the rubric of handworker. In the representative arts a relationship does indeed exist between the picture and a reality which is pictured, although the essence of these arts is by no means exhaustively defined by this relationship. Numbered among such realities are the things which the handworker really produces, and insofar as the handworker for his part looks to the idea of the implement which he produces, the reality of the picture may be said to occupy the third and lowest level of a hierarchy leading up to the idea, viz., picture, implement produced, idea. For the individual implement which the handworker produces is itself only a darkened rendering of the idea, a mere something of the sort like the true being of the thing, and one among many exemplars. Thus the painter who copies such an exemplar and copies it not even as it is, but only as it appears in one specific respect among many possible others, is most certainly an imitator of mere appearance and not of the truth. The better his rendering is, the more deceptive it is. Such art has an unlimited capacity of rendering the shape of anything in the medium of appearance, since it aims at nothing more than mere deception. The artist is like a man who can do anything, like a magician or sophist. But Plato's argument is not intended as a theory of the plastic arts, and whether they might be essentially different from a copying of the appearance of reality is thus not the issue here. Even so, and whatever the answer to this question might be, Plato's criticism of the poets requires precisely this illuminating analogy with the plastic, formative arts. The claim which poetry makes for itself is a most exalted one. Poetry is not a plastic art, which is to say that it does not form its picture of things in shapes and colors in a foreign material. The poet turns himself into the tool of his art. He forms by speaking. But instead of things, what the poet forms is more often than not the human being himself, as the latter expresses himself in his existence, as he experiences himself in action and suffering. And the pedagogical claim of the poet is based upon this fact. But once such a pedagogical claim is made, it must be questioned. Does the poet, who is a good talker himself and who knows how to make any man who understands some particular thing sound good, compose his poems with knowledge of all the human sciences and, above all, with knowledge of man's self-knowledge, paideia, arete, or not? The analogy with the mimetic copying of the painter, which aims solely at rendering the mere appearance of one aspect of the thing, provides us with a prefiguration of the answer to this question. For the poet who really understood education and human arete would dedicate himself fully to them instead of contenting himself with ineffectual laudations. Thus only the poet who was really an educator and who really shaped human life could play the game of poetry in real knowledge of what it was about. Only those poets can be taken seriously who do not take their poetry writing to be ultimate. For this reason Homer fails the test which Solon, for instance, passes, the test of having been effective in shaping human life. Homer's poetic play turns out to be the mere pretense of knowledge which dazzles us with the colorful splendor of its poetic language. But when the decorative poetic speech is stripped away by a Socrates, who asks the poets what they really mean, it is shown that poets actually understand nothing of what they present so forcefully. Then their wisdom looks like those faces which appeared to be beautiful when young but which prove to be not really beautiful once the charm of youth has departed. Here Socrates' imagery points to the real object of Plato's polemical, dialectical critique of poetry. Socrates' argument causes not only poetry to lose its charms, those forms of morality which the poet's colorful decorative art made appear so beautiful now display their decrepitude. 61. Here indeed we have the second half of the argument to be advanced against the pedagogical claim of the poets. It is not only the case that they have no real knowledge of men and of the beautiful. In that regard they are no different from hand workers who must first learn the guidelines of their craft and what is correct and proper from someone who knows how to use the tools of the trade. But in contrast to the hand workers, the poets do not even know how to do what they do correctly in the areas where they claim to be knowledgeable. They do not present something, e.g., human existence, as the beautiful or bad thing which it is, but only as it appears beautiful to the polloi, who themselves know nothing. Thus just as the painter takes the guidelines for his copying not from the real measurements of things but from the appearance which the things display to the crowd from a distance, so too the poet's portrayal of human existence is shifted away from the real dimensions of human nature to the false forms of morality which appear beautiful to the crowd to which he presents them. Although Plato does not specifically say so, this critique of the art of poetry implies a break with the entire tradition of education which had always presented the moral truths of any given time using models taken from the heroes of Homer's world. The break is made manifest by the critical conclusion which Plato draws and in his subsequent exposition of the effect which poetry has. The real object of Plato's criticism is not the degenerate forms of contemporary art and the perception of the older, classical poetry which the contemporary taste in art had defined. Rather it is the contemporary morality_v and moral education which had established itself upon the basis of the poetic formulations of the older morality and which, in adhering to aging moral forms, found itself defenseless against arbitrary perversions of those forms brought on by the spirit of sophism. 9 Accordingly Socrates rejects the current interpretations of poetry and questions whether we still understand the wisdom of the ancient poets at all. It may be that in a world defined by binding actions and definitely prescribed morals the words of these divine men were the most noble and powerful statement of the moral world which fathers could speak to their children for their moral edification. But in a time of decline a message which could stop the advancing corruption of the political spirit was not to be found in even the loftiest poetry of the past. Therefore when Plato asserts that poetry falsifies and deceives, he means it primarily as a critique of the aesthetic reality of artworks, which would measure these against the concept of true reality. Above all, This apparently ontological critique of the art of poetry is aimed at the content of poetry, the ethos which it represents, wherein, fatefully, virtue and happiness are placed in opposition to each other. Such a juxtaposition can result only from a false conception of virtue and happiness which makes them seem incompatible. Socrates thus buttresses and completes his critique of poetry with a critique of its effect, a critique which repeats and deepens the motifs of the preceding critique of the poets. Socrates points out that it is the very power which poetry has to enchant and impress us which makes poetry inimical to the true purpose of education and destructive of the right ethos. For corruption of the soul is the inevitable consequence of deceit. The illusion which the painter creates bedazzles one's sixth eye and makes the thing appear now one way and now another until a man of mathematical science, for instance, arrives on the scene and establishes the true dimensions of the thing by measuring, counting, and weighing. Like the painter, the poet is ignorant of the true measures of the thing which he portrays, ignorant of the measures of good and bad. And just as the painter raises doubts about what is real and what is not, the poet creates disconcertion and an enervating lassitude in the soul of the spectator when he conjures up outbursts of the volatile human passions. Here Socrates is painting the effect of all imitative poetry in the colors of the Athenian theatrocracy. The poet, who wants to impress the crowd, is led by both the taste of his audience as well as his own nature to whatever is opulent and vivid and can be portrayed as such, that is, to the shifting storms of human feelings. Conversely, he is put off by the constant disposition of those who, whatever their fate, preserve that quiet energy which grows from resolve. That which lends itself to poetic representation, gestures, and expressions of the passions, is, if measured against the true ethos, superficial and untrue. Thus art repeats what in reality is already the hypocrisy of life, Hegel. Art repeats it, however, in an ingratiating way, i.e., in an apparently innocuous mere imitation. Hence the decisive thing wrong with imitation is found in the ill effect of its charms on the human soul. All imitation is imitation of something else and, in particular cases, of someone else. The intention of the imitation can, of course, not really involve the person imitated and be reflected back upon the imitator himself, for imitation of another person can have the formal structure of appropriation of something for myself. In that case the imitation is not aimed at the other at all. Rather the interest in the other is actually an interest in how one does a certain thing. What a person learns from someone's showing him how and in the imitation thereof is not so much something which belongs to the other as something which I can appropriate for myself. The purpose of such imitation is thus not to imitate but to learn how to do something myself. In contrast, he who really imitates and only imitates, in mime, is no longer himself. He gives himself an alien character. But even so he only imitates the other, which is to say that while he is not himself, he is not the other either. This imitation thus implies a split in the self. That a person is himself but still imitates another means that he imitates the other from outside and seeks to become what the other is externally by shaping his own exterior to match the exterior of the other. But orienting oneself toward the exterior of someone else, copying his superficial accidental gestures, if it is done earnestly and not consciously as a game for the sake of demonstrating something, implies turning oneself, away from that which one is inwardly. Such imitation is thus carried out in forgetfulness of oneself. Insofar as the intent of the imitation, making oneself like someone else, is fulfilled in looking exactly like that individual, as occurs, for instance, when an actor has fully immersed himself in his role, we no longer have simply the imitation of an alien exterior in which the imitator, even if oblivious to himself, could be said to preserve himself. Here imitation has become self-exteriorization, self-estrangement. Thus the actor does not merely act out someone else's gestures. On the contrary, all his expressions are the display of an inner nature _e_ which is nevertheless not his own human nature. All forgetfulness of self in imitation fulfills itself, therefore, in self-alienation. and even he who merely watches such imitation without acting himself yields to the thing imitated in sympathy, which is to say that he forgets himself in vicariously experiencing through the other whom he sees before him. Thus even looking on, to the extent that it is the self-forgetful yielding of oneself to the vibrations of an alien emotion, always implies at least some self-alienation. It is clear that this effect of mimetic representation remains fundamentally the same even in other modes of poetic portrayal less suggestive than acting. And it is in this light that Plato's Republic presents the effect of imitation. The charm of imitation and the joy taken in it are a form of self-forgetfulness which is most pronounced where what is represented is itself self-forgetfulness, i.e., passion. Thus this critique of mimetic poetry cuts much deeper than it had at first appeared. It not only criticizes the false and Dan 65 Gero's contents of mimetic art or the choice of an unseemly mode of representation. It is at the same time a critique of the moral consequences of aesthetic consciousness. 10. The very experience which is had in delusory imitation is in itself already the ruination of the soul. For the deeper analysis of the inner constitution of the soul has made evident that aesthetic self-forgetfulness opens the way for the sophist's game with the passions to infiltrate the human heart. The question arises, accordingly, whether there is any poetic representation at all which is immune to this danger. And when Plato, in holding to the idea of education through poetry, affirms that there is, the further question arises in what sense this new poetry can be said to be imitation. The key to this last question, one which we shall see is decisive for all of Plato's work, is to be found in Plato's observation that the only poetry which withstands his criticism is hymns to the gods and songs in praise of good individuals. To be sure, something unreal is poetically represented in these. Gods and men themselves appear as speakers here in an imitation in the strictest sense. Nevertheless, such poetry differs from the powerfully suggestive representation of the rest of poetry. It is representation in praise of someone. But in the song of praise and in the form thereof which transcends the human realm, i.e., the hymn to the gods, there is no danger of that self-estrangement induced by the potent magical play of poetry. In praising, neither the one who praises nor the one before whom the praise is made is forgotten. On the contrary, at every moment both are present and expressed as one. 0. Aesthetisches Bewusstsein. A central theme of Gadamer's magnum opus, Waruyuendi method, is announced here, i.e., Gadamer's own critique of aesthetic consciousness and the subjectification of the work which is its correlate, cfwm 77ff. Gadamer is arguing that in effect Plato foresaw the moral consequences of the subjectification of art which Kant and post-Kantian philosophy were later to complete. For aesthetic consciousness, our encounter with the work of art becomes an inner experience, or er/ebness, which for its duration falsely dissociates us from the practical world. Cf. Gadamer's analysis of Schiller's Über die Ästhetische Erziehung des Menschen Wm 77-78. Plato sees the deleterious effect of such an aesthetic or loveness on the soul of the individual who cultivates it in mimesis. Hence for Plato the aesthetic education, Erziehung, paideia, which Schiller advocates would be ruinous. For it is the very antithesis of true paideia, which far from deepening the soul's obliviousness to itself, raises it to the clarity of Socratic self-knowledge. Translator, 66. Plato and the poets, they are in themselves. For praising is not a representation of what is laudable. Of course the song of praise will always contain an element of representation of the laudable, but in essence it is something distinct from this representation. He who praises addresses both himself and the one before whom he praises, and in a certain sense even the one who is being praised, for he speaks of that which binds them all to one another and gives them all a common obligation. He who praises avows his commitment to something, for in praising, the standard by which we evaluate and comprehend our existence is made manifest. Now a representation of an example in which the standard which we all share becomes evident is certainly more than drama and more even than the representation of something exemplary. It is a way of giving the model new efficacy, i.e., in and by representing it. In essence, then, the song of praise in the form of poetic play is shared language, the language of our common concern. It is the poetic language of the citizens of Plato's state. To be sure, even this mimetic representation would be subject to the previous ontological argument, for like all poetry, it is mimesis of something which has been produced. It itself does not produce the true ethos, it only represents it poetically. But in the true state, the state of justice, such a representation would be an avowal of commitment to the spirit shared by all, an avowal which in light-hearted play would celebrate that which is taken truly seriously. But what poetic form should praise of true justice take when the communal bond formed in the practices, customs, and patterns of life in the state is no longer felt, and when allegiance to it thus can no longer be pledged in a song of praise? What form should the song of praise take in states which in fact are almost incurable? What form must it take so that even as representation it might be genuine praise, a language of what is of concern to everyone? As a matter of fact, in raising this question we have done nothing less than uncover the locus of Plato's dialogues in his intellectual enterprise. For when justice remains only as an inner certitude in the soul and is no longer to be clearly identified with any given reality, and when knowledge of it must be defended against the arguments of a new enlightened con 67 cousness, a philosophical discussion about the true state becomes the only true praise of justice. And the only valid way to represent that discussion becomes Plato's dialogue, that song of praise which affirms what is of concern to everyone and which throughout the play which represents the educational state does not lose sight of the serious issue, the cultivation of the political human being and of justice in him. Plato's critique of poetry, a critique which culminates in his rejection of aesthetic consciousness, is intended to support the claim which he makes for his own dialogues. Plato does not simply put a new incantation into the field against the aesthetic forgetfulness of self and the old magic of poetry, rather he advances the antidote of philosophical questioning. One must do what one who has fallen in love does when he recognizes that his love is bad for him and forces himself to break away from it. The critique of the poets which Plato assigns to Socrates in his discussion of the state is intended as just such an antidotal spell which out of concern for the condition of one's own soul, the inner state, the state in oneself one casts upon oneself to rid oneself of the old love. Thus the poetry of Plato's dialogues is certainly not the model for that poetry which would be allowed in the ideal state. But it is the real poetry which is able to say what is educational in actual political life. And just as poetry in the ideal state must fend off aesthetic misinterpretations of its mimesis, Plato's dialogical poetry must resist any aesthetic misinterpretation. Thus there is complete conformity between the norms which Plato establishes for poetry and his own dialogical compositions, a conformity which is hinted at, in fact, at the end of the Republic. This conformity can even be found in the Platonic form of composition closest to the traditional concept of poetry, Plato's myths. It is self-evident that the content of his myths, the images of the gods, of the beyond, of the afterlife of the soul, all adhere strictly to the theology set up in the Republic. But the power which Plato draws upon and the means which he applies in charging the mythical subjects of the previous age with new mythical luminosity, those very mythical subjects which his critique had purified of their magic, are significant. The content of his myths is not made to fade away into the glorious twilight 68 Plato and the poets of some primordial past, nor does it dose into a world unto itself whose inscrutable meaning, like an alien truth, overwhelms the soul. Instead it grows up out of the center of the Socratic truth itself in a play in which the soul recognizes itself and the truth of which the soul is most certain. That its happiness lies in justice alone clearly echoes back to the soul from all distant horizons toward which it resounds. All the mythical content which Plato appropriates, belief in the beyond, in the transmigration of souls, in the superterrestrial governance of Eros, in the cosmic interrelationship between the soul and the stars and between the world of the state and the world of the stars, all these mythical powers are not conjured up so that they might cast their own spell. Rather they derive their existence from the inner certainty of the soul insofar as they are linked to the truth which the soul discovers in philosophizing. Thus essentially the soul receives no new truth from outside itself here. Plato's myths are therefore not mythos and not poetry, if mythos means the undeciphered truths of ancient belief, and poetry the soul's representation of itself in the mirror of an exalted reality. There can be no interpretation of Plato's world of myth, since the world made of mythos here is not a world at all but the projection into the cosmic of the lineament of the soul's interpretation of itself in the logos. Plato's myth is not to be experienced as an ecstasy which transports one to another world. Instead, by being tied back into man's experience of himself, the old legendary material of these myths acquires new meaning as magnifications, inversions, views from afar, and ironic counter-images of the real world. Thus these myths are in no way representation and theatre whose mere charm delight us and the mere viewing of which could satisfy us. The very form of narrative is also determined by the fact that the soul cannot and must not forget itself in illusory flights of fancy. Plato tells his tale poorly, showing no concern for the requirements of any narrative which is intended to absorb the narrator and listener alike in the spell cast by the shapes which it conjures up. Indeed, it is astonishing how much indirect discourse there is in these myths. The myth at the end of the Republic, for instance, is related almost entirely in indirect discourse. 69. This practice allows us to see in retrospect the deeper meaning of Plato's critique of the poets, which in regard to Homer appeared at first to be little more than malevolent nonsense. Everything is so designed that the mythic fable cannot remain in the distance which a lovely fairy tale preserves for itself. In the middle of a surge of poetic ecstasy we are suddenly made to recognize, sometimes only by a genuinely Socratic phrase, that we are enveloped in Socratic air here, and that the age-old legend supposedly being rescued from oblivion is not a resurrected ancient myth at all but a Socratic truth which rises up in front of us in three-dimensional presence while the illusory fable completely recedes before it. Plato's myth is an elegant demonstration of Socrates' argument that appearance is false and a confirmation of Socrates' paradoxically inverted measuring of the real world against another, true world. But even so it is suffused with irony, which should warn us never to forget that it is not by fortunate coincidence alone that we shall attain to the noble truth and escape the serious consequences of Socrates' criticisms. Nevertheless, one cannot say that the sole function of such myth is to make Socratic truth understandable by expressing it allegorically. Of ours one should never be in doubt here about who is speaking and about the knowledge which underlies what the speaker says. But the fact that this Socratic knowledge of one's own self is expressed in the form of a play of mythical images tells us something about the kind of certainty which this knowledge has. Socrates encounters in his soul something inexplicable which resists illumination by the enlightenment that had succeeded in clearing up and destroying mythology. We should not interpret the limits which Socrates sets to such explanation as a vestige of a faith to which the soul clings despite the success of the Enlightenment in explaining mythical apparitions and events as natural processes, and in thereby eliminating the magical element in them. When the Enlightenment tries to explain the soul itself and to eliminate the mystery which surrounds the powers of justice and love by reducing them to clever, or weak, contrivances or infirmities, Socrates emerges opposite its so readily understandable accounts as the visionary who sees his own soul. And in images of the judgment of the dead and the hierarchy of 70 Plato and the poet's worlds, and with the open eye of the seer and the wry smile of the man of irony, he proclaims an inexplicable certainty which the soul has, a certainty which establishes the limits of human philosophizing as well as its dimensions and horizons. To be sure, in these poetic myths the soul does not transform itself into a variety of figures which assert themselves against us while keeping us in ignorance of their truth. But the soul does return from its journey through the surreal realms of myth in which Socratic truth rules as the real law of things, chastised and set right in its beliefs. These worlds make all too obvious the importance of its philosophizing, a task from which no revelation there sets it free. In the dialogues themselves the difference from mimetic poetry is even clearer than in the mythical tales, embellished as the latter are with a curious, elusive poetic charm. The dialogues are, of course, representations of real people, Socrates and his partners. But the important feature of these figures is not the powerfully graphic representation of them and not the invention of speeches which are in accord with the character of each and which give each his due. Ultimately these dialogues are more than philosophical dramas, and Socrates is not the hero of these poetic compositions. Even the representation of Socrates is meant as an inducement to philosophize. The intent and purpose of these discussions are neither to portray human beings nor to recount statements and responses. It is not coincidental that Plato is fond of representing these discussions in a recapitulation, and he does not even hesitate to have Socrates repeat the 10-book-long discussion of the Republic on the following day. Plato is not concerned with vivid and forceful accounts but with what makes any such repetition worthwhile, the maieutic power of these discussions, Theaetetus 149 cff, with the movement of philosophizing which redevelops in every repetition. Precisely because of the seriousness of his purpose, Plato gives his mimesis the levity of a jocular play. Insofar as his dialogues are to portray philosophizing in order to compel us to philosophize, they shroud all of what they say in the ambiguous twilight of irony. And in this way Plato is able to escape the trap of the ever so vulnerable written work, which cannot come to its own defense, and to create a truly philosophical poetry which points beyond itself. 71. To what is of real consequence. His dialogues are nothing more than playful allusions which say something only to him who finds meanings beyond what is expressly stated in them and allows these meanings to take effect within him. However, the theme voiced continually in Plato's critique of the poets is that they take seriously what is not worth being taken seriously. Here and there Plato gives us indications that his own creations, because they are in jest and are only meant to be in jest, are the true poetry. In the Laws the Athenian, in whom more than anyone Plato has most obviously hidden himself, says that he is in no need of a model for the right poetry for educating the young. For if I should look back over the speeches which we have been making from this morning on and not, it seems to me, without a touch of the divine spirit, these would seem to me to be spoken as a kind of poetry. For in comparison with most of the speeches which I have read or heard, in poetry or prose, these seem to me to be the most appropriate and best for the young to hear. Thus I know of no better example to recommend to the guardian of the laws and education, and he should stipulate that the teachers teach these to the children. And he should apply them as a standard to evaluate whatever other poetry might be suitable. And above all he must compel the teacher to learn them and to value them, 811 cff. And if tragic poets should come into the city and wish to perform their plays, we would say to them, O best of the foreigners, we are poets ourselves, who have composed the best tragedy which there can be. For our state is nothing but an imitation of the most beautiful and best life, and that indeed is the truest of all tragedy. You are poets and we are poets too, your rivals and competitors in composing the most beautiful drama. And only the true law, that is our hope, can succeed in composing the most beautiful drama, 817 bff. How Plato conceives of his own literary work and how he envisions the subject matter which is his real concern are mere 72. Plato and the poets roared in the mimetic sphere in such passages from a discussion which is to provide the foundation for a new state. Plato is guided by the one important task of creating the inner constitution of mankind, on the basis of which alone the order of human life in the state could be renewed. And for Plato the literary dialogues, including the representation of the just state and the just legislation, are only a premium to the true laws, a prelude and preface, most artfully prepared, to that which must be completed subsequently. No one yet, he says, has created such preludes to the laws of the state which, like the introduction to an anthem, move the soul to open itself willingly to the laws. Plato's work is just such a true prelude to the true law of human existence. His clash with the poets is an expression of this, the exalted claim which his work makes for itself. 4. Plato's educational state. Plato research in Germany after World War I indeed uncovered a fruitful point of departure by using Plato's political life as a basis to reach an understanding of his works and his philosophy. As a consequence of this approach, the Republic came to occupy a more central position than it had ever held before. But although one can find many specifics situated in the huge edifice of the Republic which bear on Plato's later political theories, doctrines regarding an actual structure of the state or its institutions are in fact not basic to this earlier work. Indeed, the concern here is not even with the right laws for the state but solely with the right education for it, Education in citizenship. Ultimately, however, the latter is education in philosophy. This dialogue is a philosophical discussion in which an ideal state is constructed, a utopia which lies far removed from any reality. For here Plato demands a state in which philosophers rule and rulers are taught by philosophy how to rule. We know from Plato's biography and above all from the unique testimony which he himself gives us in the 7th letter that Plato by no means used abstract theory to deduce this requirement that philosophers rule. On the contrary, it arose as the natural consequence of the political experiences of his youth. Also, we know that his entire life's work is rooted in the conclusion to which he came, that there is an indissoluble tie between political and philosophical activity. Thus, like any other of Plato's writings, the Republic belongs not only to his philosophical but also to his political life, and its special character must be defined starting with tie, fact. Plato himself tells us, letter 7 324 cff, that he came from one of Athens' foremost families, that he had decided upon a political career, and that the political circumstances in his homeland seemed particularly favorable for him. For a revolution following the Peloponnesian War had produced, in reaction to it, an oligarchic regime in sympathy with Sparta. And among its so-called 30 tyrants were some of Plato's closest relatives, who at once called upon him to serve. But the idealistic hopes which he had harbored in his youth that everything would now be better and more orderly were not fulfilled. The democracy which he had previously spurned soon seemed idyllic in comparison to this regime, and this truth was brought home to Plato most acutely by its attempt to involve Socrates, whom he so respected, in its despicable deeds. So it came about that Plato greeted the reinstatement of the democracy with renewed expectations until these hopes too were dashed by the trial and condemnation of Socrates, when I saw that, and above all what sort of people concerned themselves with politics and laws and morals, and as I became more mature and began to see through it all, the more difficult it seemed to me to carry on the matters of state properly. For in the first place I recognized that nothing could be accomplished without friends and reliable allies. Nor was it easy to find such people, for our state had long since ceased to live according to the principles and customs of our forefathers. Nor was it possible to win new allies in the usual way. In the second place, the laws being promulgated and the public morality had both deteriorated to an incredible extent. Thus when I, who at first so ardently desired to be politically active, now looked upon all of this and saw the chaos and confusion, my head began to swim. To be sure, I did not give up thinking about how this particular situation and the political organization in general could eventually be improved. But I found myself waiting longer and longer for the opportunity to act until I finally realized that all the states of today are constitutionally unsound. For their means of law-giving suffer, as it were, from an incurable disease incurable, that is, unless a reform of quite extra or Plato's Educatio Nal state 75 denarii proportions could succeed. And I found myself forced to assert that fact by praising the right philosophy and proclaiming that it alone makes it possible to know what is just in private and civic life. For that reason the evils of mankind will not cease until men of a genuinely and truly philosophical sort have come into political power or, by some divine dispensation, those in power begin to philosophize genuinely. 325 BFF. Although this passage is quite well known, it was necessary to cite it in its entirety, for its value in interpreting Plato's literary dialogues is disputed. My view is that this autobiographical statement reveals something about the purpose of all of Plato's writings. Note that it does not say that Plato gradually came to the realization that his political aspirations were in vain after he was already an influential writer. On the contrary, it relates how Plato abandons any political career and only then begins to try to influence the course of events through his writing, to try to summon people to philosophy and to urge that the leaders responsible for the state be educated in philosophy. This is precisely the point of what he has Socrates say in the dialogues from the very beginning. And later when we see him follow the advice of his princely friend and student, Dion, in the Sicilian adventure, and when he takes the young ruler of the Syracusan kingdom to be a God-given opportunity to put his philosophical ideas into political practice, 327 EFF, this injection of himself into Sicilian affairs, as unfortunately as it might have ended, is anything but a deviation from the principle which is stated in the 7th letter. Plato tries no other route to power than philosophical education, and the failure of the Sicilian project is the failure of the education of the young tyrant. Even when Plato is called upon to give political counsel, he does not give advice based on his experience, advice how a particular political situation might best be exploited, rather he gives the same advice in all situations, 33(1)d, the same advice which underlies the philosophical education which he advocates. Only justice can bring about a solid and enduring state, and only he who is a friend to himself is able to win the solid friendship of others. These two statements contain the whole of Plato's political philosophy. They establish the essential correlation between state and soul, on the one hand, and politics and philosophy, on the other. And we shall see that ultimately the epigrammatical formula used by Aristotle to characterize what is special in Plato, that he unifies arete and eudaimonia, virtue and happiness, in fact expresses the same basic truth. Precisely in unifying these two, Plato proves to be the authentic heir of Socrates, the fate of whom determined Plato's own development. In Socrates' name and persona, as a young Socrates become beautiful, Plato practices his apolitical education in both writing and live discussion. Nevertheless, this education proves to be of fundamental value in constituting the state. Plato is no more a statesman than Socrates, but no less either. It is in his capacity as the true political educator that Plato writes his Republic, and most certainly this can also be taken to mean that the pedagogical state which he develops there refers as well to the actual, living community where such education was being practiced in the academy. But we should not lose sight of the central truth of the matter. We should not be diverted by the fact that the form of a utopia, the projection of a state whose relationship to reality was quite thoroughly camouflaged, did indeed exist as a literary genre before Plato. Nor should we be diverted by the fact that a writer with immediate political intentions would obviously choose such a form of light ironic allusion to advertise his political program because of the chance it affords to mix criticisms and promises so ingratiatingly. No, precisely because it disregards the intrinsic link between politics and lawmaking, and because it concentrates exclusively upon proper education of the leaders, Plato's ideal state has only a roundabout, but all the more real, political significance. He justifies his requirement that philosophers must be the rulers and the critique of existent circumstances to which his experience had led him, by considering the essence of the state and human faculty which makes it possible, dikaios_in. Or put another way, his philosophical inquiry is prompted by the question of how someone like Socrates, the just man in the unjust state, could possibly exist. Dikaiosine is the true political virtue. It means more than Plato's educational state 77, the justice which distributes justly, a justice which prima facie seems to imply the German Gerechtigkeit. It has the ancient and traditional sense of the quintessential civic virtue underlying any community and any authentic government, a virtue the inculcation of which must be the goal of any education. Dikaiosine is what justice, integrity, rule by law, and a civic sense are, all in one. And Plato's bold and consciously paradoxical argument is that philosophy is necessary not only to know what it is but to acquire and maintain it. For previously philosophy had been merely a final and highly valued step in the education of the young prior to their entry into the political arena. To verify Plato's argument we must follow the course of the discussion in the Republic. We must see the sequential logic and the overall unity of its development. For that reason, the construction of the Republic is not only a problem for literary critics concerned with questions of form and style. On the contrary, exactly at those places where contrived coincidences and arbitrariness determine the construction, or even where tangible, unassed traces of its development can be identified, a unified philosophical movement is nevertheless actually unfolding. We shall make it our task here to bring this inner unity to light and to illuminate thereby the sense of the discussion as Plato intends us to understand it. We shall do this by departing from the critical junctures encountered in our ascent to the center of the whole, but we shall not allow ourselves to become involved in the particular philological problems raised here. To be specific, the question raised by Socrates _AF the beginning concerning dikaiosine seems to have been answered twice, and each time, accordingly, the discussion seems to have come to a conclusion, at the end of Book 1, which indeed appears to have originally been an independent dialogue concerning justice, and at the end of Book 4. There can be no doubt that on both occasions a new level of insight is our reward for persisting through a dark moment in the discussion. Let us begin with the upbeat, Book 1, the polemic against the definition of justice fashionable at the time, i.e., the definition taught by the sophists. Plato's thought never grows old but remains relevant to the present largely because of the 78 Plato's educational state fact that he always keeps the counter-image of philosophy, sophism, in view. At this point in the dialogue an essential definition of justice, the virtue underlying all civic order, is extracted from a sophistic kind of thinking which lies closer to the modern theory of the state than Plato's own. If viewed historically, this kind of thinking, as it has come down to us via Plato himself and Thucydides, can be seen to have been of decisive importance in shaping modern theories of the state insofar as the latter are founded on the concept of power. The doctrines of the sophists are more than a logical, dialectical sport. They are an expression of that decay of Greek public morality which Plato tells us defined the political experience of his youth. All this is made evident at the start by the striking contrast of the old man who, as a kind of venerable, natural mirror image of philosophical life, praises freedom from sensuous desire and extols the joys of discussing things, and who in conforming to cult and custom, builds his existence upon a practicable rectitude, telling the truth and paying one's debts, Republic 33:1d. His son and heir, however, no longer has the privilege of being so uncritically at home in what is clearly dictated by cult and custom. In him there dwells something quite in contrast to the contented self-assuredness of the old father, something in contrast to the self-confident attitude of one who is certain of being in accord with himself and with his traditional upbringing. Thus the son is forced to account for what he claims to know and to justify it, and as is always the case, what appears at first as a breakdown in the logic of his attempt to do so is in fact the disclosure of a deeper discrepancy in his existence. Justice, he says, is paying back one's debts. In the days of Simonides this might have been as tidy and unequivalent as any maxim, 33:1deff. But the concept of debtor becomes problematic for Socrates' partner in the discussion when the sophistic case is introduced of the insane man who wants his dagger returned to him. To and with the concept of debtor the concept of justice also becomes a problem, for it is no longer evident what action justice would dictate here. Obviously paying a debt is just only in an external sense. What is just and right is not always determined by what claim another has to anything in my possession. Within a higher relationship to another person, a community more genuine than that established by merely lending him something, it can be more just to reject his just claim in this case, for example, where he has lost his senses. The just thing here is to do his thinking for him. What is just in this instance is defined by the higher duty resulting from ties between individuals, ties in the political realm which require distinguishing between friend and foe, between who is to be helped and who is to be hurt, 332 ab. Even with that refinement, however, such justice seems to be limited to circumstances of war, for only then does one have friends and enemies. But is true and essential justice to be restricted to war? In peacetime, which for this merchant's son is nothing more than the occasion to make money 333b, the whole matter becomes ambiguous again. Under certain conditions, protecting someone's money for him can require keeping it from him. So justice can convert into thievery insofar as ideal for the other individual and conceal the transaction from him, 334 ab. Obviously this sort of difficulty will ensnare anyone who seeks to define justice in terms of some action which I perform for another. For justice is not some sort of ability in social dealings, 332d. But even when the distinction between friend and foe is clearly discerned, as it is in war, the matter is not entirely straightforward. The question arises whether being a friend means anything other than being united against an enemy, and whether justice is sufficiently defined as the applied art of helping the friend and hurting the enemy. To be sure, hurt the enemy is an unequivocal maxim, but it can be asked whether justice consists in this, whether justice is to be found at all in the feeling of self-superiority derived from some art. However obvious it may be how to apply the latter. Does not the idea of justice imply a shared orientation toward the good, toward the order and rule of the good, which, where it obtains, also includes the enemy as one whom I do not actually harm but set right with force? This certainly holds for factions within Plato's educational state, single state, and perhaps even for any possible supranational order among states. Thus there is more than superficial meaning in the fact that the reformulation of Simonides' saying here is claimed not to be his at all but that of some tyrants such as Periander and Xerxes, men whose self-image is based on mere power, i.e., the ability to do whatever they want, 336a, and whose talk of justice therefore always implies their opinion of themselves as superior to others. Tyrants have no friends. This interpretation of Simonides' saying is of course a deliberate and ironic twisting of it, which shows how little understanding people still have of him by Plato's time. There can be no doubt that the dialectical confusion into which Socrates has plunged his interlocutor discloses a latent element of the tyrannical in the latter's definition of justice, an element to which he himself remains oblivious. But this disclosure allows us to perceive the genuine meaning of justice, which Socrates' partner in the discussion would have to be taught to recollect. The discussion is on the verge of educating someone by recollection. At this point, however, comes the well-known scene. Thrasymachus, the sophist reader present, blurts out the undisguised thesis that justice is the advantage of the stronger, i.e., of those who rule, 338c. However, if this means that the ruler seeks his advantage by using that which he sets up as just as a means, the possibility indeed remains that he can be mistaken about what is truly to his advantage. In that instance justice would become something which harms the one who rules, 339b. Hence if he really understands how to rule, he does not at all understand his own advantage but only what is advantageous for ruling, 342c. The deeper meaning of this definition, accordingly, proves to be that the virtue of justice for those who are ruled is to the advantage of those who do the ruling. Thus for those who are ruled it is an alien advantage, the advantage of someone else who himself does not hold to what is just. Justice is what is to the advantage of the unjust. So the definition of justice as the advantage of the stronger provides no answer at all to the question of what justice is in essence and what justice means to the one who tries to live according to it. This definition says only that it is to the advantage of the tyrant, i.e., the one who violates what is just with impunity, that everybody else continue to adhere to the code of justice. This means, however, that justice amounts to naivite, 34.1c. The hollowness of this position is now clear. What is said to be just, the advantage of the stronger, is only just when it is not taken to be what it really is, i.e., not taken to be the advantage of the stronger but taken to be a justice which is postulated and advocated using mere power as its rationalization cannot suffice to explain why what is based on power is valid as just and not merely as what is coerced. One may add that the founding of justice in power would be conceivable only if what was so founded was just for the one who rules as well as for those ruled, and if his power was thus not his but the rightful power of the state to enforce what is just for all. The ideal of the life of a tyrant which Thrasymachus develops thus contains no real answer to the question of what the essence of justice is. Rather it is only a declaration of his rejection of justice. However, the argument that justice is true prudence and virtue, genuine strength and real happiness, 349-54, also evades the question of what justice is in essence. And its failure to address this question, insofar as it glorifies the merits of justice but does not define its essence, gives this first conclusion of the discussion a negative and tentative character. 354 ff. Hence Socrates compares himself here to a glutton who has allowed himself to be taken in by the unending variety of treats offered in the feast which his opponent has prepared for him. 354a. This comment makes clear that in a polemical discussion, where one ethos is pitted against another, the opponent determines the horizons of the whole. Hence the very failure of the discussion to define justice shows us how accurate Plato was in his characterization of the existing state as decadent. What began as mere ignorance of the just order in society and ignorance of justice as the power in the soul which sustains that social order, has now developed into a total perversion of justice. At the beginning of Book 2 Plato's two brothers enter into the dialogue, and the discussion here is thereby set off from 82 Plato's educational state what has preceded it. The questioning does in fact move to another level. Even someone who does not consider justice good in itself but, given his fear of suffering injustice, holds it to be the lesser of two evils, can see that in practice justice is preferable to injustice. Thus out of prudence and the knowledge of how weak he is by himself, each individual may enter into an agreement or contract with others which will establish what is right and assure that justice is valued. 358e. Here we have a theory of justice which seems to be both politically and pedagogically realistic. But the positive evaluation of justice need be only conditional, for it obviously depends on correctly assessing how the conflict between powers will be resolved. Hence it is not valid in itself but only relative to what might emerge in that conflict. Quite in contrast to this approach to justice stands the undertaking to which Plato now turns, an undertaking reminiscent of Kant's rigorous analysis of the concept of duty. It must be demonstrated that injustice is always bad and justice always good, i.e., good independently of its practical application and even in the most extreme cases where one was mistaken regarding the just course of action. However, in contrast to Kant, Plato does not have in mind a deduction of the inner moral world of the unconditionally good will, a moral world apart from the realm of political action. Plato seeks precisely that power of the human soul which constitutes and sustains the state, its political fertility, as it were, y6v1a, 367d, from which arise the state and what is right and just. The authentically existing human being does not concern himself with his own prosperity and advancement while living in opposition to the state. In that case right and justice would consist only in each human being's worried alertness vis-a-vis the others. 367a. Instead, human existence is so constituted that precisely that basis of the existence of the state itself which makes the state possible and which is present in it at least to a small extent in even its most corrupt forms, is to be found in the souls of its citizens. It is to be found in the idea of justice. Now to interpret something is to reach an understanding of it by returning from the conclusion to what has led up to it. Hence the problem posed here cannot be interpreted at all without knowing the solution to it in advance. That solution lies in distinguishing between the prevailing common opinion and the idea which underlies it. It will become evident in what follows that only this distinction, as it is made in Plato's philosophy, makes a real statecraft possible, i.e., a statecraft which shapes the political reality and does not merely wend its way among given forms of the latter. He who in making this distinction sees through current opinions to the idea is already a philosopher, and only he who penetrates in this way to that which endures is capable of politics on a grand scale, that is, of forming and maintaining a stable political reality. Thus the paradoxical philosopher king, though long kept in the background and explicitly introduced only after considerable delay, is essentially implied in the way the question is put from the beginning. Or stated another way, Plato's philosophy springs from the existence of Socrates. Insofar as it inquires about the possibility of what is just in the midst of prevailing injustice, it discovers the just in itself. The question of what justice is in itself, of its essence, stands quite apart from any question of power or of what is generally accepted in the state. It necessarily asks what the state is essentially, in itself. but what the state can be depends upon the virtue of its citizens. I will not repeat the demonstration that the state, constructed as it is in words alone, only assumes a political character involving actual power and sovereignty once the discussion comes to the warrior class, cf. Chapter 3 above. Nor shall I restate why it is that at this point the state develops internal political tensions and simultaneously the need of a course of education to surmount these tensions from the conflict inherent in it between the sovereign power on one hand, and the overriding order of the whole, on the other. Suffice it to say that the disclosure of what justice is starts by displaying it in the order of a just state and then proceeds to a translation of what is seen there, into justice in the soul, 427 DFF. The ancient table of values of the MHP1 no.enda thus recurs in Plato's so-called cardinal virtues, virtues which are curiously interwoven and made to convert, one into the other, until they ultimately resolve into the one virtue of Socratic knowing. Wisdom, i.e., thinking for everyone, belongs to the leaders, and courage to the warriors, but not the elementary animal courage of the fighter, rather the political courage of the man who uses weapons for the sake of all and never for himself, 429-30d. Sophrosine belongs to all the classes, to the rulers as well as the ruled, i.e., Sophrosine as unanimity about the thinking for everyone and the fighting for everyone carried on by the governing classes, 430d-432a. The justice of the state, however, consists in something which all these classes, with their specific virtues, presuppose, in everyone's doing what befits him, or ideopragine, 433b. Ideopragine is required of the class of workers as well as the governing classes, and it alone gives the state its unity. Only insofar as the individual is oriented away from his own class and committed to the political order relating these classes as a whole, is the state possible. This commitment alone changes sovereignty from the mere possession of the power to coerce, to administration of the rightful power of the state. It is not hard to detect that this principle of ideopragine, cast as it is in an order of distinct classes, contains a specific criticism of the degenerate Attic democracy, 434b. But as a matter of fact, it is primarily the state as a whole which is emphasized here, not its particular divisions. The state is an ordering of government and populace founded upon the fact that the whole is present in each individual and his action. Now it is obviously of decisive importance for the life of the whole that the principle of doing what befits one does not turn political justice into a special case of division of labor. Division of labor represents only an image of justice, a linking of the action of the individual to the whole such as one finds in any techne, 443b. Plato's concern, however, is with something more than the integration of the products of work into the community of consumers. To be sure, any work is there for all who will make use of it. Nevertheless, the work of a political leader or a warrior is not just a techne of that sort but eo ipso directly related to the whole of the state. The political leader knows that he acts for all, and what he does and does not do depends upon this, his knowledge of the whole, cf. Charmides 166 ff, Euthydemus 291 ff. Every other worker too is directly related to the whole, not by virtue of his integration into the coordinated work of the Plato's educational state 85 whole but as a citizen, i.e., by virtue of his harmony with the whole of the sovereign order to which he belongs. The political ideopragine of the classes is thus to be distinguished from the ideopragine of techne, and it follows that the disruption of this class order is the real political misfortune, 434c, i.e., a destruction of the structure of governing such as became visible in the decay of the Attic democracy. The definition of justice as ideopragine in reference to the larger image of the state is now carried over to the soul. It seems as though a mere analogy would be required here. The order of the state would of necessity correspond to that of the soul, 43.5 BCFF. Like the state, the soul must have the potential for being at one with itself, but it is also susceptible to dangerous disorders and strife. And in a quite remarkable analysis Plato shows that there are indeed three parts to the soul, which correspond to the three classes in the political order, love of knowledge, zeal, and desire. Desire is attraction to something and knowledge is discrimination in saying yes and no. Between these, however, lies what one could call engagement for the yes and no. This doctrine of the soul is deduced from phenomena which display the soul's inner division, and hence it is worked out in reference to the instances of man's being divided against himself. The proper ordering of the parts of the soul becomes the metaphor from which the cardinal virtues are derived, and justice appears in the soul as the same thing which it was in the state, here as the ideopragine of the parts of the soul, as it was there the ideopragine of the classes. It appears that we have now come to the requisite result which the attempts of the first book had failed to attain. In the case of the state, political justice could not be found in the economic principle of the division of labor among the professions, but only in adhering to, and showing concern for, the inner order of the state, i.e., in bringing about the reconciliation and unification of the three classes. And it was shown that the actions of the state can be right and just only on the basis of that order. In precisely the same way it is demonstrated that the justice of the soul does not consist in some external act which it performs, not in integrity in money matters or in aligning oneself with what emerges in the interplay of interests of those competing for political power. Rather, as was the case in the state, it consists in an inner action, the action of the soul by which it too attains to a unity in the diversity of its strivings and drives, and to friendship with itself. 443 CDFF. An action is just which is in conformity with this inner order of the soul and which brings about and sustains that order. Thus the constitution of oneself as an internally well-ordered soul is the true measure of Dasein self-understanding, i.e., of Sophia, 443e. Conversely, the destruction of the soul is Amathia, 444a, the diminution and darkening of this inner capacity to govern oneself. The inwardness of justice is most certainly not an inwardness of disposition, not that goodwill which alone of all things in the world may be called good, Kant. On the contrary, Plato's inwardness is the measure and origin of all valid outward expression in human activity. It is no sanctified realm of the heart known only to God, but rather an order of governance and a constitution of the soul's being which maintains and fulfills itself in every action. 5. The discussion might seem to have reached a genuine and successful conclusion insofar as it has established what is the one essence of justice common to both the state and the soul. Indeed, this definition of justice is no longer dependent upon what is generally accepted as just or whatever might be deduced from everyone's opinion. Instead, it goes to the very idea of justice, its being as it is in itself, the health of the soul, which is also the precondition of the health of the state. Justice is a being of the soul in relationship to itself, and this is the very thing which Socrates means when he appeals to us to care for our souls. With that, however, we have arrived at the second of those critical junctures in the dialogue which we have made it our task to illuminate. For at this point the development of the subject matter leads to a concluding expatiation on the philosophical education of the guardians and leaders. And as was the case before, this turn in the discussion is not the result of some editorial hindsight on Plato's part, but of the logic of the subject matter itself, however circuitously that subject matter might assert itself. Our task here is to grasp this logic. Plato himself noted the preliminary nature of his extrapolation from the classes in the state to the parts of the soul, 435d, and he provides us with abundant, if muted, indications of its provisional character. The description of the philosophical education of the rulers which follows is indeed the elaboration of a point in the pedagogical program of the state which had remained ill-defined, cf 503b, 503e, but in essence it is much more than that. It was the purpose of this education to strengthen the philosophical element in the guardians in order that the general and universal, Hegel, das Allgemeine, the Kolvoup, might prevail. It is an inevitable characteristic of rulers that they are susceptible to the temptations of power and to the tyrannical drive in man, and this weakness can lead to a darkening of the philosophical element in them and to the destruction of the civil order. The same susceptibility can be found in the soul of any individual, it appears as the danger of the self splitting in two when it is seduced into pandering to those with power or catering to the senses. And it is precisely here that the preliminary nature of the psychology of the three parts of the soul and of the definition of justice based upon this psychology comes to light. The doctrine of the parts of the soul cannot be dissociated from the definition of the virtues. 88 Plato's educational state insofar as the latter is based upon the former. 6 But Plato does not so much propose a psychology as a doctrine concerning the dangers of division in the self, a division which is the counter-image of the self's unity with itself when the virtue of justice prevails in it. Whether the soul is to be one in form or whether it is to be many, 612a, a many-headed monstrosity so to speak, cf. Phaedrus 230a, is not a question for a merely theoretical psychological science. Rather it is the primary concern in the right and just guiding of one's own life by knowledge. However, the possibility of such guiding and the issue of what direction it should take open up a new movement of questioning within what has been achieved up to this point, even in the definitions of the virtues, a movement of questioning which will eventually lead us up to the center of Plato's philosophy as a whole. How matters stand here in regard to the soul can be clarified by the image Plato uses of health, 444d. All health is inner harmony against the background of possible disharmony. Only in disharmony and derangement do both the soul and the body become sensitive to their inner division. But the analogy between bodily and psychic health has an obvious limitation. We tend to say that nature takes care of, helps, itself. A good bodily constitution is thus one which has the greatest capacity for repairing itself naturally, and any doctor only assists in the natural process of self-reparation, as does the individual person who takes care of himself and protects his health. The healthy soul, on the other hand, is not simply in the hands of some nature which takes care of it, it does not possess a natural good constitution which could be said to govern it. The soul is always aware of the danger of disharmony because it must knowing why aim at being in unison with itself. It must pay constant attention to ensure that it maintains its accord with itself, or, put another way, its self-accord is endangered at every moment. The Greeks have a lovely expression for this intrinsic correlation between the good constitution of the soul and Dasean's knowledge of itself. They call it sophrosyne, which Aristotle glosses as ool, o of ti, vcpp 6 vri 01v, Nicomachean Ethics 1 140b. In preserving phronesis, in existing as knowing, Dasean attains to a lasting governance of itself. Thus in the case of the soul it is not sufficient to have merely characterized its healthy state. The real concern is to preserve it from being led astray. The definition of justice arrived at was the sound, good constitution of the soul, but what has been attained in ing at that definition is only an ideal picture of the just state and of the just soul, a picture of the true political and psychic health. It can be said of both, however, that they are not of a certain nature and are not good by dint of a good nature. This holds for the soul just as much as it does for the state. The state with such genuine political health as the one which Socrates has constructed here in words alone lives from an excess of wisdom in its institutions. It is so ordered that it cannot be anything but healthy. But who constructs such a state and who such a soul? Where are there human beings so dedicated to the state and where are there souls whose passions yield so totally? The real question is not what justice, as the ideal health of state and soul, looks like but how justice has the power to bring itself about and preserve itself. To ask that, however, is to ask how the state could possibly exist. And as a matter of fact that very question introduces the grand philosophical discussion which now begins, viz., the question of how the state is possible, the question of possibly bringing it about, 471 ff. Even if the picture of the true state and of true justice is only a model and thus, like the ideal picture of a painter, 472 cd, immune to the question of whether it is possible, it is not accidental that this question of an actual justice sets the philosophical discussion here in motion. The paradoxical answer which Socrates gives is contained in his demand that philosophers rule. It is in virtually the same words, 473d, the demand which the seventh letter repeats. In the says nth letter, political power and philosophy were to be unified by educating the young ruler of Syracuse. And here in the Republic, similarly, the possibility of philosophers ruling is obviously tied to education. For that reason primarily the sons of rulers are named, 499b, and for that reason the temptations are delineated to which a young man in the state is exposed, cf. the portrait of Alcibiades, 494c. So now everything turns on the more precise characterization of the true philosopher, from which the transition is then to be made to the description of the course of philosophical education for the leaders of the state. However, it is fundamentally impossible to say what the true philosopher is without first focusing philosophically on that which the philosopher sees. Even the description of a philosophical education is not possible without simultaneously experiencing this philosophical education as the directing of one's vision to true being. Socrates describes the figure of the philosopher by both comparing and opposing. He first likens the philosopher to the eroticist, 474 cff. Both are dominated by passion, and insofar as the lover is able to find something beautiful in everyone who is young, insofar as he is forever finding new occasions for his love and is not predisposed to any specific love in preference to others, he shows that he aims at fundamentally one thing in all loves. So too, the philosopher turns to all kinds of knowledge and is not swayed by any preferences. For him too any particular form of knowing is only a pretext which he himself sees through. Now passion has precisely this quality. It can find in anything, even in the most meager stimulation, that one thing at which it is aimed. 7. Thus it can be said that the philosopher is possessed by the passion to behold the truth. Still the passion and yearning to see can be something quite unphilosophical too, 475 dff. Certainly, the one who yearns to see thrives on seeing all beautiful things. So does the philosopher, who is made to merge with the eroticist in this regard, 476 bf, just as before, 403c, erotic love had been exalted into a love of the muses, which is to say, into philosophia. But unlike the philosopher, the one who merely yearns to see does not see the one absolute beauty in all things. On the contrary, dazed and as if living in a dream, 476c, onar, he is always taken by the many which displays itself to him. He seeks diversion in the many and he lives by comparing one thing with another, his criterion being novelty. Thus his passion is to be wherever something is going. On point 8, as opposed to this dreamer, the philosopher is awake. He is one who, whatever might happen, stays on his course, one who can tell the true from the false and who looks to true being. This differentiation of the philosopher from the one who yearns to see is intended to remind the reader of the beginning of the Republic. There, 327 aff, the philosopher leads those who have stayed behind in the hopes of seeing something into a conversation instead of to a torchlight race on horseback in honor of the goddess. And therein we have precisely the philosophical event which occurs wherever Socrates is. Being able to see true being in itself, the idea, the paradigm, as opposed to that which only participates in it, the adulterated and turbid, is what characterizes the philosopher. And from the start, that which alone makes the healthy state possible, i.e., the proper attitude of the rulers toward the office and power by virtue of which they rule, was obviously this ability to see. The rulers must recognize that the power which they have is not theirs, not power at their disposal. They must resist public adulation and the hidden seductiveness of power which tempts the one who has it to seek his own advantage by any means of persuasion and to call such action, ust. They must be unaffected by all these appearances and keep the true well-being of the whole in mind. All this was to be achieved by the education of the guardians in the ideal state. Thus the truth which had been avoided for so long is finally declaimed: the leaders in the ideal state must be philosophers, 503b. In this way Plato's political intuition that the remedy and cure for the unhealthy condition of the states of his time is only to be expected from a rule of philosophy fuses with his projection of an ideal state, 51a. Philosophy alone, it is held, makes that state possible in the first place, and preserving the state would require leaders educated by philosophy. This can mean only one thing, however: looking about for a cure for ailing states and constituting an ideal state in words is nothing other than education, which cultivates that thing in every state which makes the state possible, the just political attitude of its citizens. Here is not the place to discuss this philosophical education, which culminates in the science of dialectic. Such a discussion would lead us beyond the idea of justice to the idea of the good, which transcends any specific ideas, rather it presupposes the latter. In any order in which a many becomes a unity, in the state and in the soul, in knowledge and in the structure of the world, it sees the law of the one and the many, of number and being. Point 9. Just what is dialectic in Plato? It is generally recognized today that it began with those talks which direct and guide the interlocutor, the kind of talk for which Socrates is famous and which made his life such a signal event in European history. And we see now that it was precisely the interpenetration of this initial dialectic with logical concerns which gave rise to Plato's subtly ingenious theory of concept formation, i.e., the procedure of hypothesis and diaeresis, in which, he tells us, the art of the dialectician consists. Paul Naderp and Julius Stenzel are principally responsible for this insight. And in my own Platone's dialectic ethic I used phenomenological methods to show that the basic determinations reached by the art of dialectic in the sophist, statesman, and philebus do indeed have their root in live, philosophical dialogue. To be sure, what we have now generally come to call dialectic can be only partially accounted for in terms of its origin in dialogue. More than anyone else, the most singular monologist among philosophical dialecticians, Hegel, could claim to have founded his thought upon the art of leading a conversation which Socrates practiced in his encounters with tractable youths. For even though it is principally Descartes' methodology which guides him, Hegel can claim for his method of systematic, universal development of all determinations of thought precisely that same directly sequential logic that we find in Plato's dialogues. Nevertheless, the reason we call Hegel's procedure dialectic is not that it can be said to originate in dialogue, but that it is based in thinking in contradictions, in utram partem disputere. The source here is Eleatic dialectic, the skill of developing the consequences of opposed assumptions even while one is still ignorant of the enacronv, the what of what one is talking about. Point 1. That is the skill which we first find displayed in Zeno and in Plato's Parmenides, and which since Aristotle has been called dialectic. Surely one of the most difficult problems which Plato's philosophy presents is that of establishing how these two procedures which he develops from Socrates' art of conversing, i.e., the exercise of thinking in opposites, on the one hand, and the differentiation of concepts, on the other, are related to each other. Point 2. We know both only from literary expositions, in which an element of playfulness is always present. Indeed, the same method of differentiating concepts which Aristotle criticizes with such pedantic seriousness for lacking a convincing proof of its results is always introduced in Plato's dialogues with a touch of humor and irony. The Parmenides, especially, reads almost like a comedy and leaves us quite perplexed in regard to its actual meaning. Even if the Neoplatonic interpretation of the dialectic of the one does touch upon the truth of the matter, it must be said that in the Parmenides, at least, this truth is cloaked in irony and intentionally obscured. More and more, Plato scholars have come to acknowledge what Werner Jaeger had stated back in 1912, namely, that in spite of everything it will continue to remain a mere expedient when in the absence of other sources we attempt to get information concerning Plato's doctrine of ideas or number theory from his dialogues. 3. Consequently, Plato's scholarship has concerned itself to an ever greater extent with the didactic discussions of the Academy, of which we no longer have any direct knowledge. We explore the reflections of them in Aristotle and his contemporaries, and the more we take Plato's philosophy seriously in this way in Germany as well as elsewhere, the more one-sided it appears to us to treat Plato's dialogues in the manner of those 6. In Germany in the first half of the century who emphasized the political Plato, Wilamowitz, Friedlander, and, in extreme exaggeration, Hildebrandt, and the existential Plato, for whom, In keeping with the existential philosophy of the 1920s, the dogmatic form of the doctrine of ideas virtually disappeared. For however, we are not faced with an either/or here. In the first place, there must be a reason that Aristotle could count Plato among the Pythagoreans. Aristotle's perspective may well have been restricted by his own rejection of mathematics and his deliberate recapitulation of the thought of the older physiologists. Nevertheless, it may be accepted as a fact that Plato's philosophy did indeed construe the principles of the one and the many arithmologically. In the second place, it does not suffice to interpret Plato's characterization of the practice of philosophy as dialectic in a merely biographical or literary sense. This characterization must have its basis in a most intrinsic, essential tenet of his philosophy, a tenet which both the division of concepts in the style of the Phaedrus, sophist, and statesman, as well as the thinking in opposites such as that presented in the Parmenids, should illustrate in some way. The particular literary form which Plato invented for his Socratic discourses is not merely a clever hiding place for his doctrines, it is a profoundly meaningful expression of them within the possibilities which the art of writing allows. Perhaps a solution to our problem here can be found in the puzzling description which the sophist gives of the activity of the dialectician 253d. Point 5. For this much is clear, the passage provides a logical account of the procedure of concept division, but as the double antithesis of its sentence structure proves, this procedure also implies eo ipso an element of thinking in contradictions. Conversely, the exercise of the Parmenids, which provides an example of the dialectic of proceeding on opposite assumptions, confirms that that procedure is to be understood in relationship. 96. To the overall vision of the dialectician, who knows how to proceed in discussion, in argument, and counterargument. In particular, when the concern is with the postulation of ideas, it is repeatedly said to be a task of infinite difficulty to prove their validity to one who would contest them. As is so often the case in Plato, the discrepancy between what one sees and what one can defend against an opponent is emphasized specifically. Point 6. The force of the arguments made by the opponent appears so great that a victorious proof of the validity of the ideas would require extraordinary means. In this regard, one might recall the well-known anecdote about Plato's defense of his doctrine of ideas against Antisthens: he who has no eye for the idea could not be made to see it even by a lens. 7. Now the discrepancy between an insight and its demonstrability is precisely the issue for the much disputed excursus of the seventh letter. Here too it is assumed to be self-evident that the truth of an insight must assert itself in discussion, i.e., in opposition to any possible counterargument. In the form of an excursus of 4 precious pages in length, Plato's seventh letter treats the question of the means by which an insight may be reached. The authenticity of the letter has long been contested, and most recently the so-called excursus in particular has been called into question by many because it presumably does not concur with Plato's well-known doctrines. 8. It is also true that the line of thought here is presented in a vague, circuitous way, and that the argument is sometimes astonishingly simplistic. Nevertheless, I believe that until now, we have failed to observe and evaluate a very simple fact which would suffice to explain all that. These pages do indeed constitute an excursus, but not in the sense, obviously, that they could be extracted from. For decades now, will, it is hoped, justify itself on the basis of the philosophic subject matter. Only in those places where I cannot agree with the recent interpreters on specific philological questions have I taken a position on the issues they raise. Dialectic and Sophism in Plato's seventh letter. 97. Their context as a subsequent insertion. Attempts to do that, however tempting they might seem, are destined to fail. Rather, they are an excursus in the sense that they are characterized by the author of the letter as a self-citation and possess an inner completeness and unity which clearly distinguish them from the letter itself, insofar as the latter was occasioned by particular circumstances. 9. The notions developed here are not being thought out to rebut the philosophical presumption which Dionysius too had displayed in his tract on Plato's philosophy. 10. Instead, the text of the letter itself reveals that the concern is with a train of thought which Plato had often set forth previously. Plato himself says with no trace of irony that what we read here had been presented in lectures many times before. To me there is no doubt that these presentations occurred in the context of Plato's oral instruction and that what is explicated in the excursus had a propedeutic function within that instruction. It is to be viewed as a prefatory appeal to give oneself over to philosophic instruction and didactic discussion with the proper attitude and, in particular, as a warning not to let oneself be confused by those empty techniques of arguing being proffered in the fashionable instruction of the sophists and in obvious opposition to the philosophic community cultivated by the academy. Only if one is clear about the function of the excursus, the propedeutic locus of its exposition, can one attain the hermeneutically correct access to it. One knows then that in it none of the specific content of Plato's philosophy is to be expected, nothing of the ascent to the idea of the good over the steps of knowledge, nothing of his dialectic of ideas, whose artful conceptual development we find mirrored in so many of his dialogues. As a matter of fact, the so-called epistemological theory of the excursus is not a theory of knowledge at all but a theory of teaching and learning, the mettle of which is to be tested in didactic and heuristic discourse. A ridiculously simple example, knowledge of the circle, i.e., an object of mathematical investigation, illustrates the general theme that the media, means, momenta, in and by which insight and the communication of it are to be achieved, are not capable of compelling someone to understand. Aristotle's syllogisms or a deductive system, Euclid's geometry, for instance, can construct proofs which by virtue of their logical cogency compel everyone to recognize the truth, but this, according to Plato, is not to be achieved in the realm of the philosophy of ideas. 12. And it seems important to him to make that fact clear from the start to anyone who wants to participate in the communal seeking and inquiry which lead to the ideas. Thus the question raised here implies philosophy's criticism of itself. Why does the possibility of compelling someone to understand in the way mathematics can, for example, not exist for philosophy? Are not all the means which we apply in factual discussion and argument used for the precise purpose of bringing the other person to understand? And would not the ideal argument be intrinsically compelling and secure against the attacks of anyone who would speak against it? Plato wants to show that in fact this ideal cannot be realized. To this end he examines the means we use to make our meaning clear to someone who would understand us. He distinguishes among three components in any insight we might have about a thing, 13 means in which our knowledge about it is to be communicated. To these three he appends a fourth, namely, the knowledge itself produced by the first three. Here we have four ways in which the thing known may be said to be present for us, and obviously, the reality itself, the knowledge of which is under consideration, is distinct from all of these. It is the fifth in the series. The four means of communicating the thing are as follows: 1. Name or word, onoma; 2. Explanation or conceptual determination, logos; 3. Appearance, illustrative image, example, figure, eidolon; 4. The knowledge or insight itself. Now Plato asserts that all four of these provide no certainty that in them the thing itself, die Sache selbst, will come to be known as it truly is. He makes this point using the example of the circle. That, certainly, is a good choice. Plainly no previous knowledge of the doctrine of ideas or of the dialectic of concepts is required to see that a circle is something different from the circular things which we call round, curved, oval, orbicular, etc., and which we can see with our eyes. It is clear to us that the figure which we draw to illustrate a mathematical relationship visually is not the mathematical relationship itself, and clearer still that the circular objects in nature are not to be confused with the circle of mathematics. It takes no effort at all to understand the sense here in which Plato speaks of a true circle. This turn of speech is understood immediately if it is used in distinction from everything circular which we encounter in our experience. A true circle is obviously something different from all of that. 14. Neither, however, is the circle what Plato calls an idea in the strict sense of that concept. On the contrary, it belongs to the category of mathematical constructs which constitute a kind of intermediate world between the sense-perceived and the intelligible. There are many true circles and not just the one circle, and when represented by a figure, we can recognize all that can be known about the geometry of the circle in any one of these. Geometry requires figures which we draw, but its object is the circle itself. For that reason such mathematical entities as the circle are especially suited to illustrate the transition to pure thinking, which in Plato's opinion is the way to true knowledge and which he thus speaks of as the turn to the idea. Even he who has not yet seen all the metaphysical implications of the concept of pure thinking but only grasps something of mathematics, and as we know, Plato assumed that such was the case with his listeners, even he knows that in a manner of speaking one looks right through the drawn circle and keeps the pure thought of the circle in mind. Thus the example which Plato chooses is one of those mathematical entities which according to him have a propedeutic function in regard to philosophical thought. They school one's vision for that which is thought purely. They raise the soul, as it were, to the level of pure thought in that they turn it away from all that is encountered in sense experience or in conversations where mere opinions are exchanged. He who does not complete this tum to that which is thought purely, he who does not complete this abstraction, can never attain the insights and knowledge which we call mathematics. Obviously the circle is an instance of the knowledge of all those things which one can know through thought alone. The circle demonstrates that one cannot communicate his knowledge unless one knows a name for it and is able to explain the word with which one names it by means of a conceptual determination. It is evident, then, that one must have in mind the appearance of that specific sort of thing. The word comes first, of course, but obviously various words give linguistic characterizations of the circular, e.g., round, curved, orbiculate, circular, and so on. The clarifying conceptual determination or definition which Plato provides everywhere on the periphery equidistant from the center says exactly what a circular line, the periphery, equally is. The example shows us precisely what Plato means by the logos, not just any statement at all but the essential determination, the statement which defines. But here, of course, there is no reflection on the logical structure of determination, i.e., the differentiation according to genus and species elaborated in the well-known doctrine of diaresis, which Plato again and again calls the core of the art of dialectic. That there is no such reflection is in keeping with the propedeutic style of the whole. Third on the list is the figure, and indeed the mathematical example chosen involves something of this sort. Clearly this third item on the list must be taken in a most general sense, and it must be left open to just what extent the communication of knowledge involves artificially produced figures such as are drawn in mathematics or illustrative phenomena themselves or even illustrations used in talking the example, in other words. Evidently all of these may be thought of as idola. Plato's point of departure here is the circle one sketches in the sand or erases, and also the circle turned on the lathe. In both cases the model is destructible. But the circle itself cannot be destroyed. Both the phenomenon given to the senses in which one cognizes, Plato would say recognizes, something, and the illustrative example are thus essentially different from what becomes discernible in them. But there is something else which they have in common. Despite their difference from the circle itself, the circle is somehow present in both these forms of idola just as it is in the word and the concept. Fourth on Plato's list is knowledge, insight, and true opinion. Insofar as all of these have their place neither in sounds uttered nor in the bodily and tangible but in the soul, this fourth is different from the other three. Nevertheless it too is not the thing itself. For the circle itself is not in the soul. It is something distinct, it is one thing identical with itself and different from everything which occurs in the soul. For in the soul manje things occur. If seen in this light, it makes sense to place the insight together with the other three means of communication. Insights too do not belong to true reality, but to becoming, genesis. They are part of our intellect's stream of life. They emerge and recede. Our opinions change. This is true even of mathematical insights. To be sure, Something like the Pythagorean theorem is one and the same invariant state of affairs to a much higher degree than the points of view which different people have about a thing. To know this theorem, to be the master of its mathematical intelligibility, its derivation, its demonstrability, is certainly something different from remembering the mere words and phrases in which its proof is given or remembering the particular figure which one happens to use for the proof. If I really know how to prove it, I am no longer dependent upon the different possible figures or drawings which are used in the proof. Even so, our grasp of a mathematical theorem in our thought is not independent of our intellect. It is part of the latter, and it is not certain that I can reproduce the theorem in my thought even if I do know it. Like any thought, it takes part in coming into obeying and passing away and in being other than itself. Unlike the thing itself, science in the soul is not timeless. 15. Closest to the thing itself is obviously that moment of insight in which suddenly everything which contributes to the intelligibility of the internal relationship of the thing to itself is present to me all at once, the steps of the proof, the auxiliary construct, which was so hard to find, and its function in the proof, and so forth. More than anything else, this evidentness, which makes one want to say, "I've got it," contains the intrinsic relationship of the mathematical structure as such. Plato calls this evidentness nous. He quite rightly distinguishes it from the science which I have attained when I master mathematics. And with even more justification he distinguishes it as well from a mere correct opinion, in which nevertheless, if it is correct, this thing itself is also there as disconcealed. 16. Despite all the differences among these four, there is something common to all of them which makes it possible to group one them together. They all must play a part if one really wishes to grasp the thing. They all make a thing present in some way zero one another, in the word, the concept, the illustration, and, above all, in the luminousness of an insight which comes to us out of all these. The circle itself is there. Thus besides these four are the circle itself is the fifth. Plato's simple enumeration, which concatenates things apparently so diverse, is no, without its justification. And now Plato begins to demonstrate the point toward which the whole exposition had been leading. These four are indeed indispensable for true knowledge. But they are of such nature that if one avails oneself of them, one can never grasp the thing itself with complete certainty. One can never be sure that with these means the thing itself is displayed in its full, disconcealed intelligibility. This is the basic experience in every philosophic endeavor, in every philosophic discussion. Words, only words, and nevertheless these words, which are just words, are not supposed to be mere empty talk. They should be capable of constructing the thing meant in another person, erecting it so that it is there in him. What is the reason that the means, whether taken individually or all together, are actually incapable of compelling someone to understand? What is wrong with them? What is their weakness? 17. The question has been raised why in this analysis of the four means Plato stresses only the weakness of the logoi. For as a matter of fact, not only word and speech but also figure and the internal state of mind are numbered among these four. But who does not see at once that this process of attaining and communicating understanding always takes place entirely in the medium of one person speaking with another? Plato leaves no doubt that even knowledge of the ideas, although it cannot merely be derived from language and words, is still not to be attained without them. Critylus 433a, 438b. Point 18. The weakness of the logoi, which is the weakness of all four, is precisely the weakness of our intellect itself, which depends upon them. They themselves are no assurance that the thing itself is there in its true disconcealedness. Again, it must be kept clearly in mind that Plato's exposition of this weakness is designed for those with no previous education in philosophy. He emphasizes not once but repeatedly 19 that each of these four means has a tendency to bring a reality of a specific sort to the fore instead of the reality of the thing itself, which was supposed to be displayed in word or discussion, intuition, or insight. They all have an intrinsic distortion tendency, so to speak. In the process of bringing something else into presence, they would assert themselves as whatever particular thing they are instead of fading out of view. 2 degrees, for they all are something besides the thing they are presenting. They all have a reality of their own, a character which differentiates them from that thing. The word circle is not the circle itself, nor is the statement which defines what a circle is, nor is the circle which is drawn. My opinion regarding the circle and even my insight into that which a circle is not the circle itself. Plato's thesis is this: all these means assert themselves as whatever they are, and in pushing to the fore, as it were, they suppress that which is displayed in them. This is easiest to see in regard to what we referred to as figure. And it is not coincidental that Plato alters the sequence here, 343a, and begins by establishing that every circle drawn is the complete opposite of what it is supposed to be. At any given point it is somewhat straight, while the circle itself displays not the least bit of its opposite, straightness. There is no perfectly drawn circle, every figure is somehow deficiently round. Nowadays this example does not make immediately evident why that should jeopardize our insight. That the representation of the circle, in which there is always an element of straightness, obviously fails to attain true circularity does not seem to be of any consequence. While using the drawn circle, one can still mean the circle itself. Where is there supposed to be a deception or falsification or concealment of the thing? How is the straightness in the drawn circle supposed to push itself to the fore and assert itself? However, if we keep in mind the state of mathematics in Plato's time, for which Plato's insight into the ontological difference between sense-perceived reality and intelligible reality was not at all so obvious, then the example makes very clear what Plato means. It is precisely the classical problem of the squaring of the circle to which he is referring, a problem which appears to be solvable if one departs from the deficiency of any drawn circle. To us it is obvious that it is impossible to transform a circle into a quadrangle of the same area by circumscribing polygons, each with a greater number of angles than the previous one. However, if one forgets the distinction between the figure and the thing and attempts to solve the problem using the figure, in that one draws smaller and smaller chords in the segments which remain, then it will appear that the polygon fully coincides with the line -0f the circle. As a matter of fact, we do have substantiation of such attempts to solve the problem of the squaring of the circle mathematically, and it is quite right to say that these pseudo-proofs are the result of the straight asserting itself in the curved. Even Protagoras is said to have contested mathematics because it takes what is not straight for straight and what is straight for curved. 21 Only after Plato were Greek mathematicians in a position to see clearly why such proofs are not mathematical proofs at all. The point is wholly evident to Aristotle, and he specifically refers to such proofs as non-mathematical. 22 But it is not so easy to explain why the weakness of words and conceptual determination which takes place in words, i.e., in the medium of uttered sounds, should be that they bring to the fore that which they themselves are and conceal what they are supposed to represent. Plato says only that there is nothing constant and dependable in them because all designations of a thing are somewhat arbitrary and, given a different convention, could just as easily designate something else. That the sound of the word reveals nothing of the thing were it not for the meaning 11g of the sound, is made clear enough in the Critylus, much to the amusement of all. Furthermore, it may certainly be assumed that Plato's listeners, who were prepared for what he said, were immune to the linguistic tricks which played such a large part in the sophist teachings of the day. Of course, nowadays we would again counter that the fact that all words are conventional and not firmly attached to the thing designated does not in itself produce pseudos. The arbitrariness of naming and of agreeing to call something something does indeed indicate how little the sound of the word as such contains the thing itself. But especially when the word is understood, not as an image or copy but as a sign arrived at by convention, it is hard to see how its own being, the particular being of the sound, is supposed to assert itself and conceal the thing. The intelligibility of the sign lies precisely in the fact that it points away from itself and does not assert itself as an independent reality but merely serves its function. Still, Plato's argument is valid. The fact that the sound of a word can bring something else to the fore which does not represent the thing meant results from precisely the fact that, insofar as it is a sign, it depends upon a particular convention. The possibility of renaming, which is implied in any giving of a name and designating with signs, and to which Plato points here, demonstrates that the sound by which the word names the thing does not carry its meaning in itself unambiguously. What Plato has in mind is obviously that this ambiguity of words allows a word to let something else be there instead of presenting the thing meant. In this age of artificial, logical languages, this point needs no further elaboration. As we all know, the reason for the invention of mathematical symbol languages and their perfection in the last 100 years was that conventional language was incapable of compelling someone to understand something. Instead, because of its imprecision and ambiguity, conventional language entangles us in pseudo-problems. Ergo logics claim to have rid us of this kind of error by perfecting an artificial system of signs. Such a perfected sign language would accomplish what Plato argues natural languages could not. Each individual sign would designate one thing exactly and univocally. Still, given the fact of mathematical artificial languages, one could ask whether it is this means of word and concept itself which is too weak. Is it not rather more the case that only its use, i.e., the convention which underlies the natural use of words, is not established with sufficient ingenuity and precision to ensure the comprehension of what is intended by the sign or word? Things become perplexing here, especially since Plato does not stop once he has said that the word has nothing fixed and certain about it. He goes on to characterize the definitional statement, logos ousias, as just as weak, precisely because it is made up of words. This sounds strange in many respects. Clearly the ambiguity of a word is reduced directly by its positional value in the context of what is spoken. Having seen that, one might well proceed to a critique of the whole idea of an unambiguous coordination of sign and thing designated. The assumption that a perfected instrument of designation exists by which everything that one means and thinks precisely could be designated, and this would be the ideal logical language, is a nominalistic prejudice, the untenability of which has in my view been convincingly demonstrated in Wittgenstein's logical investigations. 23. Thus one might think that the transition from single words to the whole of speaking would suffice to overcome the weakness which lies in conventional designation as such, and one would like to believe that Plato's Dialectic does justice precisely to this consideration in opposing the logos, as the kaidotonia of the ideas, to the fruitless undertaking of defining things atomistically. And as a matter of fact, it seems to me that here we have the answer to the question of why Plato rejects the definitional statement with the same argument which he used against the single word. To be sure, the weakness of the word as such is overcome by the logos. It is in fact its purpose, as the clarifying conceptual definition, to transcend the artificiality which lies in the ordinary use of language with its mere naming of things. By determining the concept, it lets the thing itself be present as it is determined eo ipso. Insofar as one has established the definition, one seems to be beyond any mistaking of one thing for another, be it of the meaning of one word for another or of a figure for the thing itself. So what danger of things being obscured should be concealed in the conventional character of what is formulated in language? Plato's Parmenides seems to contain a good answer to this question. As in the seventh Leton, no logical insight is presupposed which one could have attained only at the end of some Platonic course of instruction. Rather, the point of departure is the dialectical experience which everybody has from the start. Similarly, there is good reason that the definition of the circle which Plato gives in the seventh letter is spelled out with no recourse at all to the genus-species schema. If one wants to describe the dialectical experience of thought, one may not just presuppose the systematic doctrine of classificatory concept formation. Instead, one must display how the very procedure of conceptual definition itself contains something arbitrary and uncertain, for the genus under which a thing is to be subsumed obviously lacks singleness of meaning. 24. The variations in the conceptual determination of the sophist with which the dialogue of the same name begins 25, as well as the corresponding considerations in the statesman 26, make that fact completely clear. Viewed logically, the ideal might be to portray the arbitrariness of such possible definitions against the background of the system of all ideas which supposedly lies behind Plato's doctrine of ideal numbers, and thereby to eliminate this arbitrariness. but it seems highly questionable to me whether the principles of the one and the many upon which the system rests are really meant by Plato to guarantee that we can attain unequivocal meaning in a classificatory structure. The traditional account of Plato's esoteric doctrine argues against that possibility, and there are indications of ineradicable ambiguity in the dialogues too. The interweaving of the highest genera in the sophist and, even more, the dialectical exercise which the young Socrates is put through by the elder Parmenides lead only to the negative insight that it is not possible to define an isolated idea purely by itself, and that very interweaving of the ideas militates against the positive conception of a precise and unequivocal pyramid of ideas. To be sure, what the principle of such an order would be, the dependency of one thing on another, can be shown very nicely using Plato's prime example of systematic ordering, the relationship of line, point, plane, and volume. But are the ascent leading through the sciences of these to the highest insight into the good and the descent from this insight anything more than an ideal program? Is it not always the case, as Plato so effectively teaches us here, that as human beings we can perceive the order of good and bad, the order of reality as a whole, only in finite, limited attempts? Perhaps in the final analysis the indeterminacy of the two is meant precisely to imply that for us there exists no clear, unambiguous structure of being. 27. In any event, the dialectic to be experienced here is of exactly the same sort as the one demonstrated in the exercise in the Parmenides. It too results from the multiplicity of respects in which something may be interpreted in language. In this regard one might be reminded of the first hypothesis in the Parmenides. There that multiplicity was not a burdensome ambiguity to be eliminated but an entirety of interrelated aspects of meaning which articulate a field of knowing. The multiple valences of meaning which separate from one another in speaking about things contain a productive ambiguity, one pursued, as we know, not only by the Academy but also by Aristotle with all his analytic genius. The productivity of this dialectic is the positive side of the ineradicable weakness from which the procedure of conceptual determination suffers. That ever contemporary encounter with the logoi of which Plato speaks 28 is found here in its most extreme form. It is displayed here as the experience which we have when the conventional meaning of single words gets away from us. But Plato knows full well that the source of all aporia is also the source of the euporia which we achieve in discourse. 29. He who does not want the one will have to do without the other. An unequivocal, precise coordination of the sign world with the world of facts, i.e., of the world of which we are the master with the world which we seek to master by ordering it with signs, is not language. The whole basis of language and speaking, the very thing which makes it possible, is ambiguity or metaphor, as the grammar and rhetoric of a later time will call it. 30. Only if one has this immediate and fundamental dialectical experience in mind does one understand what Plato means when he describes the ultimate possibility of knowledge as a lingering with all four of these means, a lingering which passes back and forth from one to the other. All attempts to read an ordered ascent into the series of means, a graduation of them which would correspond to the ascent of the soul over the whole system of knowledge up to the idea of the good, are completely mistaken. 31. Still there is a difficulty here. Whereas the weaknesses of the first three are pointed out in detail in the discussion of the weakness of the logoi, there is seemingly no mention of the weakness of the fourth, of the state of the soul when it recognizes or knows, at least not in plain words. And the state of the soul which we call knowledge or insight into the truth must also be of such a nature that it asserts itself and thereby conceals the thing itself. As a matter of fact, it seems to me that the demonstration of this point is not expressly given for the sole reason that it is implied to a certain extent throughout the whole exposition. For when there is mention made in what follows of the bad upbringing of the soul, when the helplessness of the individual soul in the confrontation with the dialectical techniques of the opponent is described, and when well-intentioned refutation and uncontentious questioning and answering are called for, an indirect indication is given of what Plato has in mind. In knowledge and insight there is distortion too. In an argumentative discussion the distortion, which any knowing implies and which it can push to the fore, is the obstinacy which makes us refuse to acknowledge that someone else might be right. For what is that obstinacy other than the opinion which I advocate, or have advocated, asserting itself as my own position to such an extent that I am no longer able to follow the objective counterargument of the other person. What tend to block the path to objective truth are, in the first place, the fact that an opinion or insight is always my opinion or insight and always has such and such a particular character, and, in the second place, the fact that I, since I am so taken with myself, am prejudiced generally against the opinions of others. How the soul must be disposed in order to avoid this self-assertion is treated with sufficient detail in what follows in the text. To sum up, if one stays with the phenomenon, the thing itself, one can see that the weakness of all four is the same. And one can apply Plato's logic to make quite clear why this weakness cannot be overcome without Plato's actually having stated the reason. All four means are trapped in the dialectic of the image or copy, for insofar as all four are intended to present the thing in and through themselves, they must of necessity have a reality, dialectic and sophism in Plato's seventh letter 113 of their own. That which is meant to present something cannot be that thing. It lies in the nature of the means of knowing that in order to be means they must have something inessential about them. This, according to Plato, is the source of our error, for we are always misled into taking that which is inessential for something essential. What occurs here is a sort of falling away from what was originally intended, i.e., from the orientation of all these four means toward the thing itself. Plato says expressly that this happens to all of us and that it fills us with confusion and uncertainty. The significance of the fact that the inessential pushes itself to the fore can be shown easily in regard to the mathematical example. But it is not only the case there. One must constantly keep in mind that from the first to the last word the so-called theory of knowledge in the seventh letter refers to the community which exists among people speaking to one another. It raises the question of how an insight can become comprehensible and present for me and for you, or, put another way, how a thing can be there in what is said in such a way that it is truly there, disclosed and not to be confounded by any objections. Greek culture in the age of sophism, however, had gone through the eerie experience that in discussion any insight can be confounded and that even mathematics could be discredited by the sophists' shadowboxing. Plato's dialogues are full of satirical sideswipes at the sophists, which were meant to ward off their meaningless babbling which in the guise of an art of rhetoric and argumentation had intoxicated the youth of that era. When Plato says that usually we are content with that which the means of presentation bring to the fore because for the most part our bad upbringing 32 has left us unused to seeking the real thing itself, he is referring to the whole realm of everyday experience within which we find ourselves underway, trusting what everybody says and the opinions and points of view which everybody has. When he goes on to say that one actually does not appear ridiculous, at all, even in such cases when the arguments of the other person tie one in knots of contradiction, we are supposed to be reminded of more than the comic scenes in Aristophanes which demonstrate that fact exquisitely. This also brings to mind the sovereign manner in which Plato's own dialogues display just how contemptible and vacuous the sophistic arts are. But things are different in those cases where there is no factual certainty of the life world to immunize us against babbling 33, i.e., in those cases where we are really concerned with the truth itself and in which, accordingly, we compel one another to get clear about what is right and to put up an argument. One should note that the text does not say be compelled but uses the active form, compel 34. This way of putting it expresses the solidarity which binds us to one another in such cases when we all, as mathematicians for example, refute an unmathematical argument on the squaring of the circle. But above all it is in the momentous matters of living rightly, of right decisions in life, where we have solidarity with one another that our concern is solely with the thing itself, i.e., with that which is really good. 35 Here too someone can always overturn the answer given using the newly learned wrestler's holds of the sophistic art, i.e., that someone emerges as a victor and thus makes it seem as if the other person who asserts something in speech or writing or plain discussion has understood nothing of the thing itself. It sometimes looks that way to all present, for they fail to grasp that the soul of the person who has said or written something, which is to say the sense and intent of what he has said or written, is not thereby refuted, but instead only the weakness of the four means is displayed. 36 Plato repeatedly makes it clear in his dialogues that in his eyes, not the one who is defenseless against such techniques is ridiculous but rather the young people themselves who are so proud of their empty skill. Let us take an example. Examples, of course, are one of the necessary media in which true knowledge is presented. They belong to the class of the eidolon, and in the realm of moral considerations and justifications their role corresponds in a certain sense to the role of the figure in mathematics. They themselves are not what is meant, but that which is meant becomes visible in them. They are what one points to in order to make clear what is actually meant. They are, in other words, paradigmata. Now the example. He who asserts that promises must be kept, for that is the moral precondition of our living together as human beings, and he who seeks to justify this assertion, must certainly present evidence concerning the order of human society, example the mutual need that people have of one another, the necessity of planning ahead, of being able to rely on one another, and so on. In so doing it may also be possible to penetrate to the depths in which human obligation has its foundation and in respect to which all pragmatic concerns can be seen to be secondary. This, for instance, was accomplished magnificently by Kant in his moral philosophy and by Plato no less so in the Utopia of his Republic. Even so, there is no means of compelling someone to see the truth who does not want to see it. Not only is it possible for him to point to what everybody says or does in order to evade unpleasant obligations. He can justify his evasion theoretically by placing moral obligation as a whole in question, as Thrasymachus and Callicles do. He who has no sense of propriety and obligation, he from whom no response is drawn when recourse is had to these concepts, will never understand what they are about. But worse than that, he will in fact be of the opinion that he knows better than anyone else and will seem to be the one who sees through the naivete 37 of all those inhibited by such morality. For this reason the knowledge which we require of one another of the fifth thing, the thing itself, is constantly endangered, and it is among Plato's keenest and most marvelous insights that this danger has its source in the weakness of the logoi, the weakness which the new paideia in the age of sophism exploits. It may well be that the great masters of the rhetorical and argumentative arts of this new paideia at first thought that they were advancing the cause of knowledge and justice. But it is convincing and logical that Plato selects as preeminent in the circle of its disciples a series of questionable personalities for whom justice is nothing more than a word to be used in duping the dimwit. 38 Now the moral example which we have used makes clear at once what is meant when the text says that he who is himself supposed to get a vision of the thing itself or he who would engender that vision in another must have an affinity for the thing besides having the intellectual gifts of comprehension and memory. The purpose of the Socratic art of conversing was to avoid being talked out of the fact that there is such a thing as the just, the beautiful, and the good. Plato holds to this aim, but he goes beyond it here. What is sought and made available in the back and forth of proper discussion is much more. Plato maintains that he who would understand what is truly good and truly bad must at the same time understand the falsity and truth of the whole of reality. There can be no doubt what the whole of reality means, i.e., that it does not mean an intact whole of any specific thing being talked about. Rather, this all-inclusive expression is meant to point beyond single opinions about any one thing. 39 This intent is demonstrated by the developmental structure of the text as a whole. The movement of thought had long since passed beyond the specific example from which it had taken its departure, i.e., the true circle. Without expressly saying so, but obviously enough, it had made the transition from the mathematical virtue which in all speaking of the circle aims at the circle itself, to true virtue and vice in general, and it had thereby uncovered the indissoluble unity of the whole as the foundation of its insight. Thus true knowledge can never be reached in anything partial. One will recall that it was a structural principle of an entire group of Plato's dialogues that the question of this or that virtue always was reduced to the question of the unity and entirety of virtue. Ultimately the magnified constellation of this entirety took shape in the heavens of thought as a political utopia, and the way through the whole of knowledge to the idea of the good was sketched out as the true form of education within this true state. Thus the Republic provides a mythological picture for precisely that insight as a whole and insight into the whole, of which Plato speaks in the seventh letter. If we keep this background in mind, we can determine more precisely what Plato might have said in the single, long discussion which he tells us he had with Dionysius too, i.e., the discussion which the aspiring young prince had attempted to put down in writing without authorization from Plato and quite inadequately. At 344 d4, a virtual title for Dionysius Techne is given, Mpqom, akpanpwrn, the highest and first principles of nature. The word physis, which is used in a similar way at 34:1e, is the subject which is actually under consideration, the pragma. The insight into this subject, the letter tells us, cannot be expressed in the way mathematical insights may be expressed. The best that can be hoped for is a meager indication which could illumine the thing only for someone who has the prerequisite nature to understand it. This indication, as Plato had given it in his discussion with Dionysius, and in his dialogues, and as he continued to give it, is said to be of such a nature that the insight which it awakens completely fills one. One could never forget it, indeed, one discovers that it is perpetually preserved. Now obviously we are not dealing here with an extended, wide-range exposition. This is to be deduced from the fact that it was a single talk of Plato's which enabled Dionysius to write about the whole matter. Also it is specifically stated at Pagsuti 6rn1c, Chem, for it lies in the very briefest statement. There can be not doubt that Plato considers the doctrine of the one and the indeterminate two to be the real subject under investigation and that he declares a written exposition of that doctrine to be impossible. It is, as we know, precisely this doctrine which Aristotle above all represents and criticizes as Plato's actual philosophy. And as Aristotle tells us, this doctrine of the dialectic and sophism in Plato's 7th letter 119 RK can under no circumstances be separated from the doctrine of ideas. The doctrine of the one and the two is not a step beyond the doctrine of ideas which would negate the latter but a step behind it which expresses its actual basis. That can be deduced with sufficient clarity, I think, from Plato's Parmenides. The assumption that there are ideas remains for Plato an inescapable conclusion to be drawn from the nature of discussion and the process of reaching an understanding of something. But this assumption as such is not Plato's actual philosophy. It is not by accident that in the Phaedo, i.e., where it is presumably given its first literary articulation, the assumption is characterized as old hat, 70-60. For far from being Plato's philosophy itself, the assumption occasions his real philosophical endeavor. As the Parmenides shows, a single idea by itself is not knowable at all, and here is the source of the error which the young Socrates makes. In any insight an entire nexus or web of ideas is involved, and Plato's actual questioning is in regard to the constitutive, organizational, structural principles of this interconnectedness of the ideas. Just as the exemplary system of the mathematical sciences provides a unified continuum extending from the number to the point, the line, the plane, and the solid, from arithmetic to stereometry, so too the ascent and descent, oneness and multiplicity, the merging of what is disparate into an astonishing and transparent unity of many far-reaching implications, is the law which in fact governs progress in philosophic insight within the whole of discourse, the whole of the logoi. It gives the appearance of rigid schematizing when one takes the numbers, the one and the two, to be the generative principle of all insight and the structural principle of any discourse which properly reveals the thing under discussion. And this appearance of rigidity may be the reason that Plato thought it ill-advised to put this doctrine down in writing. What this doctrine actually describes, I contend, is the felicitous experience of advancing insight, the euphoria which the Philebus says, 15c, happens to the person who proceeds along the proper path to the solution of the problem of the one and the many, the way of discourse which reveals the thing being discussed. It is this very dialectic of the one and the many which establishes the finite limits of human discourse and insight and our fruitful situation halfway between single and multiple meaning, clarity, and ambiguity. Plato is not interested in any alternative, say elevating Socrates' docta ignorantia to a dialectic of reflection, Hegel, or erecting a structured universe deriving from a first, highest principle, although the latter sort of Neoplatonic idea of structure might be traced back to the Academy and the thought of Plato's disciples. Even if it can be, and even though the transcendence of the good does indeed have religious implications and at the very least makes it possible for Plato to build upon popular religion, the fact that the transcendence of the good can be philosophically explicated in the doctrine of two principles, the one and the two, creates problems for a Neoplatonic interpretation. In Plato, the principles of the one and the many are not advanced as a foundation for genealogical tales such as those told by earlier thinkers. Rather, his concern is with the meaning of being, der Sinn von Sein, as that meaning displays itself in its unity and multiplicity in the Logos. And it is this question of the meaning of being which leads him to the one and the two, an entirety of the Logoi in which reality, according to its ordering principle, both unifies and unfolds itself. The entirety of the Logoi is a true entirety, but one which is given to finite human knowing only in its basic structure and only in concretizations of it in specific contexts. What is as the whole of the infinite interrelationship of things, from which at any given time in discourse and insight a determinate, partial aspect is raised up and placed in the light of disconcealment. 40 Even the visible cosmos, whose order reaches down into the disorder of our terrestrial human world, is situated between the intelligibility of the ideas and an element of resistance. The way the Timaeus is constructed shows us how much indeed this intermediate status defines the mode of being of the realities of our world. The new beginning which opposes Anank to the ideal order clashes in no way with the ideal conception behind this cosmic genealogy. On the contrary, it actually amounts to the reassertion of a qualification which had been presupposed from the start. 41 A qualification which is obviously implied in the Pythagorean doctrine of opposites on which Plato is elaborating here. Plato's cosmology, however, is no simple variant of Pythagoreanism. It is based on the doctrine of ideas and presents the genesis of the world in a mythical tale according to which the demiurge makes things in looking to the ideas as his model. Thus Plato wishes to show that the ideas are the foundation of the whole world order, and for that reason he must apply the techne model to nature as a whole. It follows that otherness, the unbounded, must now appear as the resistance of the substance in which the building process builds. It is clear that this juxtaposition of idea and necessity is a correlate of the duality of tautos and heterotes, which also appears in the Timaeus. This point is decisive, i.e., that the opposition is actual zv an opposition in the structural concepts of the Logos. Its origin lies not in cosmology but in dialectic. Just as resistance is inevitably encountered in the ordering and shaping of the world, so too is it inevitably encountered in any discourse which would display the thing under discussion, i.e., in that discourse which provided the sole access to knowledge in Plato's philosophy after the flight into the Logoi in the Phaedo. The labor of dialectic, in which the truth of what is finally flashes upon us, is by nature unending and infinite. And that infinitude is displayed in the impediment to understanding in the human realm, the impediment which corresponds to the function of the receptacle of all becoming in the Timaeus. Plato's Pythagoreanism is not a Pythagoreanism of the world but of human beings. The many, the unlimited too, sustains, and restricts, both the order of the world and, equally, the possibilities of human knowing. There is no mention of all this within the context of the seventh letter, but nevertheless it underlies Plato's exposition there. He describes how insight can still be attained, even within the given limitations and finitude of our human existence. The shared inquiry which never ceases in its effort to more sharply define one word, concept, intuition, in respect to another, and which willingly puts all individual opinions to the test while abjuring all contentiousness and yielding to the play of question and answer, that shared inquiry should make possible not only insight into this or that specific thing, but, insofar as is humanly possible, insight into all virtue and vice and the whole of reality. 42 What Plato describes here as the untiring movement back and forth through the four means of knowing is in fact the art of dialectic: a perpetual passing from one thing to another which nonetheless perseveres in the single direction of what is meant, and which, for want of cogent deductive proofs, remains in proximity to what is sought without ever being able to reach it? In just this way the old Parmenides forces Socrates back and forth, up and down, from the single concept to its conceptual implications, drawn on as they are by ever-recurring visions of the truth, in order then to allow the one to submerge in the many and the individual thing in the whole. Thus Socrates leading in discussion, his guiding talk as the earlier dialogues portray it, and the dialectic of diaresis presented in the later dialogues, have the identical purpose. And so does the dialectic displayed in the Parmenides, the unfolding provisional theses and counter-theses without knowing the what of what is being talked about, Aristotle. For they all serve to make one more dialectical, to educate one's vision for the thing itself, which of course is not this particular thing, the circle, but the whole of the AKPAKNPWRN. All four means of presentation are required for this education, and in all of them there lurks the same danger of producing sophisms. Thus it can be seen that the program announced in Plato's seventh letter fully accords with his lifelong concerns and with his literary explication of these concerns in the dialogues. The philosopher and the sophist are all too easy to mistake for each other. Hence it must be the task of philosophy to separate them and to separate itself from the impurity of sophism within itself, a task which creates the perpetual tension in which philosophy has found itself since Plato's time. Socrates' question was a new one, i.e., the question of what something is. It was based on the suspicion and the experience that he who says something does not always know what he is saying, and that it was precisely the art of rhetoric and the general acceptance of mere opinions which made this ignorance dangerous. Thus there had to be a new art which would promise deliverance from this danger, and this new art was that of leading a discussion in such a way as to remove the risk that all knowledge and insight would eventually be confounded. That any insight can be confounded has always been and still is the experience we have in discourse, in which medium alone, however, all philosophy must take place. Philosophy had to put itself on the very same basis from which the danger of sophistic verisimilitude arose, and therefore finds itself in the constant company of its shadow, sophism. As dialectic, philosophy never ceases to be tied to its origin in Socratic discussion. What is mere talk, nothing but talk, can, however untrustworthy it may be, still bring about understanding among human beings, which is to say that it can still make human beings human. The works which were produced by Schadwald and his followers at Tübingen have served to remind us of the importance of the indirect tradition, the secondary accounts of Plato's philosophy in interpreting Plato's thought. These works are devoted to a sharply disputed question about which even classical philologians are not at all in agreement. Their lack of unanimity is displayed most strikingly by the extreme case of Sheerness, who goes so far as to question Aristotle's account. But philosophers too have found their attempts to reconstruct Plato's doctrines, as they might be disclosed in the indirect tradition, contested, and for several reasons. For one thing, the results of the reconstructions made by the Tübingen school sound much too much like the skull philosophy of the 18th century. And for another, whatever can be discerned of Plato's doctrines in following their approach to reconstruction remains singularly skeletal and meager. The controversy which has developed here has a long history. One source of it has been the fact that we have come a long way in the last 50 years by using the methods of Formanaus on Plato's dialogues, an approach which classicists have learned to apply in an ever more refined way. It is natural, however, that such analysis, which stresses the form in which something is said and the context, would favor the direct tradition over the indirect. Ultimately this preference can be traced to Schleiermacher, who was inspired by the Romantics' emphasis on dialogue as such, and who consequently, in his dispute with Hermann, focused his philosophical interpretation of Plato on the dialogues. But there is yet another long-standing historical tendency whose effect on the present controversy is no less important, the dispute in principle with systematic philosophy. This dispute has its origin in the late Romantic period, and Kierkegaard is perhaps the one who represents it best. It played an important role once again when Neo-Kantianism collapsed at the end of World War I, and it may be said to have influenced German Plato research at the time when classicists in Germany came to emphasize the so-called political Plato. The latter trend began with the Plato studies of Wilamowitz. Wilamowitz made his point of departure the political content of the seventh letter, which by that time was again considered to be authentic, and he was followed in his approach by many, Kurt Singer, Paul Friedlander, Kurt Hildebrandt. Coincident with this research in classical philology was Paul Naderp's and Nikolai Hartmann's philosophical rejection of any attempt to evaluate Plato's thought as systematic philosophy. In a sense, Julius Stenzel's investigations of Plato's dialectic represented a sort of mediation between the two extremes, i.e., the philological and philosophical approaches. But it was precisely Stenzel who called our attention to the literary character of the dialogues, and as far as his philosophical interpretation was concerned, he remained a neo-Kantian. Thus it came to pass that more and more philosophers, in taking note of the dialogical character of Plato's work and of the inherent inconclusiveness and open-endedness of dialogue, turned against establishing any doctrine of Plato's. This tendency went to an extreme, and on that count my own Plato book at the end of the 1920s must also be faulted. Using the tools of phenomenology, it attempted to tie Plato's dialectic to Socratic dialogue, but in so doing the basic theme of Plato's doctrine was pushed all too much into the background. Our task now must be to shed some light on this controversy. In order that we might secure a point of departure and find a reasonable direction in which to proceed, let us completely exclude from our discussion such concepts as esoteric doctrine or even secret doctrine. These formulations unduly stress the contested points in the problem we are investigating. We can certainly agree that in general Plato gave oral instruction only to those who belonged to the intimate circle of his school and that he exchanged his thoughts with them alone. Unquestionably, the majority of the literary dialogues are different in this respect since they were intended to reach a wider audience. As Plato himself knew, what is written must of necessity be exposed to misunderstanding and misuse, for it must fend for itself and do without the assistance in achieving proper understanding which the speaker can provide in a discussion. Having seen this, Plato developed and consummately mastered the literary form of the dialogue, which observes the laws proper to what is written. Oral instruction, however, stands under a different law. Above all, it preserves a far-reaching continuity with what is said before and after, and it does so even when it is not in the form of a series of lectures. As a matter of fact, the lecture format, insofar as we can speak of lectures at all in this context, must be for the most part excluded. For surely it would be strange indeed if the skilled architect of the literary Socratic dialogues and the critic of the AKPOI 6yo, long speech, had not greatly preferred didactic discussions. Even if there were actually complete lectures, as the case of the lecture Reply N1 Ya 9OU, on the good, teaches us, I would hold that the essential core of Plato's doctrine was presented in ongoing didactic discussions which engaged the participants for whole days at a time and established a living community among them. But however that may be, it can be agreed that there is an enormous difference in type between the contents of Plato's oral teaching and what is presented in the form of the dialogues. This view could not be disputed by anyone who is serious about the matter. The question which results is what, in that case, we should make our point of departure. How might we achieve the best results if our aim is an interpretive exposition of Plato's philosophy? That must be the preliminary methodological question, and like Aristotle we all know an answer. X.9, Bavi, for Yesipkt Fov Cotwvi, for Ivupwv, Nicomachean Ethics A2, 1095b3, which happens, coincidentally, to be in reference to Plato. Unquestionably, we must begin with what is known to us. And it can also hardly be questioned that the dialogues must be given the methodological priority which not we but our situation in the tradition dictates. They are there, and they are not the product of some reconstruction. This certainly does not mean that the direct tradition of the dialogues is the only tradition we have to take into account. Obviously we must bring to bear every traditional source which is in the least way reliable. Especially because of the one-sidedness of the German Plato research in the 1920s and 1930s, we are indebted to the works of the Tübingen classicists for emphasizing the fact that the dialogues are intentionally reserved in what they purport to communicate. Actually, this should have been made evident to everyone by the reading of a single one of them. The question can only be in regard to what this reserve means. Does it imply a withholding and reserving of the doctrines for instruction in the limited circle of those properly prepared for it? Or does this reserve persist in the lectures too, such as NPT 6.0 and even in the oral didactic discussions? The Tübingen school has demonstrated most thoroughly and convincingly something which had been evident to me for quite some time, that according to their literary type, the dialogues belong in the genus Phoretrepticon. As important as this insight is, it leaves open the methodological question of how far one can and must project beyond what is said in the dialogues expressus verbis when one attempts to think them through and to interpret their deeper meaning, or, put negatively, to what extent the prohibition against doing so, stated in the seventh letter, applies to all Plato's thought. With that I have arrived at the actual hermeneutic question derived from the preference which unavoidably must be given to the literary dialogues over the doctrines constructed from the indirect tradition. The former are a whole of discourse. The priority of the dialogues in the tradition is of decisive methodological significance, as can be made evident by a brief hermeneutic observation. Like all knowing, philosophical knowing is identification of something as what it is and has the structure of recognition, or knowing again. But the object of philosophy is not given in the same way as the object of the empirical sciences. Rather, it is always reconstituted anew, and that occurs only when one tries to think it through for oneself. This means, however, that any indirect tradition is in principle inferior insofar as this act of constituting the object, as the thinker has carried it out for himself, is not contained in that tradition and cannot be reconstructed from it. The thesis that only the person addressed really understands, it seems to me, hardly needs justification for students of Plato. After all, who else but Plato said that Socrates, whatever he might begin to discuss, ultimately demands an answer from the individual whom on any occasion he has right in front of him, and that he forces the latter to account for what he is saying? The methodological primacy which the literary form of the dialogue has for an interpretation of Plato's philosophy derives from the same principle. In these dialogues we ourselves are the ones, thanks to the lasting effect of Plato's artful dialogical compositions, who find ourselves addressed and who are called upon to account for what we are saying. We understand because we are given to understand. This of course does not mean that the indirect tradition is of no concern to us. But in the sense which I have just explained, it is to be understood only on the basis of what is known to us. If philosophy can only be understood as carrying out the construction of the object in one's own thinking for oneself, then we, starting from Socrates' art of discussion, must make it our goal to clothe the indirect tradition in living flesh, i.e., if I may be permitted such an image, to fill out this clattering skeleton. And, if I might hold on to this metaphor for a moment, it is certainly clear to everyone that this skeleton provides only a very limited vision of the living thing. Thus it might well be that even in regard to Plato's philosophical doctrine, the skeleton which can be reconstructed is not the essence of his teaching. For the philosophical task of understanding Plato's philosophical thought, one other question seems to me to be of the utmost importance, a question which the Tübingen school has brought into sharp focus by their reconstruction of Plato's indirect teachings. It is the question of Plato's so-called development. There is in this regard a conventional point of view shared by many which would have it that there is an early Plato who taught Plato's unwritten Dialectic 129 the doctrine of ideas in a form which he later found problematic and which was subjected to criticism by the elder Parmenids in the latter's discussion with Socrates in the Parmenids. According to this theory, a crisis in the doctrine of ideas arose with the extended application of it beyond mathematical and moral ideas to universal matters, a crisis which led subsequently to the later Plato's dialectic of diaresis. And this dialectic in turn, it is suggested, may have even evolved into the doctrine of ideal numbers. It is Julius Stenzel to whom the credit is due for having worked out this point of view, one which has dominated Plato research ever since. 3. Opposite the schema of development stands the thesis which I have been advocating for more than 30 years now and which I should like to put forward here, although only as a hypothesis. It is the thesis that from very early on in the dialogues there are references to what in a word might be called the arithmos structure of the logos. This idea was first elaborated by J. Klein in his investigations concerning Greek logic and the origins of algebra, and his work had pointed my own research in new directions at the time when I was with him at Marburg. For as I see it, the works of Kramer and Gazer have served to give new weight and relevance to this thesis which opposes the development theory precisely because they have devoted themselves to interpretation of the indirect tradition. To be sure, I am of the belief that we still have a long way to go in reaching a philosophical understanding of how things stand in regard to that tradition, and it is my belief that it can be fully illuminated only if one departs from Plato's dialogues. There should be no dispute that the indirect tradition is insufficient without the dialogues. Porphyry knew that it was. 5. He declared that the copies of Plato's lecture on the good, upon which the whole of our indirect tradition is based, were inscrutable, and he confessed that he could not make a thing of them without the philebus. And we too, I suggest, can make nothing of the indirect tradition without the Hippias Major, the Phaedo, or the Republic, Book 4. Even when it is a matter of doctrines like that of the ideal numbers, a doctrine we know of solely through the indirect tradition, we must not lose sight of the fact that for the methodological reasons adduced above, the way through the dialogues remains the via regia to understanding Plato. To begin with, I would like to illustrate in 2 respects how I envision the solution of our problem, i.e., closing the gap in the circle of the indirect and direct traditions. The fact that Aristotle's account is the only part of the indirect tradition related to us within the context of a unified philosophy in its own right which deals explicitly with its own set of problems, gives that account a definite priority over the remaining sources. And it seems to me to be demonstrable that his account of the 2 principles, the 1 and the 2, develops a schema not entirely foreign to Plato. Such appears to be the case not only if one begins from Aristotle's side but from Plato's too. In Plato, to be sure, the expression archi is not yet the concept which we know from Aristotle. Using the sophist, the philebus, and the 7th letter as a basis, we may assume that Plato's accustomed expression was to npwrn chi cikpa, the first and highest, 344d. I cannot believe that the expression to ti 10m, 34-1b, mpj. wv or oow, the most important things with which I am concerned, 34-1c, has the specifically technical meaning which Kramer assigns to it. On the contrary, a passage like 285 dff in the Statesman shows that this expression has as its reference the general realm of the 6.ob ma, bodiless things, i.e., the ideas. There is adequate evidence for to enprern, however, and furthermore it fits with what Aristotle refers to in his account as the 2 apsum, the v, and the 6.6 purak, ou 6.c, the principles of the 1 and the indeterminate 2. Now it can be shown that from very early in the dialogues the concept of the hen is quite closely connected with the concept of the agathon. The concept of the hen is to be found above all in the context of the problem of arete as that is discussed beginning with the Protagoras and explicated positively in Book 4 of the Republic. I have had something to say about this in my article Prefigurations of Reflection 6 and would only repeat here that for the most part the problem of the 4 cardinal virtues has been taken hold of by the wrong end in the research to date. It is common knowledge that Wilamowitz held a verse of Aeschylus, September 610, to be inauthentic because he was of the opinion that before Plato there could not possibly have been any mention of the 4 cardinal virtues. Thanks to the work of Werner Jaeger, however, that position has since been abandoned. And as I tried to show, the actual truth of the matter is precisely the opposite. Far from creating the 4 cardinal virtues, Plato took them from the tradition and dissolved them. Following Socrates, he transformed and interwove them. In Book 4 of the Republic he demonstrated that all these classical concepts of virtue imply essentially the same thing, i.e., knowledge, and that this knowledge is knowledge of the one, which is the good. Thus from early on Plato sees the problem of unity and multiplicity. Even in the large-scale model of the utopian state developed in the Republic this problem is the theme. It is not the differences among the three classes which are distinguished from one another here but their agreement and oneness with one another which constitutes the ordered state. Correspondingly it is the true nature of the soul to be one in all multiplicity. Harmonia, homologia, or whatever expression might be applied, all point in this same direction. In my estimation this provides a firm starting point from which we ourselves can begin to think through and understand the question of how the concept of the hen is connected with the concept of the agathon as the T10 RNV 68 RIA, most important doctrine, albeit there is obviously nothing implied here of the Neoplatonic conception of unity. Don's recent contribution, which brings the laws to bear on this question, points in the same direction as my own research insofar as he has established that the concept of the one can be found in the content of the exposition in the laws too. 7. This is certainly not to say that the concept of the one in the form in which it is thematized in Plato's early dialogues, example in the Protagoras at 329 ff, can be equated with Aristotle's concept of the hen as he formulates it in his account of the Platonic principles. Nevertheless it must be kept in mind that, as opposed to Neoplatonism, wherever the one becomes a problem, the problem of the many is present as well. The Protagoras provides initial evidence for that fact. The thesis, then, which I would like to propose for discussion is that the problem of the Mn_y is from the very beginning the problem of the two. A sure proof for my contention is to be found in the Hippias Major, which develops the well-known theory of the participation of what is in the idea. According to that theory the idea is what the particular existences have in common, and each of the latter may be said to be what they are to the extent they participate in the idea. And besides that relationship the quite different relationship is developed of the number common to the different units in a sum, 300 ff. Now that which a certain number of some or things may be said to have in common, that in which their unity consists, is quite distinct from that which unifies the members of a genus. For there are remarkable attributes which may be predicated of the sums of things but precisely not of the units, the things themselves of which the sum number is made up. The sum number is a specific type of number, example even or odd, rational or irrational, and these attributes are properties of numbers which may be predicated of the unity of a number of things but not, in contrast, of the units which constitute that number. Immediately the question arises, does not the unity of discourse also have a certain determinate property not found in any of its component parts, letters, syllables, words, and is this not exactly the point? At the conclusion of the Theaetetus the logos or account which purports to explain something by listing its component parts and which thus claims to be knowledge, is reduced to an aporia. This aporia, in turn, leaves us in a dilemma. Either the syllable consists of the collection of its letters or it is an indivisible unit with its own special property. Here, I suggest, the true relationship of the one and the many, which gives the logos its structure, is made evident in the analogy of the meaninglessness of the syllable and the dilemma with which it confronts us. Anyone can see, of course, that the thing which unifies a genus may also be predicated of each of the exemplars of that genus and to that extent the one is many. Plato emphasizes again and again that when rightly understood, this unity and multiplicity, the unity which makes it possible for the many particulars to participate in the one idea, does not lead to any fruitless entanglement in pseudo-contradictions. But can this argument be advanced in support of the unity of an insight, that is, the unity of that which is said and meant in the logos? One suspects that the latter is more comparable to that other form of being in common, that it has the structure of the sum number of things which precisely as that thing which all of them together have in common cannot be attributed to any of them individually. And indeed the sum of what has been counted is not at all something which could be predicated of each of the things counted. There is no mention of all this in the Hippias. But is the distinction made there between what is had in common by the members of a genus and what is had in common by things counted in a sum, entirely coincidental? The topic here is the beautiful. And is it not unsatisfactory to view precisely the beautiful 0 or the good, for that matter as a universal in the sense of AK01 Voviev, common genus? And does that not hold equally for to ov, being, and all the highest genera, which do not gather together the content of a class but rather, as the vowels of discourse, make discourse possible in the first place? We call such things as these concepts of reflection 8 or formal concepts, meaning the formal concepts of logic. Obviously their mode of parousia is essentially different from that of material or concrete ideas, and there is a great deal, it seems to me, which indicates that Plato was sensitive to this distinction 9 and a great deal in precisely those places where the beautiful is thematic. At the very least it must be said that the path of love shown to us by Diotomo leading to the Qutokk00Outoe0 Kutu of 10c, Adoi, itself by itself, always existing in one form with itself, Symposium 211b, is not identical to that which occurs in the formation of any concept, i.e., the avopavda, vdcsoc, seeing the many together in one form, where one always abstracts from the accidental particulars. For the beautiful is experienced again and again in each thing as something whose beauty is distinct and unique unto itself. It is experienced in the sum of all the stages of the ascent from bodies to souls to institutions to insights, as immanent to them all, and therefore no looking away, Cim 6 Eve, from any of them is implied. Thus it emerges as more like the ubiquitous presence of the day at any place, an analogy which Socrates employs in the Parmenids. And does not the interrelationship of the good and the beautiful as that is developed in the Philebus in the 3 of Kaiaok, Ounpia, and Aai 10e1a, beauty, symmetry, and truth, fit into this analogy as well? One senses the character of number and measure in the good and the beautiful, and this indeed implies that what is in common in the genus is not what is in common here. Thus perhaps the most striking aspect of the idea of the beautiful is that the indivisible unity of the essence is not paradigmatic for thinking it. Rather it is the number which serves as a model. For it is in fact the mystery of the number that 1 and 1 together are 2 without either of the units, which are each 1, being 2, and without the 2 being 1. Theopompus, a contemporary of Aristophanes, makes that clear in a comic verse at Plato's expense. This puzzle, if I view the matter correctly, is first presented in the Hippias Major without any positive conclusions being drawn from it. It is used solely in criticism of an attempt to define something. Must one not assume for this reason that Plato, in referring to the special structure of number as a sum, was alluding to something of greater significance in another context? And was it not perhaps even then the arithmos structure of the logos which he had in mind? Merely seeing the participation of particulars in an idea does not yet constitute knowledge or insight. In my opinion, any theory of the doctrine of ideas which made the latter look like Eleatic atomism was always inadequate, and Plato himself seems to have recognized that at an early stage. Someone understands what cognition, knowing, insight, is only when he also understands how it can be that 1 and 1 are 2 and how the 2 is 1. In Plato the problem of the 2 and its relationship to the 1 appears early and repeatedly within the development of the themes which are decisive for him. I would remind the reader of the puzzle in the Phaedo regarding how the number 2 is to be arrived at by adding something to something else or dividing what is 1, a puzzle which is said there to have forced Socrates to have changed his thinking and to have occasioned his famous flight into the Logoi, 96 EFF. There the H_hypothesis of the idea is developed precisely out of the question of what 2 is. Furthermore, the problem of the relativity of sense perception, which is of such crucial importance in Plato, also seems to imply some sort of connection with the problem of the 2. In the Phaedo at 96, for instance, the problem of the 2 appears in the context of the problem of relativity, and in Book 7 of the Republic the question is raised quite specifically whether the large and the small, which can be attributed to the finger between the middle and little fingers, are 2 or 1. The answer is that, contrary to what we perceive, in our thinking we must distinguish between them. For obviously each by itself is 1 and together they are 2, Republic 524b. What a triviality! Or is it perhaps a first indication of the structure of the two, one which shows up later as the large small or as the more less, yak at 1 kp 6 viaa of kike nov, the large and the small, the more and the less? For whatever the answer, the problem of relativity, which leads us here to the relationship of 1 and 2 and thereby to the RK of the hen and the d_yas, is precisely what calls us to wake up and think, and that famous call initiates our way to the ideas. In our thinking we are able to overcome the contradiction in which the testimony of the senses involves us only if we distinguish between the two, which one thing is, its being large and being small. This implies, of course, that the coexistence of contrary aspects of the same object is no real contradiction at all. But the hidden implication beyond this is that these aspects, which can be so distinguished from each other only in thought, are, insofar as they are ideas, actually inseparable from each other and belong together, two as one, something which, in fact, becomes the explicit theme of the Parmenids. It seems to me that Plato research has not yet sufficiently taken note of the fact that the relativity of sense perceptions, one of the earliest themes in Plato, implies everything which is subsequently explicated as the participation of the ideas in each other, everything which leads us to the arithmos paradigm which we refer to as Plato's doctrine of ideal numbers. But even if we set the question of the relativity of aesthesis aside, the problem of the participation of the multiplicity of things in the one eidos still leads one to the multiplicity of ideas and their correlativity and interconnectedness. That it does is demonstrated in the Parmenids by the way in which the one necessarily transforms into the many and the many into one. For what essentially is the being of the many? This much can be said: Plato's unwritten Dialectic 137 at least, the many has only an adulterated form of the pure being of the eidos, as the latter exists separately, in itself. The reason, however, that the paradigm becomes impure when it appears in the many can only be that something other than itself now attaches to it. But this other which is in the many is not nothing, rather it too is a reality, ta.a.aotouf6c, the other of the one. 11. Thus there is more present than just the one eidos with nothing besides itself. Where the one eidos is, there must be some other reality, and not only must that reality be as the many, but also it must be as the determinations which are mixed into the individual phenomena. To be, however, means to be idea. Thus in the philebus the problem implied in positing the one eidos, viz., how the one eidos can at the same time be many, is no longer discussed in reference to the unlimited multiplicity of perceived particulars. Instead it is said that the dialectician must learn to see distinctions, i.e., to discriminate among the many different levels of unity which can be distinguished in the one. This implies, however, that the multiplicity of the many is a multiplicity of ideas. Now the classic examples of the systems which organize letters and harmonic intervals show how it is precisely the arithmos model which makes possible the solution of the problem of participation of ideas in one another. The determination of the indeterminate by a number, the establishing of the utou and pote, kqitouf6c, the between the unlimited and the one, 16ei, is said to be the crux of dialectic, io.of-te, outote, kql to ttp 10v ftfjtouciaa of kolf nov kol ok oapo kql hype f op qifoum, they allowed it, quantity, and measure to develop in the abode of the more and the less, the harsh and the gentle, 24d. It is true, of course, that it is not until the Parmenids and the philebus that the methexis problem is developed so radically that the participation of the many particulars in the one idea converts into the participation of ideas in one another. However, the role PLA_yed, the hypothesis of the eidos in the argument of the Phaedo implies this very solution. There it is shown that soul is always together with life and never with death, 2 always with even and never with odd, warm always with fire and never with snow. In the Parmenids just as in the philebus, the problem of methexis, i.e., of the participation of the many in the one idea, is developed dialectically to the point where apparently insuperable difficulties result in order that the participation of the ideas in each other might then emerge as the solution. For the latter alone makes clear what knowledge, and what the logos is. To properly assess the significance of this point, one must first rid oneself of the assumption that it is the principium individuationis, individuation in space and time, which the participation of the ideas in each other is meant to explain. That assumption has its origins in Hegel's and Fichte's systematic conception of philosophy and in the neo-Kantian interpretation of the later dialogues, an interpretation which has dominated our thinking since Naderp. On the basis of this assumption, Nikolai Hartmann, for instance, developed his theory of descending participation 12. As a consequence, the problem of the cho-ov-duk, indivisible form, which accepts no individuation, was looked upon by him as a dogmatic limitation which Plotinus first recognized as such and succeeded in overcoming. Such a view neglects, however, that science in antiquity was not primarily empirical science but mathematics, pure eidetic knowing. The problem of methexis, I wrote in 1931, is thus not solved, but transformed into another problem and then solved as that other problem 13. And today I would add that this solution implies the arithmos structure, and that the momenta of that structure not only surface in Aristotle's account as the two principles but also underlie the four genera of the philebus. These four genera or ida of the philebus are obviously not a random selection from the totality of ideas, rather they are the ida basic to all ideational determinacy. In 1931 I was able to display how complex the distinction in the philebus is between the genus of the limit, on the one hand, and the genus of that which is limited, on the other. 14. Today I would add that in this distinction one discovers one of the most important innovations in Plato's thought. For thinkers before Plato, Pythagorean categories of limit and the unlimited were applied indiscriminately to what is determined in the factual world and to what determines mathematically, and no distinction was made between the two. One can only see that what is a limit is something ontologically different from what is limited, when one has first seen that forms such as number and measure have a different being from that which they determine. And to have clarified this point is the great accomplishment of Plato's thought, one known to us from the Republic and the Theaetetus. The naive conflation of distinct kinds of reality basic to Pythagorean arithmology is here analyzed into the components of the ideal order of number and measure, on the one side, and the world of phenomena which the former encloses and determines, on the other. Only after such a distinction has been made can that which is a mixture of limit and the unlimited appear with its own mode of being opposite the ideal world of what does the limiting. It seems to me that the speculation regarding the ache in the philebus is meant to provide an ontological account of the orders of being which have now separated from each other, an account which is elaborated upon at length in the Timaeus later on. That which we see in our world, in the finite action of the teknites, viz., the production of an intelligent ordering of something, makes evident in reverse that there must also be an intelligent cause for the order of the cosmos which surpasses all earthly ordering. When the philebus distinguishes between mixed being, example the fire and the pure being, fire, it simultaneously links the reality of the world which we experience with the ideal cosmic order. The conceptions which Plato develops here are obviously designed to dispel the illusion of any unbridgeable gap between the ideal and the sense perceived. These conceptions by no means imply, however, that Plato had distanced himself from the doctrine of ideas. On the contrary, they are an attempt at theoretical explication of that doctrine. We know of other proposed solutions to the chorismos problem, and Plato's attempt displays a remarkable similarity to the doctrine of ideas in Eudoxo's theory, as that is recounted by Alexander. But I have already gone beyond the testimony of the dialogues to the indirect tradition. It is methodologically warranted to do so, I believe, despite the attendant risks. Any interpretation of Plato's thought true to his intent must make use of what the dialogues only hint at without actually stating. However, this necessity by no means obviates the requirement that the content of the dialogues be understood as accurately as possible. Indeed, it is only in this way that the requirement can be met. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It seems to me that the proper method is to interpret what can be surmised from Plato's dialogues by correlating it with the subsequent development of Platonic thought in the Academy. In reconstructing Plato's oral teachings, it indeed is an important philological task to separate, as much as possible, that which may be attributed to Plato himself from that which his students, in particular Speusippus, Xenocrates, and Aristotle, developed on the basis of these teachings. But ultimately there is also no evading the opposite task of making this later development clear using Plato's doctrines as a basis. In fact, the latter task may even be said to have a certain priority. Although Conrad Gazer's careful evaluation of Aristotle's testimony in De Anima, 404b 16-17, 15 might lead us to the conclusion that Plato himself and not Xenocrates is being cited as the proponent of the numerological interpretation of the world soul, and although we might therefore venture that here we have an oral teaching of Plato's, it remains of secondary importance to the question of how Xenocrates' doctrine of the self-moved number, frag 60, Arhinza, can be understood in relationship to the doctrine shimmering in the background of the Timaeus. For no one could fail to see that the doctrine of the self-one moved number goes back to the world soul in the Timaeus. But the theme which we first find disclosed in the Timaeus itself, with its mythically tinged, iridescent doctrines, actually goes back even further. It derives from the doctrine of nous, as we know that doctrine from Anaxagoras. There too nous is the source of motion and, consequently, of the separation of all the many shapes of things within the original mixture, just as mind also perceives, recognizes, and comprehends within itself the distinctions in that which has been separated. And even after Aristotle, this double function of differentiating and moving, crinion and kynion, De Anima A3-4, is said to be the essence of the psyche. This coupling of both functions, which is already implicit in Anaxagoras' nous doctrines, the intrinsic connection between the two, must be grasped prior to attempting any interpretation of Plato's doctrine of the psyche. 16. What Xenocrates means by world soul, or better, by the arithmos which moves itself, must be viewed against precisely this background. Plato's and Euclid's well-known definition of the sum as a RRAFJ80, OVA and UV, plenum of ones, already implies the mysterious nature of the arithmos insofar as in the sum number a multiplicity is gathered together in a unity of a special sort. The plenum of ones is at the same time a unity of many. Thus the implication which lies in the concept of a sum is that numbers are an unfolded multiplicity which, although extending infinitely, are gathered together into a unity in any definite sum. If, in abstracting from the process of counting, one thinks of a series of discrete numbers being run through, then one thinks of the sum as tallied units moving past the one who counts them. In this we have precisely the structure of kinesis which Plato attributes to the heavenly bodies being counted each time they come around again. The order of the heavens has bestowed upon man the greatest of the gods' gifts, knowledge of number. 17. That is the real Promethean fire of which the Philebus speaks, 16c. It also makes clear to us the meaning of Xenocrates' definition of the soul. Soul is the movement of the heavens, or better, it is the sequence of numbers which is forever unfolding itself in the heavens and closing itself together again, the repetitive sequence, that is, which constitutes time. We may draw specific conclusions from this about the significance of the world soul in the Timaeus. Let us start with the assumption that soul is to be thought of as it had been at first in the earlier Greek tradition, i.e., as expressing the essence of life. What does that yield? In the first place, it implies that soul, in distinction from visible bodies, is invisible. This is presupposed as self-evident in the doctrine of the Phaedo, for instance. This invisible being which is soul integrates the living thing into a visible unified living being. The soul is that which integrates the scattered multiplicity of the bodily, and therefore its diminution is the onset of bodily disintegration. But this means, in the second place, that the soul is spread out everywhere throughout the body, at least in the sense that the great sensitive skin which clothes all bodily things belongs directly to the soul. For after all, the skin with its five senses passes on whatever it feels to the soul. Accordingly, in the Theaetetus, 182d, this area of the soul, which knows with the aid of the senses, is juxtaposed to older doctrines, which take knowing to be a collision of existence, like with like or unlike. And thus it obviously makes sense to say that the soul must be spread out everywhere. Even our own anthropology has made it evident that the nature of the animal differs from that of the plant, at least as far as the animal relays back to itself all the stimulations which the senses experience. It is not surprising, then, that the Timaeus portrays the world soul as spreading out over everything. There is just as little need to explain why the soul moves itself, for it is precisely motion which distinguishes the living body from the inanimate body left after death. This ancient and convincing observation regarding that which distinguished the living from the non-living and the no longer living leads us to think of the soul as the arche of kinesis. And thus it becomes clear why Plato calls the soul the essence of physis, Laws 892c. For self-evidently the order constitutive of nature, the order which it displays in its preservation of itself throughout all changes, is found in every existent being which has a soul, in every organism. And in the most highly evolved organisms the soul is so constituted that it displays both its own embeddedness and the embeddedness of everything else in the circular course of being as a whole. This puts us in a better position to ascertain the precise meaning of the world soul in the Timaeus. For even if one were to seize upon nothing more than the general statement therein that the soul is earlier than the body, the way is pointed out for interpreting the dialogue. When the soul is described as being spread out everywhere and enveloping and permeating everything, we have the graphic way of stating that behind the all as it presents itself to our senses there is an invisible, prevailing order, a sort of celestial mathematics and music upon which both the segmentation and the unity of the whole are based. Now the fact that Plato makes the concept of mixture, mixes, the point of departure for his definition of the world soul determines the entire construction of the mural of the Timaeus. The soul is said to consist of a mixture. For those familiar with the Philebus or the statesman, this comes as no surprise. Mixture is one of the basic models in terms of which Plato conceives of being. In the Philebus the being of what is either gauged by measure or fixed and determined by number is said to be a mixture of limit and the unlimited. And mixture is again paradigmatic in the Timaeus, where it is said that the three ingredients of the world soul are being, self-sameness, and difference, 37ab. On the surface of it, that sounds very odd, for the latter two are logphral concepts, concepts which express the nature of the logos. But the logos is of such a nature that whenever anything is meant by it, that thing is meant as identical to itself and, at the same time, as different from other things. Thus self-sameness and difference are always present in anything which is and is recognized as what it is. Only the interweaving of self-sameness and difference makes an assertion, logos, possible. In any assertion something which, in being what it is identical to itself, is linked to something different from itself. But it does not thereby lose its self-sameness. Hence the mixture of being with such logical constituents can easily be seen to express the structure of the logos, although, to be sure, metaphorically. The only problem lies in the fact that the order of the movement in our universe as that presents itself to the human e_ya is also described in terms of this mixture. The famous X woven from the circles of identity and difference is meant as something real. It does not originate in our thinking and speaking and exist only there, rather it mirrors the order of movement in the universe itself. It is an image of the ecliptic, the tilt of the Earth's rotation on its axis in relationship to the orbit of the Sun. The significance of this tilt was evidently recognized at an early date by the Greeks. The periodicity and shape of all things on our earth were seen to derive from it, and, as Aristotle says, it is the cause of coming into being and passing away insofar as it is the cause of the rhythm of the seasons. When the Timaeus portrays the soul, i.e., the true reality of the self-moving all, as the intertwining of self-sameness and difference, we can perceive in the background the general doctrine of motion which we know from the laws. There a mode of movement is depicted which seems entirely determined by self-sameness, the stable movement of something spinning on its axis while standing still. This movement is so much identical to itself that no differences are visible in it at all, not even those which are intrinsic to movement as such. 18. But the movement of the universe portrayed in the Timaeus, thanks to the tilde woven into it, is not like this, for it displays its motion and the widest assortment of differences. But the invisible basis of the constancy and alteration in the cosmos, which Plato calls soul, is also meant to be knowing soul. And the doctrine of the soul in the Timaeus expressly demands of us that we think of the soul as knowing. The mixing together of being, self-sameness, and difference leads, if one is oriented toward the same, to knowing in the form of insight and science, and, if oriented toward the different, to knowing in the form of opinions and convictions. 6601 Chi Ni. On you or perception, Timaeus 37b. This would imply that self-sameness and difference have the same basic significance for reality which they have for knowing. The question must now be just how these two, the differences which are in reality and the differentiation which the mind carries out, correlate. The exposition in the Timaeus explains how the constant order of motions in the heavens of our universe, though always self-same, nevertheless brings about the manifold phenomena and processes which keep the world we know in motion. And because the constellations are ever repeating their regular revolutions amid constant alteration, it is natural to think of the complex mathematical order governing stellar movement as the true essence of the world. It is also evident why that which is present throughout the all in this way, and which pervades it in precisely the way in which the omnipresence of life, the psyche, pervades and constitutes the organic, living thing, should also be called psyche. For the being of the living thing, the unity of its self-motion and the constancy of its organic functioning, plainly rests upon just this invisible reality which enlivens it. The circulation of the living thing and the circulation of the heavenly bodies have the same form and point to a common ground. But how does one get from here to the other definition of the soul as not merely that which moves but also as that which knows? This must be understood against the background of Plato's doctrine of the logos. We must analyze the nature of difference, once again using Anaxagoras' anticipation of Plato as our guide. Difference is based upon something's differing from something else. But this sort of differing always implies the emergence of differences not present as such in what is at first undifferentiated. That emergence can be thought of as a real process like that which Heraclitus tells us occurs in the settling of a liquid, e.g., a barley drink whose ingredients separate. 19 But we can describe the process from another perspective. Differences which have emerged are simultaneously differences which have been brought out. The emergence of differences implies that the differences have been separated from one another so that they emerge for something for which they are different. Thus separation is always at the same time differentiation and implies something which knows the differences that have emerged. Or we can say to be different is to be known as different. This, it seems to me, is the evidence to which Plato is averring in his analysis of the structural complex of oneness and multiplicity, self-sameness and difference, the evidence which supports his whole thinking on the matter. Differences are possible relationships. The separation of them according to their nature, like the severing of a deer carcass at the joints, is the essence of knowing, or dialectic, as Plato calls it. The true is what is brought out in such distinctions. Even more, knowledge itself is nothing other than the existence of what has been brought out in this way. From this vantage point we can see in what sense the movement of knowing is implied in cosmic movement. To the extent that there are always new differences which are brought out in this way, which is to say, assembled in their disconcealedness, 0a118e10, the knowing which knows them is forever changing. This gives the doctrine of the Timaeus its precise meaning in regard to self-sameness and difference. Knowing occurs as the self-presentation of the thing which is known. Such self-presentation is a process full of movement. The aspects of the existent thing, the views which it offers of itself, shift, and at the same time the points of view or opinions which the human soul develops also shift, in that they refer to the thing in different respects. If we should ask ourselves what conceptual means Plato might apply to grasp the special character of the soul which knows in this way, it seems eminently reasonable that he would have recourse to the number as a sum. That is the proper paradigm. One need only recall that in his analysis of time Aristotle determined the latter to be the enumerated sum of movement, and he adds, as if it were an incidental point, that the enumerated multiplicity of motion which time is dependent upon the soul, Pix 414 223-21 ff. In essence, Plato had put the relationship of idea and soul on this same foundation in the Phaedo, and the connection between idea and imber, as we have seen, appears to be present very early in Plato. For we have observed in the example of the Hippias Major that Plato was sensitive to the mysteriousness of the number. This is by no means to say that behind this early dialogue, which, to be sure, is among the latest of its group, there already lies the doctrine of the generation of the numbers out of the principles of the one and the indeterminate two, in the form in which the indirect tradition tells us Plato taught it. Nevertheless, a preliminary indication can certainly be found here of the continuing mystery and ontological difficulty with which Plato saw his analysis of knowledge and the logos confronted. The doctrine of the idea as the one real existent in opposition to the multiplicity of arising and fading sense appearances which participate in it, does not yet suffice to elucidate what knowing actually is. Such a having in view of the idea is only a precondition and presupposition in all knowing. In that I have the idea in view, I can subsume the appearances under the eidos common to them, or perhaps better said, I can identify the appearances with their eidetic universality. This is the reason for the assumption that there are ideas. But it is obviously of no concern to Plato which concept one uses to envision the relationship of the appearances to an idea participation, koinonia, synousia, parousia, mixes, symploke, or whatever. For him the problem does not lie there at all. Instead it lies in the logical question of how it is possible in the first place that one can be many and many, one. What is said of a thing is supposed to be different from the thing, and nevertheless it is supposed to be attributed to it. What a thing is supposed to be in truth is supposed to hold for each of its appearances, and yet the appearances are supposed to be different from the thing itself. Plato uses the number to illustrate what he finds puzzling here. The number consists of units, each of which by itself is one, and nevertheless the number itself, according to the number of units it includes, is not many but a definite so many, the unity of a multiplicity bound together, apotypa ouo eurokotepov oev, both two, but each one, theetetus 185 of. Every logos has this formal structure, however puzzling that structure may be. Plato's example of writing serves nicely to illustrate the state of affairs here. We have letters, syllables, words, and sentences. Now even the coarse difference between the meaning of words and that of letters will suffice for our purposes. What each letter means by itself it no longer means when it is combined with others to form a word. For the word has its meaning, not as the collection of the meanings of the letters but as the one whole which it is. This schema can be applied as Plato often does apply it in defining the nature of dialectic and discourse. And as the Philebus emphatically declares, the secret of all techne, i.e., of all real knowing in the sense of prior acquaintanceship with a thing, lies in the proper solution to the problem of the one and the many. Every logos contains the unity of an opinion which results from the multiplicity of words and concepts bound together in it. An example like that given in the Sophist, i.e., theetetus flies, over which a stream of ink has been expended, in the final analysis, be explained only if one thinks of the essence of the statement using the model of the number as a sum. The context necessitates that we think of the problem here as an incompatibility in ideas. The universal idea of man is implied in the name theetetus, and that idea excludes the idea of flying. Thus the putative oneness in the relationship of things asserted here, the oneness constituted grammatically by the interweaving of noun and verb, must be false. These two ideas cannot be combined with each other. A correct assertion, on the other hand, presupposes that the ideas expressed in it are indeed compatible with each other and that they can be combined. Even so, this necessary condition for the truth of an assertion need not be a sufficient condition, as is shown by the judgment of perception. Since the number is paradigmatic here, it follows that the concern in the case of the sample sentence from the Sophist is not at all with the predicative structure of the judgment, the structure which figures fundamentally in Aristotle's logic and doctrine of categories. Here no specific hypokaimenon is presupposed to which a determination is added as a predicative attribute. On the contrary, in Plato the logos is thought of essentially as a being there together, the being of one idea with another. In that they are taken together, the two of two separate ideas constitutes the one of the state of affairs expressed. And that is even true of judgments of perception, which can be true only when that which is tied together in the thing perceived can also be thought together in the logos. But it is most clear that the interweaving of genus-species determinations is constitutive where it is a matter of stating the essence, a matter of the definitional statement. Logos ousios. The definition is derived in Plato by the procedure of diaeresis, which as Stenzel saw decades ago, provides an indirect confirmation of the paradigmatic function of the number. For every diaeresis is a dividing in two. In the philebus division into three is also mentioned, evidently in reference to specific rational systems. In Plato the definitional logos is formed by the addition of the definitions run through in a diaeresis and then counted up yielding a collected multiplicity which as such constitutes the unitary essence of a definite thing. Thus precisely insofar as it is arrived at by the procedure of dividing, the definition displays the role of the number. The compatibility of all definitions in a genus with one another, or what is more, the necessity of their coexistence with the final determination common to all of them, is what constitutes the unitary nature of the thing. This means that the statement of the essence, the definitional statement, is the collected sum number of all the essential definitions which have been run through, and as such it has the structure of number. This explanation, I think, gives us at least the outlines of how the paradigmatic function of the number which is indicated in the dialogues can be correlated with the doctrine of the ideal numbers known to us from the indirect tradition. There is an overall structural parallel between number and logos. It also seems to me that we can explain the lack of clarity in the reports of how the doctrine of ideal numbers was worked out and what specific content it was applied to as follows. Let us begin by saying that the real problem in the logos lies in its being the unity of an opinion composed of factors or items which are distinct from the opinion itself. Now as we know, logos is a mathematical term that means proportion. Toeplitz, who has pointed out the sense of proportion contained in the logos concept, took as his point of departure 25 law in the Sophist, where it is said specifically that the search for the proper concept of being and not being can be carried out only by pursuing the proportion of one to the other. And as a matter of fact, the power of the logos to reveal the being of what is derives from the intrinsic interwovenness in it of being and not being, which are to be taken as self-sameness and difference, respectively. This is the doctrine which the stranger from Elia is supposed to communicate to us. The doctrine, however, implies the structure of number. I would point to Theaetetus 185 of the soul, it is said there, which thinks purely and deals only with itself, 185e, 187a, also knows the numerical constitution of what is, in addition to knowing being and not being, similarity and dissimilarity, self-sameness and difference, n of hn, chi tove \a of 6p 186v, but also one and the other number, 185d. In this there is an allusion to the mysterious character of the number, viz., that something taken together is two while each of the two is only one. But that is not all. Characteristic of a proportion is that its mathematical value is independent of the given factors in it, provided that they keep the same proportion to one another. The same relation can exist even when the numbers in it are changed. The universality of the relationship as such transcends its components. One must keep that in mind when one discovers how sparse, indefinite, and contradictory the substantive content is which we have of Plato's doctrine of ideal numbers. The hierarchical structure of the mathematical sciences proceeding in the sequence of dimensions from point to line to plane to solid, which Gazer has so splendidly worked out for us, is very likely only one specific application of the more general numerical relationships of the ideas and their configuration. The same configuration of ideal numbers can evidently prefigure other sequences. For instance, according to the De Anima text, It prefigures the sequence of modes of knowing, nous, episteme, daza, aesthesis. Thus the reason that Aristotle and our other indirect sources in the tradition say nothing precise about which numbers are to be coordinated with which ideas can hardly be because they were uncertain about it. On the contrary, Aristotle obviously has good grounds for saying that the correlation of numbers to specific ideas is of no importance, metaph_x 1090b24. For similar reasons Aristotle points, 1084-012, to the limit of 10, set by Plato. This is not a vestige of Pythagoreanism, the tetractys. It makes plain sense that according to the nature of the decadal system any forming of numbers beyond the first sequence of 10 is merely repetition. Precise L. For that reason the sum number proffers itself as the protoph, pef the order of being and the ideas. And it claims nothing more for itself than to be such a prototype. The lack of specificity in the coordination of ideas and numbers results from the nature of the matter itself, from the nature of human knowing, which, as human, is incapable of comprehending the entire order of being and ideas uno intuitu. Instead it is capable of uncovering only limited ordered sequences as it goes through the ideas one by one and must then relinquish these sequences again to a whole without internal differentiation, cf. Philebus, Eve D, to on a one POV let fall into the unlimited indefinite. It is exactly like that in counting. The analogy between knowledge of the ideas and the generation of numbers can also be illuminated in the following way. Inconclusiveness and endlessness is obviously characteristic not only of our finite, discursive penetration of the ideas in knowing but also of the generation of a series of numbers in counting. Both generations depend on the principles of the one and the indeterminate two. Thus, the endlessness and inconclusiveness of dialectic are not in the least qualified by the doctrine of numerical principles, of which Aristotle tells us, or supplanted by some dogmatic teaching on these principles. For Plato the decisive point to be made clear in the doctrine of the generation of numbers is that the _y can be continued indefinite y. Although each number is definite, counting goes on indefinitely into infinity, and that fact implies the equal involvement in counting of both the dais and the hen. All the attempts to give the dialectical generation of the numbers a wider meaning than 152 Plato's unwritten dialectic such as have been made by Stenzel and Becker et.al., seem to me to bog down in arbitrary constructions. It is my contention that Plato's concern is not with achieving a unified system of dialectical generation but only with the fact that the principles of the one and the two are able to generate the series of all numbers just as they make all discourse possible. The entire series of numbers, the even as well as the odd, can be explicated according to these principles, though of course not by strict diaeresis. This special status of the one and the two giving them the character of principles could be what is indicated by the EEWNIV reproof, outside of the first, in that famous Aristotelian text. 21. If we are indeed forbidden to seek a fixed system of deduction in Plato's doctrines, and if, on the contrary, Plato's doctrine of the indeterminate two establishes precisely the impossibility of completing such a system, then Plato's doctrine of ideas turns out to be a general theory of relationship from which it can be convincingly deduced that dialectic is unending and infinite. Underlying this theory would be the fact that the logos always requires that one idea be there together with another. Insight into one idea per se does not yet constitute knowledge. Only when the idea is alluded to in respect to another does it display itself as something. Heidegger revealed for us the constitutive significance of this hermeneutic as, and in metaph_x theta io Aristotle arrived at the correlative conclusion that the simple, adelcy, a juv0 urn, essences permit no error, rather they are either hit upon, 0-1 yive, in thought or not. Now it is clear that any given idea can also coexist with ideas besides the particular one with which it has been said to coexist. Departing from Aristotle's analysis of the structure of predication, we can say that we can make a statement about a thing in different respects, even categorially different respects. As a consequence of the point of view chosen, any particular assertion singles something out from that about which it is made, and in making the assertion, it raises the particular thing asserted into our awareness. Only as a relationship thus raised into our consciousness is the relationship actually there, i.e., placed in the openness and obviousness of what is present in our believing and knowing. This general theory of relationship, it seems to me, is responsible for the fact that in his dialogues Plato fails to deal adequately with the problem of pseudos. For pseudos does not lie in falsely speaking of one thing as another but only in speaking of it as something which it is not. The being of not being lying in difference from, which is displayed in the sophist, provides only the formal prerequisite of the actual pseudos. The being of the ideas, precisely in their interweaving of being and not being, consists in their displaying of themselves and being present in a logos. However, that does not provide an ontological foundation for the false appearance of something and pseudos. Nonetheless, it is made clear that the realm of ideas with their limitless interweaving with one another implies an element of not being, namely, the incompleteness characteristic of all human thinking. 22. Hence it is true of diaeresis too that in the determination of the essence or definition of a thing, a variety of possible deductions suggest themselves. This certainly does not imply that the selection of an acceptable common basis, the genus with which the deduction of the thing being questioned begins, is merely gratuitous. But neither is it the case that a completely unequivalent, fixed classificatory system exists which would prescribe a definition. The basic consensus which sustains every fruitful discussion and without which the latter could not begin, can take many different forms. There is a presupposition of some kind in any choice of the perspective from which the deduction is to be carried out, and Plato's discussions often lead to the discovery of a hidden misunderstanding here insofar as the initial proposal was accepted although it actually should not have been. The sophist and statesman dialogues in particular attest to this fact in their quite humorous and comical way. And is not Plato's lecture on the good supposed to have argued the essential incompleteness of the dialectical endeavor? Throughout all of what Plato attempts to derive from these two principles, the one and the indeterminate two, the element of indeterminacy or indefiniteness in our thought is plainly implied. This, it seems to me, is the reason that one of the two determinants is precisely indeterminacy. Plato's system of ideational relationships could be so structured that each individual relationship possible within it can be brought out and expressly posited at some given time, but a simultaneous positing and being present of all relationships is fundamentally impossible. Plato can hardly be said to have subordinated the realm of ideas to a divine mind like Leibniz's central monad, in which everything is present which is, everything which can be true. And that he did not have any such thing in mind seems to me to be exactly what is implied in Plato's so-called doctrine of principles as well as in the kaleidoscopic play of assertions in his dialogues. Plato thinks of the finite, searching human being in terms of the latter's discrepancy from the knowing God, and that he does has more than religious significance. It bears on dialectic as well. But although human thinking and knowing can never be complete any more than anything can which exists on this earth, the wondrousness of the path of this human knowing, which, as human, is always directed into the open-ended, is in no way diminished. There is a variety of evidence that Plato thought along the lines which I have indicated here. The apeiron cause of the philebus, for instance, is obviously meant to restrict the success of human life. Because of the apeiron, human life can never be of Plato's unwritten Dialectic 155 solidly successful, rather it always runs the risk of miscarrying and must forever be wrested from its tendency to sink into a measurelessness even so extreme as that of the unconscious and torpid life of an oyster, Plzalebus 21d. It appears that it is the human task to constantly be limiting the measureless with measure. And the role which necessity plays in the abstract, intellectualized world structure of the Timaeus seems to me to point in the same direction. Necessity assures that the order of existences formed by copying the ideas is a real order precisely because it must be asserted against resistance. When Plato, in transforming the Pythagorean apeiron, discovers in the two a new categorical version of the earlier Pythagorean concept, he does not just use another word, rather he grasps and defines more precisely what the logos is in essence. Using the two as a basis, he correlates the intelligible world of the ideas and numbers, sense appearances, and the structure of human knowing. He thereby establishes a splendid system of correspondences. For in spite of its indeterminacy, this too is the principle of all differentiation and all differing, which is to say that it codetermines reality. The indirect tradition which informs us of the principles in Plato's doctrine is not evidence of some dogma which lies concealed behind Plato's written work and which could possibly undermine our understanding of Plato's dialectic. On the contrary, it articulates and confirms the limitedness of all human knowing and shows why the highest possibility of such knowing must be named not Sophia but Philosophia. 7. Idea and reality in Plato's Timaeus. If we intend to study and interpret any one of Plato's puzzling dialogues carefully and with real concern for what is said in it, it is essential that we become aware of the hermeneutic preconceptions which have given us our image of Plato. That alone would clear the way for us. With a persistence bordering on the absurd, the prevailing form of interpretation in which Plato's philosophy has been passed on to us has advocated the two-world theory, that is, the complete separation of the paradigmatic world of ideas from the ebb and flow of change in our experience of the sense-perceived world. Idea and reality are made to look like two worlds separated by a chasm, and the interrelationship of the two remains obscure. Indeed, the sole historically significant account of their interrelationship is the Neoplatonic translation of the two worlds into hypostases of the grand process of emanation, in which the one prior to all determinations externalizes and displays itself in a hierarchically segmented universe. Nowadays, however, the prevailing view among Plato scholars is one which has developed in positive or negative response to Aristotle's criticism of the separation of the two worlds, and this although the intent of Aristotle's almost malevolent dialectical exposition of Plato's theory of ideas is still being argued. Sooner or later we will have to approach Aristotle's critique of Plato with concepts of critique and polemics very different from the ones we are used to. For the most recent research with its deeper philosophical interpretation of Plato's and Aristotle's thought has provided us with enormously strengthened evidence of the continuity of Platonic thought and has allowed us to see Aristotle more and more clearly as a Platonist. Given these circumstances, the meaning of Aristotle's criticism of the doctrine of ideas remains debatable. Presumably, we must get far more used to relegating the polemics of ancient philosophers to the realm of argument and dialectic and far less to seeing it as the statement of a position in contradiction to someone else's. But the third version we have of Plato's two-world theory must be placed in question too, i.e., the genetic historical account of it which dominates modern Plato research. This theory asserts that in the course of his intellectual development Plato himself recognized that the dogmatic assertion of the doctrine of ideas was untenable and that he then sought by means of dialectic to overcome the gap between the two worlds. Even today the prevailing opinion is that the criticism in Plato's Parmenides which the head of the Parmenidean school directs at the young Socrates, i.e., that the latter had proposed the hypothesis of the ideas too soon, is in fact Plato's criticism of himself. According to this view the paradoxes displayed here in the participation of the particular in the universal are reflections of the crisis in Plato's doctrine of ideas. The new dialectic of the later dialogues, it is said, confirms that the dogmatic doctrine of ideas was modified, and in respect to the tradition of philosophy what emerges is seen to point in the direction of the systematic thought of Fichte or Neo-Kantianism. Point 2 Only most recently are voices of those who would loosen up this genetic schematization to be heard. For instance, the Bingen school, Gazer, Kramer, has given new support to the suspicion that a doctrine of ideal numbers was always implied in Plato's dialogues, a suspicion which had already surfaced here and there earlier. Certainly it cannot be disputed that there is a change in the character of the dialogues, which at first present Socrates as the negative dialectician who confounds his interlocutors and later as the man who reveals and bears witness to a dialectic which is meant to be taken positively. But that need not indicate a change in Plato's thought. A dialogue like the Hippias, which must surely be considered authentic, obviously alludes to the doctrine of ideal numbers, and one does well not to make light of the issue here by seeking to avoid it with some genetic historical hypothesis concerning Plato's supposed development. Compounding our difficulties is the fact that for us the Timaeus occupies a singular position on the periphery of the works of Plato. That it does is due in large part to our critical disposition toward it, which has its origins in Aristotle's physics and which has led us to believe that the tale of the demiurge who makes the world is nothing but an empty metaphor. Since Aristotle we have grown accustomed to viewing Plato's physics as secondary, something lying on the periphery. But our view of the Timaeus can also be traced to the all too strong sympathetic vibrations which its mythical tale of the creation of the world stirred later in those holding the Judeo-Christian beliefs on creation. Although it was already open to debate in ancient times whether this portrayal of the creation of the world was purely didactical, and although in the Timaeus there is plainly not the faintest hint anywhere of a divine will which decides to create a world, the interest in the Timaeus was to a great extent interest in what was taken to be its anticipation of Christian beliefs. To be sure, all this changed with the awakening interest of modern physics in the Timaeus. Galileo, Kepler, and the atomists of the 17th century all rely not so much on the idea of creation in the Timaeus as on its mathematics. And the atomists in particular were justified in their recourse to the Timaeus. But even that does not change the fact that the Timaeus remained on the periphery of Plato's works and, more specifically, that its mythical narrative was not integrated into what, properly speaking, may be called Plato's dialectic. Thus a task is precisely set for us. We must make up for what has not been done and, in trading behind the form of the myth, we must make clear its relationship to Plato's dialectic as a whole. However, in just this regard the Timaeus poses a specific methodological problem which relates in a special way to the general problem that confronts us in interpreting Plato today, i.e., the problem of the as yet unclarified relationship between Plato's fictional dialogues and his doctrine, which is known to us solely through the indirect tradition of secondary sources. It took 1.5 centuries of intense investigation of Plato's texts for us to fully comprehend the literary character of his dialogues, which Schleiermacher and Schlegel correctly sensed from the start. And even now there still exists the overwhelming counter-tendency to interpret the dialogical compositions critically as statements of a doctrine. One could learn from the precedent which Aristotle sets in this regard, but as I have noted above, Aristotle also seems to present a problem since in our approach to him we continue to be governed by our modern preconception of what scientific criticism ought to be. The methodological problem is clear. We must establish the philosophical significance of the scene, the setting of the dialogues, of the relationship of the speaker to what is spoken, of evolving meaning as it unfolds in live discussion. And we must apply what we can learn thereby to understanding the philosophical questions which Plato puts to us. Here too the Timaeus poses a special problem. To be sure, there is a charming dialogical prelude in which a previous conversation about the ideal state is recalled and a historical background disclosed in a sort of fairy tale. And without doubt this political frame, across which the story of the genesis of the world is stretched, is not coincidental. But the actual narrative, for which Timaeus is the speaker, has no more scenic interludes and for long passages at a time the text can be read as a self-contained treatise. Of course the tone in which the story is told here has something quite distinctive about it, and the truth which the narrative claims for itself is explicitly limited to what is probable both in respect to what is presented as a story, mythos, and in respect to what is presented in rational argument, logos. So we are indeed faced with the methodological problem of extracting the substantive content of the narrative, extracting its rational themes from a kind of story which, in fairy tale fashion, is peculiarly loose, incoherent, and elusive. The incoherence is especially obvious in the way the natural sequence in which a narrative would usually unfold is interrupted by regressions, corrections, repetitions, and abrupt new beginnings. Not only is the portrayal of the ordering of the universe suddenly broken off in an odd way and the construction of the world soul repeated, a construction which, as we are told in an explicit correction, 34b, precedes the construction of the universe, there is also that most opaque relationship between the genesis of the cosmos as it is recounted and the genesis of time, which only occurs after the genesis of the cosmos has begun. And there is above all the suddenness with which the narrator, absorbed as he is in his zealous accounting of the particulars of human perception, interrupts himself and allows that we ought to view things after all in the light of Ananke, 46c, 48a. This new, second start, which is specifically singled out as such, lies somewhere between being an ongoing story of the premeditated action of the demiurge and a logically consistent explanation of the cosmic order in rational terms 0 and ly to issue at the end into a concluding piece of narrative. 3. Thus we are confronted with the specific methodological problem of digging out the factual value of what is stated from behind Plato's facile way of telling it with all his puzzling vacillations and touches of irony. And having accomplished this task, we must relate the Timaeus, despite all its stylistic peculiarities, to the whole of Plato's Dialectic. Timaeus' actual speech begins with a sort of methodological proem. A series of axioms is set up from which conclusions are drawn and in accordance with which the epistemological claims of the ensuing narrative are specified. The distinction between being and becoming is introduced right at the start as fundamental. Note, however, that this well-known distinction of Socrates and Plato's with which Timaeus begins his presentation is supported in an entirely Platonic way by the correlation of one side of it with thought, noesis, and of the other with opinion, daza, as the latter is mediated by the senses. Note too that this distinction is introduced by Timaeus with an explicit in my view. And as a matter of fact, the distinction here in modes of being is one which only such a Pythagorean is actually capable of making who has already been alerted by Plato or Socrates to the difference between noetic being and being for the senses, and who has abandoned the naive identification of the being of number with the being of reality as a whole, an identification which was typical of Pythagorean thought. Then, in a second step demarcated by O, there is mention made of the thing or things which have come to be, i.e., that which no longer continues in the previous indeterminacy of becoming in the sense of constantly becoming other than it was, 28a. In speaking of such a becoming, one necessarily looks to that which it has become. And as a becoming something it raises the question of its cause. Such a cause would imply, however, that the TNG which becomes something becomes precisely that something which was somehow envisioned for it. Thus the demiurge and his envisioning of the end of becoming are made the determining cause. Whether that which becomes a certain thing is beautiful or not, whether it is constant or transient, is dependent upon the envisioning of the demiurge. However, by nature the envisioning of the mal, remains ambivalent. It can aim at that which always is, the constant, as its paradigm, or at that which is formless and lacking in constancy. But when that which has become is beautiful, the envisioning must have been aimed at the beautiful, and as an obvious consequence, beautiful always implies constancy. The possibility of knowing something about the world as an ordered whole rests on precisely this two-tiered structure of B162 idea and reality in Plato's Timaeus coming, i.e., on the constant noetic order behind the surface. For the cosmos as a whole, which has the character of becoming, is accessible per se only to the sense experience of seeing. But since the cosmos, as becoming, must derive from something which causes it, and since there is no doubt, given the beauty of the world, that he who makes it looks to that which always is, i.e., the self-identical, it is concluded that what we perceive is not mere gignomenon, i.e., always other than it is, but instead the copy of something fixed and determinate. The possibility of really knowing something of this world of becoming is founded, accordingly, in the copy structure of things. Of course this knowing of what becomes can only take the form of probable, credible assumptions, 29c8. Hence the world order which displays itself to the senses can be portrayed only in a story which is told. A knowing which went beyond that story would be incommensurate with our human nature, 29d. These, then, are the first results of the introductory proem. In addition it contains something like axiomatic presuppositions for the ensuing narrative which are completely reasonable, i.e., in accord with logos. Observe that nowhere is any question about the beginning of motion or becoming asked. Point 4 taken by itself, the mode of being which characterizes becoming does not raise the question of a beginning of becoming or of a cause of it. Only becoming something makes this question necessary. Thus it is the envisioning of the what is being made, which is to say its being ordered, which raises the question of the cause. 28b, Yv fme 6pxf, c, Envok, 6p6 evok, it comes to be in having begun from some principle. The unadhered and transient, k1 vueva is simply there. It follows from this fact that the fundamental differentiation of modes of being with which the four Cornford, to whom in many respects a methodologically important advance beyond the enormously learned A. E. Taylor must be credited, creates a multitude of difficulties for himself by importing this question into the discussion. For Plato, mere motion as ongoing confusion has no cause at all, and least of all a living one, the soul, which would never cause wild, chaotic movement but only circularity, rhythm, and order. In viewing the Ps_che as the source of all movement, a theory which sounds indeed like Plato's as well as Aristotle's, one may never dissociate it from the special, orderly character proper to the movement of what is Ali 11e and thereby reduce its work to mechanical salary. Dia and reality in Plato's Timaeus 163e exposition begins is at first not based in any way upon a paradigm copy structure. Only secondarily, when things are viewed in terms of making and the envisioning which guides the process of making, does the concept of the paradigm enter in. Accordingly, an act of making something and of having it come to be can be guided just as easily by a bad paradigm or bad projection as by a good paradigm and a projection toward the beautiful. The beginning of the narration proper has a distinctive style. It has a certain hymn-like solemnity to it, but at the same time it stops short of actually mythologizing. The demiurge, who at 28c has already been characterized as a maker and father, is referred to here only as a producer of something. To be sure, the expression wanted to occurs, e.j. 30ua.1 L011, 29e, but not as an indication of a decision made at some time, and not at all as an indication of some reason for making the world. The actual motive for his productive action is never stated at all. Only the manner of his making is deduced, and deduced in a way which is odd in itself. Because he is good, he knows no thenos, no possessive, jealous hanging on to something which only he has or is. On the contrary, he wants everything to be like himself as much as possible. Obviously, any speculations of the later theological sort about this maker of the world are misspent. Plato's portrayal of him can perhaps be better used to understand the Neoplatonic physics of emanation, which is similar at least in its attempt to give a purely ontological and not theological account of the genesis of the world. In any case, the demiurge of the Timaeus symbolizes nothing more than the conversion of a condition of disordered movement into a condition of order. 5. But something else of significance follows from the beginning which Plato makes here. The god, because he makes something which is good and beautiful, must bring something into being which has nous. As was the case in the Sophi.st at 249a, it is emphasized without question and apparently as self-evident that nous cannot exist without psyche, i.e., life, and further, that the god thus puts the soul, psyche, into a body. This deduction from the envisioning of the god is characterized expressly as an eikos logos, which is to say that the justification for it is not a religious one which relies on traditional authority, rather, it is thought to be a matter of logical insight available to anyone that our universe is a living and reasonable being. The assumption that what lives is better, i.e., more good than beings of a lower level of organization, is without doubt an ontological presupposition which has not yet been justified in the dialogue. By way of explanation, one might adduce that what lives is held to be better precisely because it is unified to a higher degree and has the highest awareness of its unity, which is to say that it has reason. This presupposition dominates all of Timaeus' exposition of the world entirety. A self-contained order of a Pythagorean sort, which would have the character of a mere mathematical harmony, appears not even to have come under consideration. Now, just what is the status of this presupposition? Is it logos or mythos? Whatever it might be, the constitution of our world is derived here from the paradigm of the ideal, unified, living, all-encompassing being. This ideal universal being includes every idea of living beings within itself, and hence it is concluded that the being of the concrete world produced by the demiurge must be equally inclusive. The conclusion is explicitly drawn that the copy must be as comprehensive as the model and that it therefore can only be one of a kind. The deduction here is a source of no small perplexity. Certainly there is nothing to prevent making repeated copies of even the most ideal paradigm, especially since an ideal copy is a contradictionary in adjecto. But as a matter of fact, the argument that the paradigm as such can only be one is not based upon the copy structure which governs here but upon the idea of all-inclusive. If there were a second all-inclusive being, there would have to be a third which would include the first two and which would be the single paradigm for the genesis of our world, 3.1 ff. In essence, this is the well-known third man ar idea and reality in Plato's Timaeus 165 Argument. Here it functions, not as it does in the Parmenids, i.e., as a paradox which militates against the hypothesis of imitation in general, but as an argument for a single model. But although the paradigm must be single, why must an imitation which only presumes to be similar be single too? Why might it not be as all-inclusive as possible? Why might it not be caught up in an approximation to the ideal of the universe? It would be convincing that the copy should be single only if one views the demiurge mythologically as a master who gives his best performance on the first try. A closer examination reveals, however, that there is still some ancient Ionic reasoning to be heard in this argument, albeit in Eleatic form. Being, reality, is one. For the concern here is with the unity of the inclusiveness. If the copy is to be similar to the all-inclusive living being, then a being alive is implied which is self-contained movement, a regular alternation or exchange completely independent from anything else. This is the basic thought, and it can be actualized in the all only if the latter has the organic nature of life. It is not necessary to pursue the consequences of this reasoning in detail, viz., the reconciliation of opposed elements among themselves achieved through mathematical proportion, the perfection of this being of the whole, its spherical form, and its self-contained circular motion. Equally unnecessary, especially after Cornford's precise commentary, is yet another detailed investigation of how the construction of the world soul is carried out, i.e., the principle of life and motion which, to be logical, must precede the making of the body of the all out of the elements. The description of a two-stage mixing of self-sameness, difference, and being, from which the world soul, which is to say the patterns of star motion in the heavens, is deduced has been acknowledged since ancient times to be the most mysterious and difficult section of the whole work. In part this mysteriousness may have its source in the deficiency of our knowledge of Pythagoreanism in Plato's day. Even so, one should not forget that in principle such a full literary composition as the Timaeus must have a certain irreverent logic to it. This, of course, is completely lost sight of if, like Proclus, one bases one's understanding of the soul on the knowing which characterizes it rather than on the autokaiousis characteristic of what is alive. That the latter is the primary property of the soul in Plato's view is demonstrated by the context. The concern at this point in the dialogue is with the movement of the whole. Only secondarily, 37a, and on the basis of this first description of how the world soul is mixed together out of the three components, is anything like knowledge and true opinion attributed to this soul. Now it is indeed both understandable and significant in many respects that the autokinesis of the all, i.e., of the world soul, implies self-sameness and difference. 6. The function of self-sameness and difference in the soul is described explicitly, 36c, first in the movement of the fixed stars in the sky, and, second, in the six-part division of that other astral movement, i.e., of the sun, moon, and planets, the ecliptic, in other words, to whose significance for the periodic changes of nature the Greeks were singularly sensitive. And certainly it is logical that every periodic motion must be grasped as a combination of self-sameness and difference. All that remains unclear is why the constitution of the world soul, from which the courses of the stars are deduced, is not produced by one simple mixing of self-sameness and difference but by a carefully elaborated two-stage process of mixing. It helps here to pay close attention to the description of the first mixing process. It is plain that this description is to be seen in relationship to the distinction made at the start between on and gignomenon, what is and what becomes, for participation in both is attributed here to the psyche. Now, given the movement, activity, and life which already characterize the paradigm of our world, it is completely logical that the psyche should participate in both. The only difficulty is that becoming has been defined as perceivable by the senses, and being in its self-sameness as comprehensible in thought alone. The psyche, naturally, must be taken to be invisible. However, the intermediate status of the psyche becomes evident precisely in the fact that since it is the thing which gives life, activates, and moves, it itself is indirectly visible in the movements of the body. And to this extent it participates in both realms. Proclus is right on this point, cf. Cornford, p. 64 ff, and the text does indeed state clearly enough that the demiurge placed this third entity, psyche, exactly in the middle between the ideal and bodily worlds. But now, surprisingly, the ousia found in peri, the bodies, the ousia which becomes and in which the psyche indirectly participates, is further specified as divisible, merist, and the ousia of the self-same, correspondingly, as indivisible, ameriston, 35a. This is a clear reference to the extensionality which underlies all motion, as is, even more clearly, the expression, skedaston, scattered, 37a, which later is similarly juxtaposed with ameriston. Let us put the question aside whether, as many ancient commentators have held, example Xenophanes, precisely the one and the indeterminate two lie behind this first mixture, that is, the sources of all numbers. Whatever the case here, their significance for the constitution of time, i.e., in the establishment of the periodic rhythm and the articulation of the celestial movements, certainly becomes obvious in what follows. At 39b it is said specifically that these movements display to mankind their participation in number and thereby show mankind what time is, counted motion. It is typical of the style of the Timaeus, however, that even later on, the number doctrine as such remains in the background. In any event, one cannot fail to recognize an implication of this mixing process in which the psyche is engendered and which precedes the making of the heavenly bodies and mortal beings, an implication that points to the addition later of a third mode of being, spatial extension to the two already given. That this middle thing, the psyche, then causes the specific self-saneness and difference in the periodic motions of the heavenly bodies, i.e., that it knows and participates in diverse ways in both, is made clear by Timaeus in his description of the new mixture. Difference or otherness here becomes a necessary constituent in the periodic ordering. The curious story of the two-stage mixture which produces the world soul and its celestial functions has a sequel just as curious, which for the most part the commentators glibly pass over. I mean the assigning of nous and knowing to the domain of self-sameness, and of opinions and firm convictions to that of oiopherence. Two other texts veritably force themselves upon us here. On the one hand, the dialectic of ideas which the sophist founds primarily in self-sameness and difference, and, on the other, the corresponding distinction between the modes of human knowing in the Republic, for instance, which shines through clearly here from beneath the surface. In the Timaeus, however, it is the universal living being embracing all other living beings which is under consideration. And this universal living being has as little need of the senses as it does of nourishment or limbs. Mention is made only of its knowledge and opinions. And if one wants to be precise, it must be said that it can only be a matter here of the relationship of motions within this universal living being and of their being reported, as it were, to the whole of the soul, myo of ti iv wux v, 37b. It is indeed an odd extrapolation which proceeds from the experience of the world, had by the beings of that world, to the experience which the world has of itself. And what a peculiar logos which without sound or voice, as it were, makes something known, evidently by nothing save its being moved, Hermeneutical, 37b. We are then told that this logos serves as proof to all that such movement can happen only in the soul, and thus, as a sort of afterthought or appendix, the active life and soul of the universe are confirmed. How everything is stood on its head. Certainly anything which perceives or thinks must be alive, and certainly self-sameness and difference are part of knowing. Something can only be identified as something, i.e., as something different, when as itself it is identical to itself. This fact we all know from the sophist, and as a rule the commentators tend to rely on the relevant insights provided by the sophist. But what they fail to observe is that the sophist, with an unaccountable insensitivity to fundamental distinctions, places rest and motion in the sequence of self-sameness and difference. And can it be said that this passage in the Timaeus provides any better explanation of this peculiar fact? As a matter of fact it might after all. 7. Existent, real self-sameness, for example in the rotation of a standing circling around, and existent, real difference, for example in the always being somewhere different of a body in a circular path. Perhaps these are indeed the preconditions for thinking of self-sameness and difference, and consequently for all thinking. Thus we might well say that the order of celestial movements in which constant relationships result, such as occur in the revolution of the heaven of fixed stars, together with the varying but not disordered or irregular relationships, such as occur in the paths of the sun, moon, and planets, are indeed the preconditions of being able to think of self-sameness and difference. The world offers us an example of the reliable self-sameness of the same, on the one hand, and of the varying but not irregularly shifting opinions, on the other, and it offers these, as it were, primarily to itself. What we have here is the reasonableness of the world's own order of being and motion as the world experiences it in a kind of self-awareness. But the world also offers these to the thinking observer of the heavens. That is its oath, 9i, c. 8.6 Yak, true logic. Here, fortunately, we are not forced to rely on our own speculative fantasy. On the contrary, it is stated in the course of the narrative itself that the engendering of time, or, in short, the revolution of the heavens, teaches man numbers, i.e., time, which is specifically designated as a coeval, with the ordering of the heavens, 37b, and the illumination of the world by the sun, 39b. And later, when the mortal beings are created by the lower gods, the endowment of mortals with vision is accounted for by saying that only that gift makes awareness of time and the desire to know the physis of the universe possible. In this way the mythical narrative establishes the logical connection between movement and knowing which we inferred above. Thus it is indeed appropriate that at this point, where the Qna.ukbiak, Yevik, genus of philosophy, the human desire to know, is shown to be a natural potential in man, a new theoretical, scientific element intrudes into the narrative. And with that we have come to the real problem of the Timaeus. Although the Pythagorean science of number which underlies its mythical astronomy has served as a model up to modern times, cf. Kepler, the crucial question is not really in regard to the astronomy of the Timaeus, i.e., its celestial mathematics. Rather, the essential problem lies in the fact that right in the middle of a detailed description of mortal lying being contained within the all, the surprising onces is made that up to this point only half of the whole has been dealt with. The first hint of this deficiency occurs at 46 CD, where it is said that the exposition has become mired down in secondary causes while the primary cause, i.e., that of the rational and logical ordering of the whole, should have been emphasized all along. Therefore the discussion of human vision, which begins in a most detailed manner, now suddenly turns to the question of the rational purpose of vision. Vision makes possible the perception of time and consequently all the other modes of knowing. But at 47e the eventuality is squarely confronted that besides the rational purpose which determines all things there is that other cause which had been mentioned previously as necessity, anank. Henceforth Plato's interest is concentrated entirely upon this secondary cause, and surprising new lines of questioning are introduced which change the whole course of the exposition. One must concede that this new orientation which Plato now demands and which he specifically characterizes as the search for another, more fundamental beginning cannot be inserted straight away and unobtrusively into the story being told. The entire passage 48a to 68e has a complete /new look to it. To be sure, mere probability is claimed for this section too, and, as before, the limits of human insight are stressed repeatedly. But it is pointedly emphasized that the new explanation goes deeper than the previous one, and this fact gives us an indication that it will be logically comprehensible, reasonable. Thus we are faced with the task of following not only the mythical tale but also the theoretical explanation for you, i.e., you who are mathematically trained and who can therefore follow the logic of the argumentee. We must sort out mythos and logos as they intertwine in the exposition which follows here. To all appearances there is a casual intersubstitution of mythical and theoretical elements in the text, an intersubstitution no less conspicuous than the casual, jumbled chronological back and forth in the previous narrative. Precisely this melange of different modes of exposition is of special methodological concern to us. Idea and reality in Plato's Timaeus 171. As a hypothesis for our inquiry, I propose that Plato deliberately put things together in this way, and thus I would challenge the interpretation that Plato worked foreign ideas into his line of thought because he was incapable of doing otherwise, and that he worked them in such clumsy fashion that they are readily discernible to the critical eye. The painstaking critical investigations into the sources of Plato's thought coming from the Wilamowitz school, I. Hammer Jensen, Eva Sachs et al., presuppose that Plato in fact wrote so badly that one could see through his composition, as it were, and reduce it to its very poorly assimilated components. This assumption seems to me to be rather hard to reconcile with the high degree of artistic sensitivity which Plato displays throughout his work. In his criticism of Anaxagoras in the Phaedo, Socrates had already worked out the thought that along with the cause aimed at a reasonable purpose there is a secondary cause, or, better said, coeval cause. The matter is handled in the Timaeus in exactly the same way, 46. The secondary cause is what we would call the conditio sine qua non. Here it is redefined within a distinction between what happens by reason and what happens by necessity. The becoming of the world is characterized as a mixture of both. That is nothing new as such. What is new, however, and different as well, is that in the Timaeus reason persuades necessity to bring most of what comes into being to the best conclusion possible. Thus necessity is explicitly subordinated to the persuasion of reason. The introduction of persuasion by reason gives the causality of necessity an entirely new significance. As a matter of fact, the reader learns right at the start of the new beginning made here that it is a beginning which concerns, 1. The nature of the elements before the genesis of the universe, and, 2. The conditions preceding these elements. Attention is thereby drawn to the construction of the elements out of the elementary triangles and to the regular solids made from them. And with a special self-assurance it is announced that no one until now has revealed how these bodies are generated, 48b. To be sure, it is emphasized immediately thereafter that the one giving the account will accomplish his task only within limits, and that, just as before, he claims nothing more than probability for what he says. In this pronouncement and in the further course of the exposition as well, there is an implicit reference to an even more radical founding which one might quite correctly take to be Plato's number doctrine with its principles of explanation, the one and the indeterminate two. Still, the new beginning is not meant to be less plausibly justified than the earlier axiom distinguishing the two kinds of being, perceived and noetic, an axiom which may be said to underlie the entire exposition here. It should in fact, if I have amended the text, 48d, correctly follow more logically from that axiom than from the preceding section. It will come out that the proposed reduction of the elements as we know them, to that which precedes them, is to be grasped precisely as a consequence of the beginning of the dialogue. Nevertheless, this new beginning at first appears to be related in no way to the deduction which had been promised before. On the contrary, a further distinction is made according to which the previous two types of being are now differentiated from yet a third. This third being, which is to be presented here, is an impenetrable and obscure idea, something like a nurse who takes all that becomes up into herself. This abbreviated formulation at 49 is more precisely explained in a nux number of arguments which follow. Only at 52d, it might be said, is this presentation concluded. The first argument is specifically introduced as a preliminary discussion dealing with fire and the like. Evidently the concern is to show that the elements here are not at all the stable and unchanging elements which usually figure in cosmology. Neither fire nor water is sufficiently enduring that one could say of them that they are this or that. The phenomena being alluded to are above all shifting aggregates, and the only thing here which is truly stable and which can accordingly be designated as a this, is the thing in which these elementary phenomena occur at any given time and from which they disappear. In a second argument, 50ff, a further clarification is given. In an analogy to gold, this in which is now defined as an out of which, it is that out of which one can make the most varied things. It assumes any form desired, since it itself has no form, and is therefore characterized as being like stuff, ekmageion. The problem of how individual things taking form therein can be imitations of that which truly is, the classical problem of methexis, in other words, is spoken of as a difficult question and put aside for the time being. The absence of quality and form in this third thing is illustrated by comparing it with an oil suitable for the base of an ointment. Like the oil, it is something invisible and formless, something which absorbs anything and which can be thought of only with the greatest difficulty. The something is encountered as fire, water, earth, or air depending on the amount of what is mixed with it. We must keep in mind that these arguments regarding the idea of the in which or the out of which underlying all appearances are explicitly designed to bring out the appearance, character and changeableness of the four elements. But in the third argument, which begins at 51b, the consideration widens to more general matters. And only now does the differentiation of the self-identical eidos from the varying homonymous appearance of it to the senses prove to be basic for the supplementary exposition of the third genos, i.e., space as the seat of all that is. We see now that the determination of this third kind of being is in fact specifically founded upon the basic ontological differentiation of the first two kinds. The interesting thing here is that once again the example of fire is made the starting point, and the question is raised again whether one must assume that fire has some sort of pure eidos. It will be recalled that fire plays a special role in Greek cosmology and in Plato too, insofar as it is not only light and flame, i.e., gentle and destructive fixie, but something present everywhere there is warmth. In every warm living thing there is fire. When Plato, using precisely fire as his illustration, emphasizes that the pure eidos accessible only to thought must necessarily be distinguished from the changing points of view in which something is given to the senses, he has deliberately chosen a sharply disputed example, as is also indicated in the Parmenides at 130c, where fire and water are mentioned. Can anything be purer fire than the flame which bursts out of something heated? Or even purer than the light which beams from a steady flame? Is not the assumption of an eidos here a vain duplication? Is it not empty, as Aristotle often critically remarks in words in the Nicomachean Ethics at A4, incidentally, which are reminiscent of the Timaeus at 51c. In any event, the exposition of the third genos, space, which follows in this third argument may be termed the most logically precise of all. It is said of this cur that it may be touched, so to speak, in a kind of inauthentic thought, but this does not mean that it is reached by the senses. Evidently what is meant is that the pure that of any given thing is something which we experience as space, much as in first touching something we hit upon it without being able to identify it as what it is. Plato calls this way of becoming aware of space, as a consequence of which everything which is for us is at a place and takes up room, dreaming, and he alludes to something else which is similarly encountered as its sibling. Number and size seem to be meant, cf. Deals, Archytas, Frag 1. What, however, does dreaming as opposed to waking mean here? In the text one finds that when we are awake, we are not able to differentiate properly as long as the dream still has hold of us. That which we are not able to differentiate properly, and which evidently only the truly awakened, the philosopher, can differentiate, is the inner segmentation of existing appearances, an inner segmentation which allows us to call the outward appearance a copy or image. Cf. the Republic, 476c, where dreaming is called taking ta nexovern for auto, the things participating in the form for the thing itself. An image does not exist by itself, rather it exists in pointing to something. It always makes something else evident. However, precisely because it brings something other than itself to the fore, it must be distinct from that other thing. A picture can be a picture only to the extent that it is not the same thing as what it pictures, but something on its own. On the other hand, a picture is a picture only if it does not visibly assert itself but instead brings only what it pictures to the fore. Using this dialectical structure of the picture as a basis, Timaeus is able to isolate the mere in which or out of which, respectively, in which the being of any image idea and reality in Plato's Timaeus 175 comes to be. The image must be in something and made out of something other than that of which it is an image. Otherwise it cannot be a picture or an image at all. In distinction from true being, which always is what it is, i.e., which either is this or something different, an image is always simultaneously one and the same thing and two different things. 52d. Note what this difficult and compressed discussion demands of us. We must think of the third-genos, i.e., space, the pure in which as such, precisely by thinking of anything which shows up in it, anything which appears not as the thing itself but as the copy or image of a paradigm. What we have here is thus not a new thought which overcomes the difficulties of the paradigm conception of ideas but, on the contrary, a deeper discussion of precisely the copy-paradigm relationship itself, a discussion which forces us to postulate this third-genos, the kara. The analogy of the icon structure given here fully deserves to be termed reasonable indeed, A6YCPAXAOF. Cornford is right when he says, p. 196, in this passage Plato comes nearer than anywhere else in the Timaeus to the problem of the Idolo 11. The important basic structure of the eidolon, its being precisely that which it should not be, is fully brought to light here. And the reasoning here is truly a fo axp 1 pek. See, the eidolon is simultaneously 1 and 2. This is the clearest reference to the doctrine of the two which I can find in the Timaeus. Cornford is correct, idem, in citing Gorgias, SFO and the Parmenids, 138a, both passages devoted as they are to the Eleatic aporia which. But what seems impossible for being, as the Eleatic thinkers conceived of it, what emerges positively here as the heterote structure of the icon. While it is the determining characteristic of being to be what it is and nothing different, it is precisely the ontological characteristic of the copy, the mere appearance, not to be what it is. Its being, i.e., what it is in reality distinct from its spatial position. Thus along with being and corning into being there is space. The exposition here seems logically convincing indeed and deserves to be placed alongside the critique of the Eleatics found in the Sophist. But who could foresee that this excogitation of the third mode of being, of the kara, paves the way for a deeper insight into the structure of the being of the so-called elements? After all, one tends to forget the announced goal of the discussion, which must constantly be kept in mind. The elements, as they appear to us, are to be traced back to something which lies behind them. This is completely lost from view after the conclusion of the discussion of the third-genos. At that point a description is given of how this third thing, receptive as it is to all the given elements, takes them up in itself. But it receives them in an as yet wholly unadhered form and simultaneously is moved by them and moves them. It shakes them, and shakes them in such a way that prior to any world order a CE, written pre-ordering of the elements is established insofar as that can occur without the God being involved in it. 53d. One is led to expect, and indeed one finds in the text, that when the God himself puts his hand to it, this pre-ordering will become the actual world order in accordance with form and number, as that actual order is brought about by the God through the application of the geometrical proportion, 3-1 BFF. At this point I diverge from the usual explanation of Plato's line of thought here because I have been unable to arrive at anything reasonable by pursuing it. To me it seems obvious that this difficult section can be coherently integrated into the whole only if it is interpreted as follows. The mythological god does not participate in constituting the elements geometrically. He takes over pre-ordered elements and creates the world out of them. This does not become evident right away because here, just as later, one does not expect that in the middle of logical explanation Plato would again return to the mythical tale. One should not be misled, however, by the fact that the turn of speech, according to form and number, D6E01 VKAP10 OIC, is used later in reference to the constituting of the elements geometrically. On the contrary, that it is precisely the point of what follows. Even in the realm of the necessary, where everything moves as if it were being shoved and bumped, cf 46e, the ordering principles of form and number, which the demiurge has in mind, have the feat of making necessity accommodating and amenable to the persuasion of reason. In my view, the previous explanations of this difficult section, Taylor, Cornford, and, more recently, Crombie might be named here as the most important contributors, fall short of reaching an accurate understanding of this text because all of them fail to pay heed to the abrupt change in the mode of discourse here. That may be because the relationship of the demiurge to the chaos with which he is confronted is thought of too much in terms of a creator to his creation, Taylor, cf above on the distortions in the Christian interpretation, or because all of them make the God do mathematics in those places where it is we ourselves who can explain what occurs mathematically by an eikos logos. Not only is it the case that demiurge does not create but instead merely puts what is disordered in order, the truly decisive point is that he orders what is pre-ordered. The crux of the argument here is that the God has to deal with a mass which is pre-ordered according to necessity. To be specific, the initial chaos of the four elements is ordered in two ways. It is ordered by the automatic shaking movement. But beyond that, the fact that there are four elements derives from a hitherto undiscussed lawfulness of space whose necessity is logical, understandable quite apart from any teleological intentions of a mythological demiurge. The privileged forms of spatiality, those which constitute regular solids capable of being circumscribed with a circle, make the elements possible and thereby give the elementary state of the world displaying the first traces of order a reality all its own. One must pay close attention to the fact that Timaeus nowhere makes the mythological god responsible for these processes preceding the elements, rather the god has delivered to him the coarsely pre-ordered elements from which the world is actually fabricated. He has evidently persuaded Ananke to provide him with an appropriately pre-structured material. 8. But even if the god is not involved in the entire mechanical pre-ordering, he knows just how to put necessity to use. To make that clear and to keep the focus on Ananke in the analysis which ensues, Timaeus calls attention again to the general principle that everything which the god makes, he makes as beautiful and good as is possible. I do not find anything here of the ensuing derivation of the elements from the triangles and regular solids. 9. The text provides nothing more than a repetition of the continuing theme that the reason of the maker brings about the beauty of what is made. But immediately after this repetition, which brings the mythical motif back into focus and which a modern reader would therefore hardly expect, we find something surprising and astonishing. The attempt is made to present the ordering, diataxis, and origination, genesis, of the elements themselves for you, i.e., for you mathematicians who can follow the account given, and to present it in an unaccustomed exposition quite apart from any mythical tale, 53b, 54a, point 10 as specifically stated as this might be, the transition remains deceptively unobtrusive, and for that reason, it seems to me, it has never been dealt with precisely enough in the literature on Plato. The tone of what follows is noticeably different. Timaeus is no longer the narrator of a myth, rather he is now the exponent of a logical theory. It is also striking that Timaeus places great value on the propedeutic mathematical training of those with whom he is conversing, and one sees right away that the concern here is not only with geometry but also with the latest accomplishment of the mathematics of that time, stereometry. As early as the Republic reference is made to stereometry, 528b, and the Epinomes at 990d already uses the accepted term. Beyond this, it is pointedly stated that the concern here is with a logos with a plausible necessity to it, 53d, a necessity evident not specifically to divine wisdom but to the speaker's own intelligence and insight in regard to certain mathematical matters. Accordingly, the following deduction is based upon the geometrical structure of the plane and, in particular, the plane geometry of the triangle. One sees too that an extraordinary feature of the corporeal per se now begins to play a role, namely, the mathematically demonstrable fact that there are 5 and only 5 regular solids and that their transformation into one another is possible because they are in part constructed of the same triangles. Still, the connection of this exposition with what came before it is barely articulated. And oddly enough, the question of how this mathematical account of the solids relates to the third genos, the kara, is not stressed at all. The fact that this transition is not emphasized, i.e., that the relationship between the doctrine of the third genos of reality, the kara, and the constituting of the elements from the mathematical structures of the triangle and regular solids is never clarified, though it was clearly said that it would be, cf 48b, helps to explain why the irrelevant question of individuation is often introduced by commentators into the discussion of the kara. Even if one grasps that space could only be the principium individuali duation.is in combination with time and not by itself alone, one has still not picked up the actual line of thought. Plato has something entirely different in mind when he points out that the kara is an inevitable implication of understanding the world in terms of copy or image. In the realm of that other cause, necessity, something of a reasonable sort, although itself without active reason, was to be displayed, viz., the structural regularity of space which accommodates the demiurge in his ordering of the world and gives him a red start, so to speak. The question, therefore, is not how the individual thing comes to exist as individual. Rather, the point is that the potential of anything to be an individual thing depends upon the overall lawfulness of space. The consideration of the aura is motivated solely by the question of how within what is irrational and unreasonable, reason, i.e., a logically understandable necessity, still prevails. Of course, the unobtrusiveness of the transition here reinforces the point that necessity, as it is displayed in, and made comprehensible by, the theory which follows, is subservient to the higher purpose of the ordering of the world by the reasonable God. But one misses Plato's intent if one fails to see that for the following the mythological God is no longer the originator and orderer. That he is not is expressly presupposed for the whole realm which we now find ourselves investigating. Along with the divine cause there is that other cause, necessity. In itself this is nothing new, but the surprising thing here vis-a-vis the Phaedo, for example, which also contains that insight, is that this necessity is seen to favor the beautiful and that it forms figures, triangles and solids, which from the point of view of reason are special. This favoritism, as it were, is what is to be displayed here. Accordingly, the following theory is treated as a theory, i.e., as an eikos logos, and for the time being there is no mention of the God. Only at the end of the derivation of the regular solids is it said abruptly that there is, to be sure, yet a fifth figure, but the God makes use of that in pre-schematizing the all, 55c. In respect to the chronology of the genesis of the world, this is to be understood as follows: the God makes use later of the dodecahedron, which was left over. 11. What we have here is an anticipation of what comes later, insofar as in this context only the construction of the regular solids is under discussion and not at all their application or distribution in constructing the cosmos. Obviously this anticipation is not wasted. It has the purpose of justifying the omission of the construction of the dodecahedron here. But it does not prove at all that the God is at work where the construction of the elements is concerned. Mathematics is indeed a divine thing, but it requires no God to do it. One would have reason to expect that the actual application of the regular solids in making the transition from truths of Ariae Sun to contingent verités de fate would be carried out by the mythical God, but even that appears not to be the case. Timaeus is not concerned with how the actual elements come to be out of the stereometric bodies. He simply states that they do, while presuming that there are plausible patterns in the process of their constitution. All this is argued as something which we mathematicians understand. The transition into the actuality of visible nature as such is never described. It is alluded to but one time. At 56c it is said that we notice the regular solids in the form of elements only when the tiny particles appear massed together. To be sure, at the end of this theory of the constituting of the world there is again mention of the God, who is said to put what exists together in correct proportion according to number, motion, and other d_namis, potentialities, to the degree that necessity permits. I for one doubt that even here one should attribute preliminary insights into modern molecular chemistry to the God. If to anyone, it is Timaeus himself to whom they should be attributed. At 57d the task of uncovering something like a molecular structure is specifically assigned to the natural scientist, and there is no indication given at all that he would thereby be investigating what the God has designed. The following passages too are concerned exclusively with motion and such things which are caused b_v necessity. Thus one must view the passages in which the God is mentioned as references to the mathematical, proportional rules which the m_ethical God brings into being subsequent to the logical pre-constituting of the elements by necessity. The God is like man, just as the latter first perceives the appearance of elements once their minute corporal components have massed together, so analogously, the God first orders them once they have been pre-ordered. 12. That is the way it had been described at 31 BFF, and so it is described again in the recapitulation at the conclusion of this exposition of necessity and its effects, SIXSB, and, incidentally, with specific repetition of the guiding concept here, analogia, 69b and 56c. It follows, then, that the constituting of the regular solids and their correspondence to the four traditional, Empedoclean, elements is a product of necessity, a necessity which, of course, is reasonable, i.e., logically understandable and accommodating to reason. To be sure, this entire exposition is only a theory in the modern sense of the word, that is, a hypothetical eikos logos which by itself is not necessarily the ultimate truth. The narrator himself points this out repeatedly. He not only emphasizes it at the new beginning where necessity is first treated, 48 CD, also in founding the theory of the elements anew in the doctrine of the elementary triangles he leaves the question open whether a God, or for that matter a man loved by the gods, might know even more radically fundamental truths. There is a definite indication here, as in the Republic, BK 6, that above geometry stand the numbers and in particular the beginnings of all numbers, the 1 and the 2. Finally another qualification is appended to the characterization of the regular solids. Their mathematical structure is not challenged, also not challenged is the fact that there are four specific elements among the visible bodies which correspond to them, 53e. However, the possibility of another construction in the constitution of the elements out of those particularly appropriate triangles is acknowledged. It is easy to see why. The mathematics of the time had proved the earlier point that there are only these five regular solids. 13. On the other hand, the characterization of the kinds of triangles suitable for the construction of these solids is obviously not founded upon any mathematical theorem, AIOC, Fu_DWV extended account, 54b, regarding special triangles. The question of how these mathematical truths actually determine nature, that is, the elements and the differentiated constructions out of these elements, is never broached at all. There is at the most one passage where one could find an explicit, substantive discussion of our contingent world, and that is in the restatement of the question of whether there is one world or a multiplicity of worlds, 55d. I am certain that the fact that 5 possible worlds are allowed derives in part at least from the thesis of the 5 regular solids and not primarily from ancient Pythagorean teachings, as many learned scholars have claimed. And beyond that, the regular solids are the only 5 bodily forms to be deduced from the geometry of the triangle which can fit within a sphere, that is to say, which can be applied as the inner structure of the perfect archetype of the universe, the sphere. It was specifically demonstrated earlier by an eikos logos that our order is indeed the only one for us. This fact makes it all the more striking that other systems are said to be possible at all, and an indication of the contingency of our world might be found here. However, that is of no consequence in our attempt to establish a clear distinction between the work of the God and the work of necessity. According to what has been said and according to the deduction of 31b, another construction of the world is conceivable only if it is out of the same elementary bodies and if another of the regular solids is used for the sphere diagram. But what would that change? Should one imagine other distributions of the regular solids among the elements such that there would be another element? For instance, a fifth element, such as we find in Aristotle? Idle speculation. The sole philosophical significance of this odd suggestion of Plato's lies in the distinction made between possibilities and the single actual world. The stereometrical theory of space underlying this distinction is completely independent of any mythological intentions of the demiurge, and the theory could not be different in any other world. This is an insight of which Plato may justly be proud and which for the first time offers us something to juxtapose with the boundless contingency of the boundlessly many worlds postulated in earlier theories. Certainly one must ask oneself here how the possibility of 5 worlds, 55d, is to be reconciled with the logical demonstration that this is the only world, 31a. The earlier argument seemed absolutely cogent. What encompasses must eo ipso be all-encompassing and therefore single. Of course at 31a this is demonstrated only for the paradigm. That it follows mutatis mutandis that our world can only be one, is, as has been shown, not logically convincing at all. Now in the later passage only the possibility is granted of looking eis allo, to other facts, and of then assuming that there are other worlds, hetera. It seems certain to me that these alla, others, are the other possible internal structures of a round, all-encompassing universe, i.e., that the other 4 regular solids are meant. At the same time it seems clear to me that the contingency of our world as Pephakoda, generated, is being described here, a contingency which is established by an eikos logos. It appears, then, that the next passage is meant to be taken as follows. There are 5 possible structures of the world. Each of these could provide a structure for the archetypal spherical universe. In this way the logical argument deriving from the essence of the all-inclusive would be left untouched. Or, more precisely, although UG5 plans for the universe are conceivable, which is to say not infinitely many worlds or plans for us, the dodecahedron makes the most sense. But however that might be, the existent universe is one and the framework for the elements can now be built into it, kai to utov ev8 enfov, and him who looks to other worlds we let pass, 55d. Without doubt this passage is in response to theories, Democritus, according to which the void, which is to say the empty structure of space, admits of any number of world formations. Against this thesis Timaeus argues that space admits of only 5 types of construction. Whether this view is meant as a counter to Anaximander's ekrisis, separating out, or to Ocrita seems to me not all that significant. But it is important to understand why at this point where the genesis of the world is no longer being considered as a pure story, mythos, but as a process to be comprehended by reason, the possibility of repeated genesis of the world is focused upon. Of course that means genesis at another place and not at another time, for the latter would imply coming into being and passing away, something which cannot be properly reconciled with the basic idea of physis as a cyclical, balanced order. However, the argument on the all-inclusive character of the universe seems directed against any possibility of another genesis of the world. That argument is now reasserted as an eikos logos and no revisions of it are called for. The ideal world is the only world. If the new argument is taken as a plan of construction of schematic ordering, it proves to be quite compatible with the necessity that only one of these plans could have come to be executed. This interpretation is supported by the fact that at 31a2 and b3 the word used is aranos, heavens, and cosmos only at b2, which in this context means the same thing as auranos. However, 55d follows directly upon the comment on the gods diazogram, i.e., the actual construction based on the dodecahedron, and its relationship to the pen, all, and it obviously refers to the world structure. The 5 possible construction plans of the single universe could then indeed be reconciled with the designation of the dodecahedron to be that actual structure of the world which best approximates the space defined by the sphere. Thus one can say that the problem of the contingency of the world is the actual concern of the entire exposition here. The fact that it is the God who makes use of the dodecahedron for the construction of the world, a point specifically accentuated, confirms indirectly why that the God is not immediately involved in the construction of the individual elements. If one keeps in mind the conclusion to which our analysis has led, i.e., that the mythical God is not at work everywhere in the whole process but instead only takes over the result of a previous formation, the significance of the sole act attributed to him becomes clear, the act, that is, of having persuaded necessity. That is the mythical way of stating the mathematical, rational truths, which the mathematics of the time had uncovered in the structure of space. Or is there some other way to understand the talk of persuasion? 14. One might take it to mean the whole of the God's utilization of Ankh in the task of producing the beautiful world order. The result of this persuasion would then be that necessity allows itself to be worked into a design oriented toward the beautiful. It obeys voluntarily, in other words, because it has been persuaded. In particular, the passage at 56c could be understood in this way: nature as governed by necessity has submitted, having voluntarily allowed itself to be persuaded. But is it really the case that a demiurge, even if it were a mere human one, would find it necessary to talk nature and its necessities into allowing him to make of them what he considers good? In the comparable passages of the Phaedo and the Laws it seems to me that Nous is assigned no such diplomatic task. And in the Timaeus itself, where the secondary causes are first introduced, 49, there is no mention made of such a task of persuasion, and also none, incidentally, in the concluding general discussion at 69a. Yet there is mention made of it directly before the introduction of the third genos, space, with all its consequences, 48a. And right afterward, evidently as a consequence of the successful persuasion of Ankh, comes the whole protracted story, introduced at 48a by of the Kara and the triangles and regular solids, and again, only directly following this story and the assignment of the elements to their places do we find something repeated of the successful persuasion of Ankh. This gives weight to the argument that the persuasion is not a matter of subordinating Ankh but of reaching a certain kind of accommodation with it. If I understand it correctly, this accommodation consists in the fact that Ankh, since it includes the Kara within itself as the necessary presupposition of the appearance of everything, already proves to be beautiful itself, this without any insight into the use in the world order which the demiurge intends to make of the beautiful regularities. Ankh itself has no intentions such as those of a mythical god. Plato uses the metaphor of being merely persuaded to express just this fact, and in my view, the metaphor is most illuminating. He who is merely persuaded gives in without seeing why. But he does not give in just passively, rather he does what he himself wishes to do, Ankh acts as if it itself wanted the beautiful when it accepts those regular solids which can be constructed out of triangles, n pompan ov of otwv serevpuv, and from the infinite number the most beautiful are to be chosen, 54a. If one interprets this particular persuasion of Ankh in this way, one will accept the mythical mode of discourse generally, without being disconcerted by the clear distinction between Nous and Ankh. It was a triumph and a completely new insight when one realized that the priority of the beautiful exists not only when someone makes something according to plan and with a specific teleological intention for it, that is, not only when the enduring phones of order, the Val, Ta ei 61, noetic forms, are envisioned ahead of time by a maker. Among the rational, demonstrable spatial structures of the regular solids there are certain privileged ones per se and of necessity. They are Plato's 5 solids, and these are constructed out of 2 selected privileged types of triangles. Their ability to be so constructed is what gives the new stereometry its mathematical rationality. Their bodies derive from the geometry of the triangle. And not only that. At least three of them, not, Plato says, the hexahedron and the cube, can be constructed from the same type of triangle. Accordingly, a construction of the beautiful in special solids in space made out of the same mathematical element, i.e., the triangle specifically designated, is possible. It has to be this fact which led Plato to the physical application of mathematics. The four elements, of course, were conceived of by Empedocles. But Empedocles' theory was inadequate to account for the shifting condition of aggregate entities. If something fluid becomes solid, if water becomes ice, for example, the transformation cannot be explained by a change in the mixture of the elements. It is, after all, the same thing which is first water and then becomes ice, and then, upon melting, water again. It was Plato's concern, in constructing the three regular solids from a specific triangle, to find an intelligible model to explain what the mixture theory could not. Necessity accounts here for a visible process. Further, it is by no means an embarrassment that this possibility of construction from the same triangle is given only for the three solids subsequently as signed to fire, air, and water, and that the cube alone, earth, can only be constructed out of an isosceles triangle. There is indeed evidence in nature for the special status of earth in the meteorological processes, evidence which would provide a defensible argument even against Aristotle. Plato's emendation of the previous, all too general proposals of the dialogue increases the credibility of the explanation given, and for that reason the emendation is made at this point, 54b. In further elaborating on the mathematical preformation of the elements, Timaeus now adds details to the account which had begun with the shaking of the Kura, although only in what he himself calls a playful speculation, 59 CD. In a prefatory recapitulation, the argument is reinforced that the elements can be named only once they have first been arranged by the ordering hand of the god, 69b. I see no reason here to tie this arranging by the god to the mathematical construction of the elements. On the contrary, the reflections which conclude the exposition of Ananke make as clear as one could desire that the demiurge takes over the products of Ananke for his production of the universe, Rapier 6J3 AVF 68e, that he makes use of them. However, it is repeated that the good in what happens, Ta Y1 YV6 Eva, comes from him, 68e, cf 29. It is evident, then, that one must count among the effects of Ananke the entire self-perpetuating meteorological process described in the previous section, cf, for example, 58c. The difference between the two causes, the necessary and the divine, is obvious enough. The necessary is that without which what we want to happen would not be possible, while the divinely caused is always chosen only insofar as it helps in the attainment of a happy life. In short, in matters of necessity and reality in Plato's Timaeus 189 City there is no choice, the laws o necessity must be observed. Even when they are good and useful, they are not designed with that in mind. On the contrary, a number of possibilities can be thought of for anything which can be made using them as a basis, and among these possibilities the demiurge always selects those which are best for what he actually wants, i.e., the happy life. That holds for the universe as a whole. Its form is described as that of a complete and perfect living being. It also holds for the divine star constellations and, beyond that, for the 06, ta tijo, mortal living things, which the demiurge leaves to the lower gods. The lower gods do their best too, although they must use a material incapable of immortality. The remaining narrative is a well-nigh impenetrable mixture of clever invention and ingenious adaptation of traditional theories. Point 15. The conclusion of the dialogue assumes the style of a hymn and is thus reminiscent of its august beginning. I believe that the account which I have given here establishes the logic and internal coherence of Plato's exposition of the constituting of the four elements according to the tenets of his atomic theory, as well as of his integration of that constitutive process into the ordering of the world by the demiurge. But prima facie, at least, the question of how this coherent theory in the Timaeus relates to the dialectic of the later Plato remains a problem. The Parmenides, with its reduction to an aporia of each hypothesis proposed, seems to have no relationship to what goes on here, nor does the unified theoretical and literary complex of the theaetetus, sophist, and statesman. At the most it could be said that the meaning of heterotes, of difference, is made clear, as was shown above, but only in the most general way and primarily in its cosmological function as the circle of otherness. And there is no mention at all of the dialectical problems contained in the participation of things in the ideas and of the ideas in one another. Indeed, these problems are specifically set aside here. Insofar as it provides the basis for the mythical figure of the demiurge and all his activity, the doctrine of ideas is presupposed unabashedly, even for the things of nature, and not subjected to questioning at all. The hierarchical order advanced in the Parmenides in support of the supposition of the ideas, a hierarchy which places mathematical and moral entities at the highest level of credibility, while man and fire are only reluctantly acknowledged to exist on the third level, plays no role in the Timaeus. Indeed, the mythical adaptation of the techne model for the ordering of the world seems evidently intended to dodge the issue of the ideas, as J. Stenzel pointed out. 1.6 Nevertheless, one must ask what the consequences are of our demythologizing of the Timaeus and what connection the line of thought thereby exposed has with the dialectic contained in Plato's doctrine of ideas. In so doing, one must avoid getting involved in that old and fruitless game played by scholars from Proclus to Cornford, the game, that is, of seeking correspondences with other dialogues. Plato's dialogues are each complete movements of discussion and thought, movements which one must enter into oneself and pursue to their conclusion. One cannot interpret them in departing from comparable individual statements which one finds in them. This must even be said in regard to what is without doubt the most obvious correspondence of the Timaeus to Plato's other works, i.e., to the Philebus. The correspondence lies in the fact that both dialogues directly apply the doctrine of ideas to knowing our world or our life. On this basis the Timaeus develops a physics and the Philebus an ethics, or practical doctrine. One should note that unlike the RT public, the Philebus does not inquire about the idea of the good and its function as a paradigm for human life, rather its questioning is the opposite of that. It asks how the concrete life of human beings with all its contingency and impurity, and determined as it is by impulse and pleasure just as much as by knowledge and insight, can nevertheless be good, i.e., can participate in the good. Similarly, the world ordering described in the Timaeus is derived from the axioms of the doctrine of ideas, to be sure, but the task in the Timaeus is obviously to combine teleological and mathematical mechanical causal explanation. Thus we do have a special case here which warrants seeking illumination of one dialogue by comparing it with another. As a matter of fact, the Philebus provides what the Timaeus still owed us, as it were, an explicit linking of the problem of the dialectic of the ideas with the ordering of that reality which heretofore had been shunted aside as a mere adjunct to not being specifically, the reality of our human life. Of course no solution to the intricate problem of participation is offered in the Philebus. On the contrary, it is presupposed as self-evident that the aporia of participation arrived at in the radicalization of the dialectic in the Parmenides, viz., that no knowledge of the ideas at all is possible for human beings, is somehow wide of the mark. Indeed, all forms of knowledgeable ordering of reality systematize a multiplicity of idea. Thus one can speak of knowledge of ideas only insofar as that means a determination of the indeterminate in which each idea achieves its full definition within the unity of such a system. This holds just as much for the system of vocal sounds as for the phonetic system of written letters and, finally, for the theory of modes and notes in music. These examples are instances of the scientific ordering of a specific field QF reality, the conceptual underpinnings of which are to be found in the ancient Pythagorean categories of the paras and the apeiron. All systematic numerical determination establishes firm bounds and definition within the measureless and boundless. Thus ultimately even the idea of right living is reduced to the right harmonic mixture /:, in which everything measureless receives its determination. However, this always occurs in such a way that the determinacy is sought and found within the measureless and indeterminate. Thus, where determinacy is not achieved or where it ceases to obtain, 006 must let the matter drop and leave it to indeterminacy, eval, m on a 1 POV. Now one can also say that the creation of the world by the demiurge, or, to say the same thing, the knowing of the world hr men, is every bit as much a kind of determination of the indeterminate, an ordering of the unordered. Certainly it is just as true one in physics as it is in ethics that ordering is made possible by RCA Sun or, better said, that reason pers 4.es the possible order and 2 therefore able to undertake bringing it about. In a sense, however, the mythical portrayal in the Timaeus FL meant to be a deeper founding than that which the Sacram reflection about right living in the Philebus can provide. Herm instead of man who learns to seek and produce order in himself, the constitutional order of the world itself is under consideration. Of course it is evident in the Philebus too that the good and the order of reality as a whole are the real concern. Viewed from man's perspective, however, the indeterminate appears only the realm which cannot be subjected to determination, in which one lets the matter drop. Now the given order of TLM world presents the demiurge, who exercises the proper pramtis which one calls nature, with a general limitation. He cll only do what is possible. But the possible does not restrict h, rather it is more like an ontological opportunity y. Only because of OII reason already displayed in the realm of necessity does the B and LLTful ordering of the visible world become possible at all. Because of the cooperation of necessity is the demiurge able to bring about the ordering of the heavens, i.e., create the gods order nature on earth. And even more, it should be emphasized that the ordering of reality as that is explicated in the Tinelm comes before any and all human possibilities of acting, of an JLLML deering of something or ordering of one's own life. This is one express point of the whole narrative. The constitution of WLL world is meant as the foundation for the possible constitutive human life and human society, or, stated more accurately, for possible realization of an ideal human constitution of THN of the state. One hears again and again in the narrative the Timaeus that human beings should learn to order the motions of their own soul while regarding the order of the cosmos. To be suri, what is said in the Timaeus to hold for the action of the gods holds no less for the action of men. Even when the god does his best, does the best thing possible, he is dependent upon the necessary. It may well be that his actions are aimed per se at achieving orderliness, but even so his ordering activity is not given unlimited possibilities but instead predetermined ones. He is given a field of open possibilities in which his attempt to order and arrange may be played out. It is no different in human practice. In the competition with Philebus, Socrates fights to win only the second prize for phronesis. And things look the enemy for the ideal state. The utopian vision which functions in Plato as the overall framework for inquiry does not claim in any way to escape the real preconditions and necessities of the human political and social task. After the Republic comes the Timaeus. The formulation, amicus Plato magis amica veritas, in precisely those words can be traced directly only to the High Middle Ages, but ultimately it goes back to Aristotle's biographers, and for their part the latter may be said to have drawn upon that passage in Book 1 of the Nicomachean Ethics where Aristotle in introducing his critique of Plato's idea of the good says something quite similar. One even beyond that, if analyzed by type, so to speak, the passage in the Ethics could be said to go back to many utterances which Plato puts in the mouth of Socrates, such as to refute me is not difficult, to refute the Logos, however, most difficult and so forth. The biographies of Aristotle, from which the formulation stems, reflect the dispute between the schools and the situation of the late centuries of ancient philosophy. At that time it was evidently the task of the defenders of the peripatetic school and the supporters of Aristotle to portray him despite his criticism of Plato and in opposition to the august tradition of the Academy as a legitimate intellectual confederate of Plato's. This is of no small interest. We need to be clear about the basic intention of the later peripatetic commentators, who draw upon so many Neoplatonic concepts and interpretations. We can say, in fact, that in spite of Aristotle's critique of the doctrine of ideas, on the whole the tendency to harmonize Plato and Aristotle predominated overwhelmingly in ancient times. The same may also be said of the Middle Ages despite all the disputes among schools which pervade that period. Quite recently it has been established that Augustine, the Christian Platonist, had a healthy dose of Aristotle in him. Point 2. And the same point is made in the reverse way insofar as the tradition of Augustinian Platonism was entirely capable of preserving itself during the time when acceptance of Aristotle was gradually growing in the High Middle Ages. Consequently we can speak of a sharpening of the opposition between Plato and Aristotle only once the modern era had begun. Because of its investigative mentality, the modern era could see in Aristotle only the teacher whose authority was supposed to protect an out-of-date science against a mathematically founded physics, a physics which dared through observation of nature, contrived experiment, and mathematical hypothesis to arrive at conclusions contradicting Aristotle's doctrines on nature. Galileo, for instance, went so far as to caricature Simplicius, the learned, venerable exegete of Aristotle to whom we owe so much, by naming the disputant who refuses to deviate from Aristotle and whom the natural scientist must combat, Simplicio. This, of course, is not only an allusion to Simplicius but also to the supposed simple-mindedness of such book learning as his. Here for the first time one becomes conscious of a real opposition between Plato and Aristotle. Plato's extended application of the mathematical, hypothetical procedure to dialectic could serve to legitimize Galileo's physics, whereas Aristotle's authority only stood in the way of unprejudiced inquiry into nature. Nevertheless, along with the Platonism of the modern mathematical method, the attempt to perpetuate the Aristotelian doctrine of substantial forms, the entelechies, continues through the whole recent history of the modern sciences and the assimilation of these sciences in philosophy up through Hegel. Leibniz in particular, that great harmonizer and synthesizer, sought a path between Aristotle and modern science, and Leibniz's contribution was surpassed by German idealism as that developed from Kant to Hegel. Thus only the victorious thrust of natural science in the 19th century, together with the emergence of the historical consciousness, may be said to have put an end to the influence of a tradition which had unified the Platonic and Aristotelian logos philosophy. Guided by the methodological principle of modern science, i.e., that all dogmatic preconceptions and expectations should be strictly excluded, scholarship went back directly to the sources and devoted itself to interpretation of the Greek texts. Only then did the problem of Aristotle's critique of Plato become an issue, which at the same time was somewhat diffused, to be sure, by the new historical attitude. For now the problem itself became a historical, genetic one. The question of how Aristotle's flat, obviously inappropriate and almost sarcastic critique of Plato's doctrine of ideas was to be reconciled with Aristotle's genius, with his 20 years of continued study under Plato, with the perspicuity and depth of his own metaphysical teachings, was put historically, which is to say, biographically and psychologically. The variety of answers which modern research has given to the question raised by Aristotle's critique of Plato wavers between establishing with regret that Aristotle did not grasp the idea of critical philosophy and taking refuge in some sort of historical, genetic account. In the later case, for example, a late phase in Plato is constructed which is said to be the real object of Aristotle's critique. Or it is said that Aristotle did not have Plato in mind so much as the Platonists of the Academy. In recent decades there followed upon that strategy the reverse approach, which attempted to analyze Aristotle's writings genetically and, as Werner Jaeger did, for instance, to posit an affinity between the early Aristotle and Plato. A gradual departure from Plato's doctrine of ideas and a shift to the empirical standpoint are then said to characterize the development in Aristotle's own thinking. To be sure, Aristotle's critique of the doctrine of ideas remained exceedingly difficult to comprehend from this perspective, and consequently this most recent philological theory has become suspect. A closer inspection reveals too many grounds for thinking that such a development in Aristotle from metaphysician to empiricist is incompatible with the tradition as we know it and even more incompatible with our present conception of an empirical science which, although Jaeger does not admit it, underlies his hypothesis. I myself sought at one time to make some sense of this disquieting mystery, for I could not be content with the theory being proffered by Neo-Kantians to account for the inappropriateness of many of Aristotle's criticisms, i.e., that Aristotle remained trapped in dogmatic thinking and consequently was unable to grasp the critical intent of Plato's philosophy. At the very least such a theory, it seemed to me, did not do justice to Aristotle's critique of the idea of the good in the Nicomachean Ethics. But beyond that, how was one to come to grips with such a curious argument as Aristotle's critique of the ideas in the Metaphysics? A possible solution seemed to be that of making Plato's dialectical way of putting things responsible for the distortions which his doctrine suffers in Aristotle's critique of it. If today, after Robin, Naderp, and Stenzel, we raise the issue again, that solution seems even more justified, especially since we realize that we possess only literary works from Plato and have knowledge of his doctrines only through them and through reflections of these doctrines in Aristotle's critique, while conversely we possess Aristotle's doctrinal treatises but only fragments of his artful literary works. This fact presents a difficulty for any methodical investigation of our problem, which, as I see it, sets limits to any philological approach to it. The attempt to deduce the development of Plato's philosophical doctrines from his dialogues, an undertaking with which modern philologians and historians of philosophy have been struggling for a century and a half, is almost as risky and methodologically overextended as the brilliant but nevertheless fruitless reconstruction of Aristotle's lost writings which we owe to Werner Jaeger. Our situation in respect to the tradition demands that we give philosophy and not philology methodological priority when it comes to uncovering the subject matter at issue behind the different literary forms in which the tradition is given to us, and when it comes to orienting ourselves in terms of that subject matter. And was it perhaps not the case that if one wanted to read Plato's actual philosophy, which was never put down in writing into the dialogues, i.e., if one wanted to translate it into the language of unambiguous concepts, one had to proceed to Aristotle and, in passing through him, as it were, produce the philosophy of Plato's which he criticizes? It seemed so. In this vein I tried some decades ago to circumvent the problem by establishing that one first finds a definite, fully developed awareness of what a concept is as such, only in Aristotle. At that time I was strongly influenced by Heidegger's interpretation of Aristotle, the real intention of which was still not completely evident, namely, its critique of ontology, and which in E.S. sense repeated Aristotle's critique of Plato in the form of an existential, situation-oriented, philosophical critique of the idea. Is tradition. But does that suffice? It seems to me now that any interpretation which properly adheres to the subject matter under investigation here must start with the assumption that Aristotle's critique of Plato relies on something essential which he has in common with Plato. And that common ground is the turn to the logoi known to us from its literary formulation in the Phaedo. By this I mean the rejection in principle of naive, unreflective methods of investigating and explaining natural events, a rejection which is full-fledged in the form in which it is expressed by the Socrates of the Phaedo. Indeed, those whom we call pre-Socratics can be classed together precisely because of their failure to make the transition to reflection. Plato has Socrates relate that, having failed in his attempt to understand the ancient thinkers, he set out on a second-best journey. Instead of attempting to look at the sun directly, something which would damage the eyes and ultimately cause blindness, he sought to investigate the truth as it is mirrored in the logoi. An ironic passage indeed. In my Plato's dialectic ethic I worked out to what extent this investigation of reality as it is present in the logoi provides access to the truth of what is, and how it serves in uncovering the true order of the cosmos. I also showed that investigation of the logoi is the actual task which the whole tradition of early Greek philosophy set for itself, and how Plato, in building upon this tradition, approaches this task mythologically in his Timaeus. Unquestionably Plato is indicating in the Phaedo that seeking the truth in the logoi is not at all a second-best way but in fact the only way to true insight. And on precise why this point Aristotle is a true Platonist. Recent research, all of which is indebted to Heidegger's powers of phenomenological intuition in matters of most decisive import, Ronnie, has brought this foundation of the logoi to everyone's attention, and we now find it quite amateurish when someone juxtaposes the idealist Plato to the realist Aristotle, thereby applying epistemological categories which have become suspect generally, not just in their application here. When he asks about the being of what is, Aristotle begins with the question of how we speak about it, mix, irm. This is no propedeutic, preliminary question concerning usage which he might be raising in order to establish a specific meaning of his own. Rather he takes usage as a basis upon which he stands in seeking to comprehend all the conceptual aspects implied in a way of speaking and to systematize them and a clear explication of their meaning. Thus the mirror of the logoi per se is by no means the object to which one restricts one's thinking. That may be said as well in regard to what is in fact the central question of the metaphysics, i.e., that of the OV6OV, being as being, the logos which states the being of something. 31 tends to think that at this point Aristotle abandons the sphere of the logos insofar as he views the tot ti, the this here, as the thing that really is and grants the eidos, that which answers the question, tist, only the function of a ourpaufo, a secondary substance. But in putting the matter this way one has improperly applied the distinction between primary and secondary substance. The actual truth implied in this distinction is, as a matter of fact, the truth of the logos. When asked the question what this here is, we give the answer by stating its what, its essence, its tinina. In short, the distinction between tot ti and tist or eidos, which Aristotle is the first to make, reveals the ultimate meaning and structure of all speaking. This is self-evident, and hence Plato too in no way disputes that all speaking is ultimately speaking about something which is, except that Plato insofar as he analyzes the logos as the koinonia of ideas, does not reflect upon this fact. 4 In Plato the pseudos problem raises the issue of the thing spoken of but not the problem of the tist, what it means to be, der Sinn von Sen. If we begin by establishing this common basis in Plato and Aristotle which, moreover, makes understandable how Aristotle, in spite of his critique of Plato's doctrine of ideas, could blend into the essentially unified intellectual influence of Platonic philosophy and thereby become the founder of Western metaphysics, then and precisely then, it no longer makes any sense to reduce the difference between the two to a difference in the forms of their literary production, as I had attempted to do previously. To be specific, one must ask instead whether the structure of synthesis, or symploke, which Plato sees in the logos in fact does justice to its actual structure, and whether Aristotle's distinction between what a thing is and the this here is not a superior way of stating the truth of the matter. 5. Whatever the answer may be, our first task must be to establish the perspective from which Plato's doctrine of ideas and Aristotle's critique of it may be understood. Whereas in Plato it is obviously the insight into the nature of number which supports and directs his thinking and conceptualization, in Aristotle it is the insight into the nature of what lives. Let us start with Plato. My point of departure is that Plato has very clearly told us, both in his literary works and in the Seunth letter, which I presume to be authentic, that it is his encounter with Socrates which got him started on the way of thinking, an encounter with a man of inconceivable rectitude in the midst of a world which no longer had the slightest inkling of what such rectitude is. The most important testimony here is Plato's Crito, in which Socrates' rectitude is displayed in its most radical form. There, despite all the arrangements which had been made and all the political justifications which Crito gives, Socrates refuses to flee prison and escape execution. The question which Socrates' action poses for Plato is this: how is it possible for someone to be so detached from everything which surrounds him that his behavior could differ so radically from the norm which, as we see, for the most part amounts to adapting to those natural and social conditions of, if he which determine our existence? How could someone break out of the mold so utterly and hold to the idea of what is right in total disregard of what everybody does and what everybody says? What must this idea be? For one thing, it must be clearly and indisputably present before the eyes of one who lives in this way and decides so unerringly. And for another, it is plain that he who thus sees what is right with his own eyes, as it were, cannot really be said to have to make choices. For one cannot deny what one sees with one's own eyes any more than one can deliberately miss what one is trying to grab hold of. This is the meaning of Socrates' famous Oucsdc, EKWVA Apniv 1, no one voluntarily does what is wrong, which is to be complemented with the correlative assertion that arate is knowledge. This implies something with regard to the thing which one knows here, namely, that it is as rock solid and certain as only something can be which is seen with one's own eyes and known for sure. Plato's first writings are plainly devoted to introducing his readers to the ontological sphere of the idea of the good, and he crowns these first writings with a wonderful extrapolation from the undeniable, truly real idea of the good, an extrapolation which takes the form of a political utopia. In this extrapolation an entire republic, an entire city, an entire political constitution, is thought out and organized in such a way that the puzzlement at Socrates' existence is transposed, so to speak, into marveling at the reality of the true state. In this state the very thing which made Socrates appear such an absurd exception in the Athens of his time becomes constitutive of its citizenry as a whole. Now it is true that in working out this utopia Plato relies upon mathematics, which according to even his own depiction of Socrates does not fall within the field of Socratic knowing and ignorance. However, all of us can see that mathematics deals with a reality which, to use Aristotle's language, is napermeuta, a reality alongside and beyond the visible world, and it is considerably easier for us to understand that fact than for us to understand the unerring way Socrates sees what is right. Mathematics provides the prime example of the being of that which is in essence supersensible. Like Plato we refer to this mode of being as noetic or intelligible. Mathematics, accordingly, has a significant function in Plato's philosophy and teaching to the extent that it serves as a propedeutic exercise. And furthermore it is important that mathematical disciplines can be systematized. Number, line, plane, and solid, each of which depends upon the previous one, have a natural order which gives a sequential structure to the mathematical sciences. This is stressed by Plato himself on occasion, and quite often by Aristotle in respect to Plato. 6. Even so, if I am correct, that sequence remains primarily a mere model of systematic deduction in general, just as the number serves only as a model for the task of ascertaining the logos ousias, i.e., in defining the essence of something. In my view this is the conclusion which must be drawn from the decades of debate on the doctrine of ideal numbers. For it is evident that Plato takes the number as his guide in his inquiry into the logos ousias. Obviously this can be understood in the sense that the eidos proves to be the evduk, for the noeia, the one form or unity of the many, which in its varying multiplicity makes up the world of becoming. But it has a much deeper meaning too. The very logos of the eidos, in other words, the very attempt to say what the unitary essence of any given thing is, leads necessarily to a systematic combination of many eidetic determinations, definitions by essence, in the unity of a defining statement. This fact too, indeed this fact especially, implies a unity of many. And in the concluding passages of the Sophist and Statesman, 4 and 6. This was made the central point in Conrad Gazer's recent reconstruction of Plato's doctrine, not, I believe, without placing more weight on this thought than it is able to bear. Stance, the stages in the essential determination which is being sought for the subject of the discussion, for the Sophist or the Statesman respectively, are counted, thus the definition of the essence finally arrived at has the structure of the number as a sum. This can be seen in the highly ironic way in which Plato repeats the enumeration of the determinations arrived at. In the Sophist and Statesman especially, the definitions derived in diaeresis are not without a certain gratuitousness insofar as the aspect of something which one takes to begin the division has no inherent necessity to it. And observe too that even Plato himself plays a delightful, ironic game with this gratuitousness in these dialogues. Consider further that exactly as Aristotle has critically noted, the result arrived at in any such mode of division is in fact anticipated in the steps of the division. These things having been established, we can only conclude that the whole procedure is not intended to arrive at a rigid systematization, A pyramid of ideas. What is revealed is that the number as the unity of many is the ontological paradigm. These dialectical classifications point to a whole of explications, as it were, a whole which is incapable of ever being completed. And precisely in that fact we have perhaps the most important analogy between idea and number. 7 One must consider Plato's real insight to be that there is no collected whole of possible explications either for a single eidos or for the totality of the ida. 8 Moreover, the either/or here is only a pseudo-alternative, for if one really wanted to complete the demarcation of an eidos on all sides, one would have to mark it off from all other ida as wt, which is to say that one finds oneself in the situation on which I base my interpretation, where only the assembled whole of all possible explications would make the full truth possible. 9 This is the teaching implied in the Parmenides. It is my belief that Plato's doctrine of the one and the indeterminate two, as Aristotle and others have transmitted it to us, is intended above all to make clear that in every seeing of a unity and saying it, the infinity of possible explications afforded by the logos can never be closed off. The significance of this point, it seems to me, can be grasped only against the background of Pythagoreanism. There, although it is left completely unaccounted for, all thinking is guided by the basic conviction that despite the boundless and confusing variety of appearances, astonishingly precise, pure mathematical relationships exist in these appearances, such as those which are particularly evident in harmonies, be they harmonies of sounds or those of the cosmic order. To this extent harmony is a fundamental constituent of the world, and thus it makes sense to say that things consist of numbers and numerical relationships. Harmonies are instances of compatibility, dissonances, instances of incompatibility. Plato remains a Pythagorean insofar as he carries precisely this conception of harmony over into the realm of reflection and the logos. Plato always has in mind the compatibility and incompatibility of ideas. That is already evident in the Phaedo, in the argument founded on the incompatibility of death and soul. In the Sophist this same theme emerges explicitly as the koinonia of the highest genera, and there, as in the Philebus as well, it is illustrated by special phonemes which can combine with all other phonemes, the vowels which hold everything together, as opposed to the consonants which are limited in their ability to combine with one another. That, unquestionably, is an ingenious choice with which to illustrate the transposition of the Pythagorean idea of harmony to the sphere of the logos, and it provides an indication of how numbers and numerical relationships function as the model for the configuration of the ideas. Having pointed out these aspects of Plato's assimilation and transformation of the Pythagorean doctrine of the paras and the apeiron, it seems logical for me to rework what I had indicated in my Philebus interpretation of 1931. For there the method used was more that of phenomenological description than interpretation within a historical context. There I elaborated on the curious persistence of indeterminacy in the effect of the paras on the S205 being of what is limited by it. There is something specifically Platonic about that indeterminacy, despite Philolaus, Frag 2. For in Plato's Philebus the determination by the paras is spoken of as a letting go into the apeiron, and that way of putting the matter gives the old Pythagorean pair of concepts, paras and apeiron, a new meaning which ultimately relates them to the logos. Not a new meaning, however, in any neo-Kantian sense of determining the indeterminate by an external act or positing of thought. In the Philebus we find the phrase, eukvio 1 vyap for we would find it existing therein, 16d. 10 Rather what is meant is that the intelligible order of number and measure in the world of sense phenomena is always actualized on, y approximately. Plato is thus reflecting upon the ontological clifference between idea and phenomenon, and for him the phenomenon's falling short of ideal exactitude is to be thought of as a diminution of being or reality. The being of what has become, which constitutes the third genus, is precisely not pure being but a mixture of being with not being and becoming. When Plato then refers to it as coming into being, it sounds more Aristotelian than it is supposed to. For there is no reference here to a natural process in which something develops into its essence, i.e., to the entelechyia. Instead, what is meant is the approximation of the phenomena to their ideal numbers and measures. Now Aristotle's theaenina certainly takes this element of indeterminacy into account. Whoever speaks of the eidos must speak as well of the limitations and contingency in its appearances. But for Aristotle the emphasis is on determinacy and not indeterminacy. In spite of all ineradicable contingency, existent things in nature display a determinacy in becoming what they are. And it makes quite a difference if one thinks of not being as the not yet hidden in the seed, i.e., as a potentiality and possibility for eventual determination, or as the ineradicable adulteration of the essence by an rest, remnant of earth, Goethe's Faust, 11954. Thus in teaching that his dialectic could never be brought to a completion, Plato seems to have drawn the appropriate conclusion from the fundamental experience of the early Greek thinkers. The doctrine of the indeterminate too is a doctrine of the primordial discrepancy between essence and phenomenon, a discrepancy which is as inchoately expressed in the Timaeus as it is in Parmenides' doctrinal poem, a poem which appends a description of the dual world of oppositions to the Eleatic teaching on unity, without clarifying the connection between its first and second parts. 11. Let us turn now to Aristotle's critique of Plato's doctrine of ideas. That critique, I submit, must be seen against the background of the following question. Is being pure numerical harmony? And correspondingly, is the logos, with which we grasp what truly is, an intertwining of eidetic determinations? Put another way, is the logos properly understood when it is taken to be a reflection or repetition of the intelligible sort of being characteristic of the number? Can the eidos really be a kind of paradigmatic cause, nderapeo 1y and kft, if, as Plato's Pythagoreanizing disciples have evidently taught, it is the true reality? Does the order of our world derive from the pure harmonic relationships among the ideas? How are we supposed to think of its deriving from the ideas? How would that be possible? If one should not be satisfied with the mere metaphors of the Timaeus, the manufacturing of the all by a demiurge, how is one supposed to conceive of the ideas really being rapamum, alongside the things here, and of its developing an efficacy of its own? Where do we see something of that sort? It really does appear that in nature a primordial form of the genus existing by it one self reproduces the cycles of life in its mysterious way. Thus if the doctrine of the eidos has any ontological significance, if the eidos were actually an effective reality, then it would have to be that most of all in the realm of nature and life. In departing from this assumption, it seems to me, I can successfully resolve a problem which heretofore has remained totally irresolvable in the tradition, viz., where did Plato get the ideas? Research until now has told us roughly the following. To begin with, Plato took the ideas from the arete and from mathematical entities, and did so for reasons which I too included in my own account of Plato's development, because here something permanently fixed and stable beyond the flood of appearances comes into plain view. And consequently his thinking necessarily led him to conclude that whenever we use words we are envisioning the inner aspect of a thing in a similar fashion, i.e., looking beyond the sense perceived. We are, so to speak, already intending something else, the pure genus, the pure meaning, or however one might choose to explain the universal in modern concepts. Thus it is inevitable that ultimately the doctrine of ideas would extend to all things which one can talk about, all things for which one can find words. This argument is quite convincing in precisely the form Plato himself has the old Parmenides stated in the latter's discussion with the still all too young Socrates. Accordingly the summary found in the disputed seventh letter of all those things for which there are ideas cannot be all that astonishing. Now Aristotle's critique of Plato opposes exactly this extension of the ideas. In the first book of the Metaph_6 one finds in several places always in the we form that the argument for the hypothesis of the ideas requires one to accept more ideas than we do. We Platonists, evidently, or as I would prefer to understand it, we who are attempting to interpret Plato's doctrine of the ideas in optimum partem and to justify it. Plainly Aristotle has every right to speak of we. For even the statement of Xenocrates cited above restricts the anphonapeo 1y and key to pyok 1 avec mura, what is composed by nature, since the idea was not to be transcended by some creative power prior to it, the idea acts by its own being alone, and that the end of becoming is to be like the idea, Proclus, in Parm 136, Stahlbaum. Evidently the efforts of the Academy were entirely devoted to proving that this mathematical order of being, structured like the lattice of a crystal, is the true content of the doctrine of ideas. And in seeking such a proof, one will obviously not begin with man-made things, for here it is clearly our own technical intelligence which designs and determines ahead of time the appearance of the thing to be produced. Here one could not just assume that the ideas are there by themselves. Nor are there ideas of negations which result solely from our saying no. Nor of relationships, for relationships do not exist in such a way that one could name an existent by itself by virtue of which the relationship occurs. The relationship can change relative to an individual existent without this individual existent itself changing. For instance, the friend himself is not changed by the relationship of friendship. My thesis then is this: Aristotle reduces the problem of the ideas to that one instance where, given the ontological presuppositions entailed in it, it is most likely to be resolved to the case of the pH_VC ion. And, as we know, he then shows that even in this most promising case one cannot speak of ideas existing by themselves. 12. The arguments which Aristotle applies shed light in several respects on Plato's way of formulating the problem of the ideas. To begin with, there is the curious beginning of Aristotle's critique of the doctrine of ideas, in which he declares that the hypothesis of the ideas ultimately leads to accepting twice as much to be real as is necessary, and that it thus leads to a doubling of the world. This, he tells us, would be just as senseless as trying to make a task of counting a sum of things which one finds too difficult easier by positing an even larger number. Such an argument is provocative precisely because it is so silly. What is significant about it is that it contains the idea of counting. First the ideas are counted, then the things are counted, and that yields double the number. As absurd as that may sound, it is not nonsensical. It seems obvious to me that Aristotle could justifiably, and in genuinely Platonic fashion, conceive of the being of the ideas as I think Plato meant them to be conceived, i.e., as a sum number, and that accordingly he could speak of a sum of all ideas. 13 As a matter of fact, Plato attributes no further sense of cause to the ideas besides parousia, renethexis, and koinonia. Consequently, the logos is the total computation and account constituted by counting its coexistent contents. Another example occurs when Aristotle refers to the awkward fact that the eidos, species, is in fact not always an eidos, and the genus, not always a genus. Sometimes the latter is a species of the next highest genus. In that case, both the species and the genus appear as causative in the logos. But in which does the individual participate? Evidently in both. This too is an argument which makes sense only if one counts the eidos and genus together in the same computation being carried out in a logos, i.e., in the sum counted up as a number. Cf., for example, the ironically pedantic summations at the end of the Sophist and the Statesman. I conclude, therefore, that Aristotle's actual critique of the doctrine of ideas turns to the physeonta because in essence physis is where the doctrine of the ideas seems most likely to be exemplified, cf. Metaph_61070-18. And Aristotle now shows why even there it will not work. He sees in Plato's thinking a renethernetization of nature and develops in opposition to Plato, although not in opposition to him alone, the doctrine of the four causes, a doctrine based on the model of techne. There must be an existent which figures as the mover, just as there must be H_il in order for a new existent with the same eidos to be created. The biological genus per se does not propagate itself as some kind of mysterious self, be that self unchangeable self-sameness, or be that self the cause of the continuing reproduction of itself. No, it is the man who engenders man. This means, however, that the eidos does not exist by itself. The presumed existence by itself of the eidos is a false disengagement from what actually is. What is always an inhilan eidos. The first book of the Ph_V6 shows us how much that argument is intended in opposition to Plato. There the seminal observation is made that what Plato refers to as not being actually can be said to have two meanings. Not being is not simply and unequivocally the not being of heterotes in the eidos, i.e., that which in any given eidetic determination excludes all other determinations. There is a not being in the eidos which has to do not with its relationship to other ida but with existence itself, or, in Aristotle's forceful way of putting it, with being deprived of something, steiresis. Every natural process runs its course between steiresis and eidos, not being and being. Such not being of the existent thing is dependent upon its eidetic determination insofar as the latter is missing in it. To this extent it is indeed defined by the eidos. It exists, as lacking the eidos, as the absence of itself, so to speak. Thus it contains within itself all being not yet which ultimately becomes something. The living thing which emerges from the seed does not simply assume another eidetic determination, and it is not simply something different, something defined by essentially different determinations, though if viewed mathematically it would be. On the contrary, it is the same, identical being which passes from the state of still lacking determination in itself to the state of fulfilled determinacy. It is an existent which still lacks complete determinacy. Hence, it cannot be described as a combination of different eidetic determinations, rather it is the transition and ascendance of the immature to the ripe. Here there is always an existent which is not yet its form, and accordingly it may be called heil, the on 0k1 Tvri underlying nature, insofar as it underlies whatever changes in form occur. Consequently every such determination of form is an inhilan eidos. The thought here is modeled on techne to the extent that the techne concepts of morph, heil, kinesis, and telos or ouve ka, that for the sake of which, may be applied. However, many distinct ions from techne are evident as well. One of the most obvious of these is that in the case of the artwork clearly only the finished product is what we could say constitutes its eidos. An unfinished artwork is not at all that which it is supposed to represent. A natural being, on the other hand, which is not yet finished, not yet grown, is in spite of that fact, already that which it will be. The essential structure of physis is that it is al. Ways an ooekpoe, CPU01v, a path out of a nature into a nature. That is the sense of the dynamis concept, which is obviously to be applied specifically in the realm of natural things, and which points up how untenable the assumption of the eidos existing by itself is. In nature the eidos exists only as the inhilan eidos. The significance of this anti-Platonic thesis can be illuminated in reference to a small philological point regarding a minor problem in Aristotle, a point, however, which in my view has not yet been properly explained. Aristotle is fond of illustrating the doctrine of the inhilan eidos with a particular language usage, that of the words MOC, and M6U1C, which is to say, snub-nosedness. We have no real expression for it, and in Greek too, as far as I know, it is not a common word but one which has achieved a measure of immortality only through Aristotle. This word is of such a sort that it can be used only in reference to noses with a hollow form. Nothing else can be said to be MOV. I16C, thus means a nose which has snub-nosedness, or M6U1C. If we want to characterize the mere form here abstractly and mathematically, we would say koyujk. Now what kind of an example is that? There are, to be sure, words the use of which is so limited that they resist any extension to other spheres, such as, for instance, the Germanskillen, to look askance, which can be said only of the eyes. Thus 016U1C, seems to be best rendered by snubness, assuming that we could use this word snub as a pure adjective without nose too, although only in reference to a nose. But does the example not have a special point beyond this? We must remember after all that Socrates had such a nose. And if we examine what Aristotle has to say about Socrates, we find the following. In Metaphysics M4 Aristotle describes Socrates' significance for the development of definition. Democritus and the Pythagoreans had touched upon the matter of definition only from afar. Socrates, however, was quite properly attempting to determine the what, for as we know, he sought to develop syllogisms, and the basis of all syllogisms is the what. But then Aristotle adds that Socrates made neither the universal itself nor the defined concept a separate reality, but others, he says, did separate universals and concepts and then named such things ideas. Socrates, in other words, did not do that. For him the universal was still immanent in the existent thing. Since he did not make the chorismos mistake, the mistake of separating the eidos from that which has it and in which it is, he remained close to the truth for which his own face was the guarantor. Something of this sort seems to have been intended by Aristotle's witty example of 016n1c. The point would not be lost on anyone, for similarity to Socrates was something which even a complete novice in the sciences would be proud of. Theaetetus was proud of it and was praised for having a Socratic nose, and Aristotle's choice of this example demonstrates that Socrates' nose was well known to later generations as well. In any case, it seems clear to me that Socrates is being alluded to here in order to illustrate the superiority of his metaphysics over Plato's with one of the farmer's physiognomical characteristics. Cf. Plato's Theaetetus, 143e, 209c. More important, however, is the way in which Aristotle's basic critique of the contention that only the ideas are true being affects his own doctrines and especially that of the logos ousias, which is just as much a aiok, toul book, statement of the form. Here, if I view things correctly, Aristotle penetrates to the root of the insoluble difficulties to which the grounding of Plato's doctrine of the ideas in the logos had led. We have seen that, for Aristotle, the ontological claim that the eidos is true being or reality finds its most convincing substantiation in the realm of nature, i.e., in the physeonta. On the other hand, it is undeniably the logical, not physical, aspect of the eidos which gives it its claim to ontological universality. The question of the THIRD can be limited neither to those, mathematical, realities which actually do exist by themselves nor to the ideas, to which one in following Plato might be willing to attribute true being by itself. The extension of the concept of the idea to all that can be said and mean is an inescapable consequence of orienting one's thought to the logos, a consequence which Plato himself saw clearly enough, cf. the Parmenids. This extension is plainly the task which Aristotle set for himself. He must strip away the appearance of ontological supremacy deriving from the logical universality of the idea while at the same time providing new legitimation of the primacy of ousia. And that he must do, not in turning away from the logos but by making distinctions which illuminate it. For in a strange way Plato's thinking on the eidos tends to obscure the actual sense of the logos insofar as he conceives of it as the combination of ideas with one another. For the logos itself implies more than a fitting together, more than a sum of essences. It is always a reference to something which is here and now, a this here, toti ti, of which not only its essential definition may be expressed but to which much else besides may be attributed which is precisely not constitutive of its permanent essence. The forms of this further attribution are highly differentiated within themselves. They are the oxkarn l, and wapiak, categorial schemata. The point of departure of Aristotle's doctrine of categories appears to have been a matter of logic, however, not in the sense that the original point of it was to avoid equivocations and sophistic arguments. Point 14. On the contrary, there is more than likely a real connection between the categorical differentiation of the various senses of to be and the priority in being which Aristotle assigns to that which is by nature and which he makes the standard for everything that one could claim is really. The doctrine of categories may be said to originate in a logical concern only in the sense that within the universality of the logos which Plato uncovers, within the possibility of applying the THIRD question to everything which can be meant in discourse, Aristotle perceives distinctions in the senses of is which can be given in answer to that question. Thus in what is probably the earliest mention of the 10 categories, in the Tupis, the differentiation of the categories is undertaken with no apparent difficulties emerging. The question of what something is provides the theme throughout all the category S. Within that question the different senses of to be, ousia, poien, pasin, and so on can be distinguished. They all arise in the same way, one alongside the other, so to speak. On the other hand, they differ_ge from one another. When one does not ask about what they are in themselves but about what they may be attributed to, then it becomes evident that the essence is distinct from all the other predications which can be attributed to an existent thing. For everything besides the essence has the changing character of inessentiality, of this way or that. This distinction between the essential, ousia, and inessential, poien, is already presupposed in Plato's Dialectic definitional logic. But Aristotle recognizes that incidentals too, the oupepfjkotg, may be said of the existent thing in very different senses and that they refer to its being, even if in diverse ways, and not at all to some sort of not being or irreality. The concern here nevertheless is with the priority which the eidos has over the other categories insofar as it is not just an attribute of the existent thing but that which constitutes its reality. The priority of the eidos derives from the fact that it makes possible the basic ontological articulation of reality given in any valid logos, i.e., that it gives existences of all sorts their initial stamp. But it is not the koinonia of eidetic determinations existing in general which the logos provides, rather the particular contents of an assertion, contents which are encountered in the logos, which are in it different ways. Heading the list of these contents is the what of the existent thing, its essential determination, which is to say, that which constitutes its lasting essence. What fundamentally distinguishes the other categories from the essential what is the fact that the content of what they state can exist only in something else, the essence of which has already been determined. Their content can never exist by itself. Now of course the essential determination of the existent thing cannot have an independent being by itself either, but in its case this is only because it is completely absorbed in the thing of which it is said, its sense or meaning can only be to mean this being. Since essential determinations make no claim to be by themselves but only to express the being of existent things, das and Descenden, they are not there in the way the existent thing is there, they do not belong to the same rank, are not ooec, as Proclus puts it. Point 11. And the same may be said of all the generic determinations included in the essence, eidos and genos are not what they appear to be in Plato, i.e., eidetic items or units, the sum of which is the logos. Their function is only that of designating the existent thing itself, which nevertheless can be pointed to, 6ei.kvo001, in a way which ultimately remains inaccessible to the logos. The essential determination is indeed a manifold which explicates itself in the logos ousias, from which explication the logos ousias then collects itself into a unitary essence. But that manifold is entirely different from the manifold of those determinations, the attribution or non-attribution of which constitutes the true or false statement about something. Thus the decisive insight in Aristotle, the one which provides the basis for his entire doctrine of categories, is that the unitary nature of the essence which is delimited and comprehended by the logos of the Tienina is not a being by itself at all, rather it constitutes the being HV itself of the existent thing. If one were to look for a single motif in the so-called substance books of the metaphysics, whose subtle intricacies are wont to divert one from the point, it must surely be to establish a unitary nature of the essence which belongs indissolubly to a particular existent thing as its property. It is no mere logic chopping or extreme formalism when, in a limited sense at least, Aristotle admits the question of essence even in regard to what is of composite form, e.g., the white man, Z4,5. Here he is only countering the tendency to universalize and abstract in answering the what question whenever this question is taken to be merely a question of logic. He intends the precise opposite. He wishes to fend off the groundless ontological assumptions which result from that tendency and to isolate that special intertwining of unity and multiplicity which is the primary characteristic of the logos ousias. The multiplicity of the latter is not a multiplicity of separable determinations existing in itself. Or put another way, what an existing thing is in essence is not a fitting together of genus and specific difference. These two only serve to delimit the what as the one, unitary, and .cov simple, CIO6v0 etov non-composite, essence which constitutes the being of the exist. And thing immediately, EU0U, i.e., quite apart from any form of, ideation, methexis, simploque, koinonia, and so on, metaphysics. Thus it is not a matter here of some mysterious inverting of the pyramid of being, stencil, which Aristotle undertakes in diverging from Plato, but of drawing the consequences of a question raised by Plato, the question, that is, of what we actually mean when we imprint the seal of fou, is, on something. To be sure, Plato nowhere gives an answer to this question in clear and precise words, but his answer is sketched in his doctrine of the eidos. And it is constantly tossed back and forth, as it were, in the aporia of the doctrine of ideas, aporia which, far from forcing Plato to abandon that doctrine, allow him to unfold it in all its consequences, that is the one and the many, which creates the problem here. The cause of all aporia if it is not properly allowed for, and of all euporia, if it is, Philebus 15c. Contained in the aporia is not only an inevitable cul-de-sac to which the doctrine of ideas leads, but also the way out, the way to all discourse which discloses a thing under discussion. One must assume in principle that no turning away from Plato results if one immerses oneself in these aporiae. It is evident that the diverse problems in the doctrine of ideas generated the most diverse attempts to solve them among Plato's successors. It would be arbitrary indeed to select any particular one of these as genuinely Platonic from among the variations of the doctrine of ideas advocated by Eudoxos, Speusippus, Xenocrates, and many others, some of whose names we scarcely know, e.g., Hestiaeus. Of these Aristotle alone rejected the paradigm role assigned to the eidos in a doctrine which would make it merely and fo kgto rho foot.6 yof, eidos of the logos, and in so doing, he placed himself in opposition to the other Platonists not by his objections to the doctrine of ideas as such, but by the new ontological foundation which he gives to the eidos as the tienina of the tod ti. It is a reasonable assumption from which to proceed that the conceptual formulas which are to provide the new foundation for Aristotle's position are precisely those which most of all originate with him. It is not the ti as such in distinction from what is inessential which provides this foundation, but more probably the persistence of the essence through the phases of its self-realization, the tienina, and above all the definition of this realization of being as energia and entelligia, respectively, and the analogical determination of the sense of these concepts in correlation to dynamis. 16. To be sure, these concepts, like the categories, are formed at first in regard to kinesis, to the movement of the physeonta. But ultimately it is they alone which succeed in expressing the unified essence of the logos ousios. Even though the pair of concepts, energia and dynamis, appear typically and regularly along with the categories as an appendix to the May fact which Paul Gach 17 and Max Wundt 18 have made much of, in essence it is only these two that fully articulate the new sense of the category of substance and do what the latter was intended to do, express the being of the existent thing itself. For the analogical application of 6e1, in potential, and evapid q, in actuality, makes it possible to grasp the essential unity of all things so conceived. Just as in the process of production the material which is of 6e1 is not combined with a form, but instead becomes in the process of formation that which it not yet was, so the determination of the simple essence of a thing is not a combination of separately existing determinations, rather it is a bringing to the fore of an essential unity, the cern ovidu, indivisible eidos, the what content of that unity. To this extent Aristotle's metaphysics may be said to culminate in the recognition that in the seeing of the essence, nous, a meaning of non-composite, 6 of 0 ernv, truth and disconcealedness is realized, which precedes all Plato's synthetic or additive assertions and their possible truth or falsity. 19 Such a prior disclosedness of the essence occurs in noein. And insofar as thought, nous, is aware of what it is thinking, noein, it is aware of itself. In this way the disclosedness of the essence points beyond itself to a highest awareness of self which makes the former possible, just as light makes it possible to see things. Any disclosedness of the essence is possible only when there exists that which is aware of itself. In this insight we have the highest principle of Aristotle's metaphysics, which allows him to explicate the traditional concept of the divine philosophically. What is ultimately open to the human being looking ahead to his highest possibilities, the possible human existence to which finally all else must be subordinated, is the pure viewing of the truth, i.e., wakefulness of mind, theoria. The mind's living existence, its energia, is the nearest thing to the all-present wakefulness of the divine, to being purely present with what is purely thought, noesis noesios. And so despite all criticism regarding this or that point, Aristotle agrees with Plato on the tenability of the so-called doctrine of ideas. Even in Aristotle there still persists an element of Pythagoreanism, the highest is the pure. Hence when all is said and done, nothing has changed concerning that which Aristotle himself acknowledges when, despite all his objections and criticisms, he characterizes Plato as his friend. Between him and Plato an ultimate common ground remains. But to pursue this transition into philosophical theology would involve going beyond the confines of this study, for its theme would then be shortened to amicus Plato.